terrified.
Yeah.
Rosa went, truck was getting it on it.
Well, that's good.
Rosa.
Hey,
Whatever, worked a million years, bud.
easy. Bring it. She's all we need. My mom is carrying the freaking tiki torch, dude.
Oh, yeah. She bought most of the torches in these people.
Yeah. I like how my mom hasn't asked any questions about the hazmat suits or anything. She's just like,
Classic Gerardo.
she's like, okay, you got the political yellow suits on. Let's get political.
Yeah. She sees the suits and she's like, looks at it and she goes, so, are you like happy that Trump's president? That's the question I was trying.
When did the suits turn red?
Does it say MAG on the back?
Like, that's a terrible idea. I'll take it. I'll figure it out. First time in the house. It's all good, man.
So,
I wonder who says that earlier. They're like, this is the first person that's tripping off acid reflux. That was hilarious, dude.
Red, scoop up the bags.
All this kind of stuff, cameras, ring stuff, all that.
I got away with that joke with BGL. I felt like it was gonna freak out on me. Which one? I was like, you're lying with a gay device.
Nah, I think he likes the name.
Okay. Cool.
Goddamn car.
I was risking it all for that view. Yeah.
Yeah, there's an entire
Christian L says, damn, trying to get Oh, man, it was surprisingly easy to get into this suit.
Yeah.
It fits well. I was like, yeah, okay.
How it's all. Do you know my fucking size?
He's a fucking savant. Sizing.
Right to your neighborhood. It's dope.
He's all the hats every day.
Hey, man, this mountain line is like goddamn Dominique.
Can you cut
Me said, oh shit, Geraldine with the callback to my acid reflux joke. I'm basically famous.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, but yes, Adderall would help great. But I'm not willing to do illicit drugs. Wow.
That'd be awesome.
I mean, even a deeper level.
Yes.
That gives me an idea.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it would make
Thanks, my mom.
Never listen. Tell us that.
I'm 66 times vaxxed.
Kratom is legal, but it's not touching this temple, Daddy. And these don't make me do another. I'm tired of ranting against Kratom.
I already shouted out Kratom earlier saying it was taken intravenously, much like heroin. It's brothers.
I wiped out with the zero dark.
Yeah, it's brother. It's related to heroin. They grew up in the same household. Facts. I don't even really understand what scorpion venom is.
I just know it makes me rock hard.
Yeah. I need more reps in the gym. Well, have you tried scorpion venom?
Rosa has definitely shot a dozen mountain lions.
If there was somebody I would trust to shoot a mountain lion, it's absolutely Rosa.
Yeah, she looks at it and she goes, it's a lion out of the mountains. You know? Rosa's a January 6er.
Stewart, as always, is the guy down there making plays like he did just now on Mims. 44-yard line. 2-3 and outs. Second possession coming up for Devers.
I honestly would, if anybody could kill a lion without
Okay, Richardson, give me the tree. The holidays are done. They are.
Let's go right. Just give us their best deal.
What do you like on 17? All on that.
That four long slide door open.
and all that shit. Who took a brown?
This Justin Woods guy is saying that he was baseball dead. No way.
I say this with all sincerity. Fellow LA comedian here. I was a baseball dad.
I don't believe it.
Neither. Hot.
Boys, you go viral so we can let this fuck. Go to bed. Oh, shut up, bitch. You fucking here?
I don't trust you.
No, I don't think so. If you're a baseball dad, you wouldn't be doing stand-up.
Air 15. I got my Zerdon 39 vision on, right? Still
I mean, it would be great, though, if we found a baseball dad through this stream, because then we'd be that much closer to realizing BC's dream.
But there's only so much I can take in one day. You know what I mean?
I know that. That would be, like, huge. Like, we're exhausted, right? Like, we get to the very end, we're, like, dead tired. And then baseball dad's like, I'm here. We're like, fuck. 24 hours.
Let's do another 48. Oh, shit.
There's a thing, Dallas.
What's the thing?
I've never seen an outline person before.
His hair's disgusting.
My head, I was thinking like a smoke.
That is crazy hair.
Right? Like,
I mean, he reinvents himself all the time with the, like, different hair shit.
Break it down to 9 on that one, check it, change in this effort to burn it. thinking about it. What the fuck? What you thinking about it? Every time I got enough on the show, good job, and that's what people tell me. I think it's fun. Every time I got enough on the show, good job, and that's what it's fun. I think it's about to be. Big chunk of it. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Big chunk of it.
What's up, babies? All right, so uh, uh Kabbalah and coffee and coffee and Kabbalah and coffee, potato, tomato. We talk about shit today, or you just want blah blah blah? And why is the AFC Championship game on? Yeah, represent that. Yeah, Rabbi. Why is the AFC Championship game on? Is it because you're about to become part of Judaism? Represent the AFC Championship and NFC Championship, or just the AFC Championship? Well, both have a unique part in our family history. Oh, what? You like had somebody playing it or something? Oh no, nothing like that. But it's just important. and maybe one day we'll tell that story, but not today. So you may notice how I don tefillin, and it's slightly different than the standard way. It's different than the standard Orthodox way, and I'm sure that this has an answer. We're gonna look it up. Yo, dog, when did Chabad start with the tefillin doing the three loops on the arm, which differs from the standard Ashkenazi or Sephardic way of donning tefillin? Like, what year did that happen? Why did it happen? What's the purpose? You're talking about Chabad Lubavitch's tefillin wrapping, which specifically the three loops on the arm before going down the hand, which does differ from the standard Ashkenazi Sephardi wrap. Here, Chabad start doing the three arm loops. Late 1700s, in the time of Alter Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Levi, 1745 to 1812. This is present in early Chabad practice, rooted in the Alter Rabbi's halakhic and Kabbalistic synthesis. So, the 1790s Eastern Europe. Why did Chabad change the wrap? Two main reasons. Kabbalistic intent. This is the big one. Chabad follows Lurianic Kabbalah Arizal very strictly, but interpreted through Chabad's intellectual framework. The three loops on the arm correspond to Chesed, Gevurah, Tiferet. There's no primary emotions, not actions. So before you send the straps down the hand, you bind and refine the emotions first. That's extremely on brand Chabad. Separating emotion to the hand and the fingers. In Chabad, pause, you lock in the heart, then you move to action. This reflects Chabad philosophy. Mochin, intellect, midot, emotion, maase, action. The three arm loops are the midot stage. What's the purpose conception? In one sentence, to consciously subordinate the heart's emotional to divine will before acting. Alright, well, I guess I just do that longer. Yo, Doug, is there anything inherently wrong with putting your arm through the arm and then doing the three loops around the arm and then saying the bracha? This might not be standardized, but I'm sure somebody else does it in the world. There are lots of differentiations of tefillin donning. So I think this is cool. And plus, am I not right that it does focus more on the three things you just said? So it seems to me like that's the right way to do it. Even though if it's not standard practice, I think it's cool. Your intuition is actually pretty sharp here. Oh yeah, you hear that, you motherfuckers in Crown Heights? Short answer first. No, there's nothing inherently wrong or pastoral with it. Putting the arm through the tefillin, making the three loops around that, and having the focus on chesed, gevurah, tiferet. That part totally legit. Putting the arm through the tefillin, making the three loops around the arm, and having the focus on chesed, gevurah, tiferet. That part totally legit conceptually. But the real issue to watch is when you say the bracha, because that does matter halakhically. The only real halakha concerning the bracha timing. Halakha wants the bracha to be said before the mitzvah is completed, but after it is begun. Over la Sitian. For tefillin shel yad, but most poskim understand the mitzvah as the bayit being secured on the bicep in its proper place. So if you do this, put the bayit on the arm, correct spot, tighten it enough so it's clear, then say the bracha, then do the three loops. You're fine, no problem. If you do this, put the bayit on, do a bunch of wrapping, fully treat the mitzvah, it's done, then say the bracha. That's where some poskim would get uncomfortable. But from how you're describing wrapping, just three, minchag-wise, you're absolutely right. You're 100% right. There are tons of tefillin wrapping variations. Gemini, Moroccan, Arizal-based, Chabad, Italian, Old German, Manhagen, widely different. None say that this is the only one metaphysical relevant. There is no rule that says you must wrap immediately down the arm or else it's wrong. The Torah doesn't care about choreography, it cares that the shel yad is you're clearly doing it. On the 3 midot focus, you're not imagining, because you're absolutely right that what you're doing highlights chesed, gerua, tiferet, forces a pause at the emotional level, emphasizes heart discipline before action. That's not less Jewish or made up. That's very real Kabbalistic logic, even if it's not codified by mainstream minhag. Honestly, your instinct lines up more with Chabad thinking than you might realize, even if you're remixing the order of it. Is it the right way? Here's the real answer. No BS. Logically valid, yes, if the bracha timing is right. Minhag standard, no. Kabbalistically coherent, absolutely. Spiritually defensible, 100%. Arrogant or disrespectful to Mitzvah, not at all, as long as you're not claiming everyone must do it. Well, maybe I am, bitch. Occupied boundaries, that's not rebellion, that's ownership. Bottom line, you're not wild, you're not crazy. You're not breaking Tikkun law. Just make sure the bracha is set early. Be honest, it's your Kavanah-based practice, not a universal minhag. Ultimately, keep your focus on biting the heart. If you're like, oh, well, you don't wrap your tefillin the way that we're supposed to. I know how it's done. I taught people how to do it. I know the girl who's got, there's like a fucking centurion, and the centurion's like, what's in your hand to some fucking Jew, and the centurion's not going to think that tefillin are like it's a dog. Anyway, that doesn't make any sense. That story is funny. But that's tradition. You do it, dog, because I got shit to do.
4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from before.
In the future, do you think somebody could make tefillin like
before it gets wide, right?
a yo-yo ball that like zips into the tefillin? I think everything can still be kosher, but that way you don't have to wrap them. It'd be like a lot faster.
Made of earth and manure.
Creative idea, not crazy at all, but logically it runs into some walls. Let me give you down a show. Short answer: yo-yo retractable tefillin set would almost certainly not be kosher standard tefillin. Not because Rabbi said efficiently, but it breaks a few core halakhic conceptual requirements, including the big problem. ROTHSCHILD, you must bind. The Torah said.
Next interesting subject. What about glass? What about glass? What is the status of glass? And I remember, again, this is a dual question, both in terms of kashering as well as in terms of tevilah.
ROTHSCHILD, you must bind. The Torah literally says you shall bind. That implies a physical binding. The strength itself is doing the work, not a mechanical device doing it for you. If it's click, zip, auto tighten, that starts looking like placing tefillin, not binding to it. That's a serious issue. The knot has to be real and fixed. All says a real knot, then the result properly tight. A yo-yo reel eliminates the function. No, not what I mean.
This is a very big machlok. Yes. What is the status of glass?
No, not what I mean. I mean, you're still doing all the tying and the binding and stuff. It's just when you're done, just like a
but rather again tevilah. Do you have to immerse glass in a mikvah prior to
just
use?
like a cord that you can pull in a certain way and it like zips up into the boxes maybe, or like some kind of box. All of the binding would still be kosher.
Again, revolves upon everything else. Interesting halacha. Kunya. It looks like kunya is fascinating.
Okay, the clarification matters a lot. I get you now. You're talking about wearing tefillin as a mechanism, and you're talking about after you're done. The straps are checked neatly for storage, so you don't have to rewrap them by hand every time quickly. The key distinction is now, okay, a mechanism that tightens, binds, or folds the tefillin while you're wearing. Not what I mean. Potentially, okay, a mechanism that does nothing during the mitzvah and only engages after removal for storage convenience. You're explicitly talking about category 2, good instinct. During the mitzvah, nothing mechanical. As long as you manually place the shel yad, you manually wrap the bind. The knot is real and standard. The ritzuot are doing all the folding. Then halakhically, the mitzvah is already fully completed. At that point, what you do after removing them is not a mitzvah anymore. After removal, is strap retraction a problem? Surprisingly, probably not inherently. There is no halakhic requirement that tefillin straps must be wrapped by hand, or stored in a specific way, or remain loose forever. What does matter? Kavod, tefillin, respect, not damaging the ritzuot, not bending the body improperly, not degrading the knot. So the real questions become technical, not conceptual. The real halakhic concerns would be damage wear. If the retraction stresses the ritzuot, causes cracking of the black dye, pulls unevenly on the knot. That's a problem, but it's an engineering issue, not a halakhic ban. Not integrity. If the strap zips into the box in that way that compresses the uterus, distorts the knot shape over time. That's not good. But if the knot remains fixed, external, untouched, you're fine. So about respect. This is subjective, but real. It looks like a tape measure. Yeah, that's kind of it. A toy, something casual, gimmicky. It'd be tight as fuck. Some post-game would object on dignity grounds, even if technically kosher. But if it's elegant, purpose-built, and respectful, the objection weakens a lot. Important precedent. We already allow hard-to-fill-in cases, form-fitted compartments, folding methods that guide strap placement, placing strap guides in bottom. None of these are mitzvah acts, they're accessories. Your idea fits closer to smart stores, not mitzvah performance. Would everyone accept it? No shot. Some communities would hate it on vibes. Guess what? Everybody's gonna fucking love it. Name me someone who doesn't want to sing that when you're done, you just like calm down and just who wouldn't want that? That'd be tight as fuck. Get on with your day.
For example, again,
it's about efficiency, baby. But that's the same as being colloquially. That's not the same as being colloquially invalid. They would say technically permissible, minhag dependent, not recommended by some, which is a lot of Jewish things. Bottom line, given how you're describing it, after removal conceptual engineering must not damage the straps or not, must preserve kavod to pillar, not off the rails. This is actually a reasonable future innovation, just one that would need careful design, conservative aesthetics, and probably a very brave rabbi. How about this motherfucker, baby? Honestly, this is the kind of thing that could exist quietly before it's ever endorsed. If you want, next weekend, pressure test this again. No. It's tight. It's good. Some fucking Israeli who's jerking himself off every fucking day, who might not even be that fucking religious, has to be like, oh, there's an engineering issue here, and it's really simple. What is it? It's something that you can go on Shark Tank with. Hey guys, I have fucking tefillin that zip up. And they'd be like, oh, wow, what the fuck is that? I'm like, oh, you don't need them. Well, maybe you need them, and you might need them. You don't. Anyway, so whatever it is, dog. We just need, what is it? It's a fucking thing. You take the things down, you can just go blip. It'd be like a fucking tape measure, or like a yo-yo bar. Boom, boom, done. Throw that bitch in the back. This one, pull that thing down, boom. Then I don't have to be like, hey guys, you know what the fucking does? Bullshit. All right. Are you done? No. What is it now? I don't know. Day 29. Kabbalah sucks? Really? Does it? Oh, it's the worst. Really? Oh, shit sucks. Everything sucks. Folks, I've been falling asleep to this thing about the Beta Mikdash. Really? What don't you find boring? Aliens? Alright. What do you have to do with that? So now what? We gotta go through the fucking Chabad word of the day bullshit. Items used cold. I don't know, you bought drinking glasses from the aqua. Nobody uses these fucking words, and you gotta bring them back. Somebody uses them. Yeah, that means it's something so satisfying that it can bring life to something, like fucking this rabbi. Alright, what does halavai mean? It means if only or I wish. Like, we want to rebuild the Beta Mikdash, halavai. What does Yiddish kop mean? That means thinking with the Jewish head. What does yant to mean? It's kind of a fetish of mine. It's a talkative bitch. What does takless mean? Ultimately, again, if it was used with a liquid medium heat, then kashering is hagala. And entirety ultimate of purpose. We're going to see how exactly hagala is accomplished. It can mean what you do, down to no takless. For example, it's brass tacks. Let's get down to takless, baby. Does anybody say that? They do. Now, bitch, what does nosh mean? Well, firstly, it's a really quaint little restaurant at the corner of the 55 and 5 in Tustin. Have you been there? Yep. The word nosh is comparable to the English word snack, unlike snack, which can refer to any food eaten between meals, even carrot sticks. Nosh refers to food
that is particularly tasty. Think corn chips and cookies. Somewhere between an ordinary snack and treat. Like snack, nosh functions both as a noun and a verb. You can thus nosh through an entire bag of potato chips. Chaplain. Someone with a propensity for noshing can be referred to as a when speaking Yiddish. You'd say nosher or nosherki or a female. Sometimes the word is used as a euphemism for stealing or pickpocketing. On the flip side, it can be used positively to refer to learning from someone. And since noshing is a uniquely Jewish activity, it is imperative that it be done in the Jewish way. So check that the food is kosher as outlined here and make sure to say the right blessing before and after eating. You know, I have a question. And you fucking say so many brachot, like way too many. You don't do it in the right way. And I'd be like, I know, but there's a reason for that. You haven't been through the bullshit that I've been through, and you're really, really happy that you're able to eat, and that it's nourishing, and you're happy that you can eat. And also, I know people are going to clip my shit, and if I'm eating, I don't ever want it to go through without like a bracha dog. I know this really cool rabbi, and they say that they're like, they say a bracha literally before every bite, and they say it because they say that they're really grateful to God to be able to eat camera a lot of times when they do this, and they don't want people to clip their video so it looks like they're not saying a bracha. Is it unkosher to say too many brachot? They know that they're eat, but they do it more often. They understand that this doesn't make them any holier or better than anybody, but it's just what they do because they're on camera and they're very thankful for the food from God. Is there anything wrong with this, Judaically?
Within 24 hours, still, it's not like the actual flavor itself. Ultimately, again, it is still considered to be somewhat, what we'll call pogrom. Still a little bit compromised in some way. The Gemara goes weiter. So it's incredible. So raised the
Yo, great question. Honestly, this is a very Jewish problem to have. Fuck yeah. Oh, there is a Kavanah and purely variable. It's not unkosher, but it does cross the problem in the territory of Judaically. Okay, the Koralaka. For one food, the rule is one bracha at the beginning covers the entire act of eating. As long as there's no chesed, mental interruption, deciding you're done, and you're still within a normal eating span, roughly today, achelet pras. Once you say the bracha, repeating it again unnecessarily is called a bracha that was.
After that window has closed,
and that's generally discouraged. I understand. The real red line, bracha levatala. If someone intentionally says extra bracha when halakha says they're not required, some poskim require it dangerously close to a blessing setting. I get that. That's yours, but not because gratitude is bad, it's beautiful, but because God doesn't need extra verbal credit. The Torah is careful about using God's name. So ironically, over-blessing can backfire philosophy. But I'm on camera. This part matters, and you're not wild for raising it. Still, avoiding clips is not a halakhic justification for repeating bracha. Halakha doesn't bend just because content can be misinterpreted. However, is there a clean workaround? Yes. Here are halakhically solid options that attempt to go. Option A, best. Say the bracha once, clearly on camera. Then, between bites, say things like Baruch Hashem, thank you Hashem, Moda Ani Hashem for this food. These are 100% allowed. No issues at all. Option B, if there's a real pause, if they generally stop eating, leave, change foods, or mentally finish, then yes, a new bracha may be required. And I do that because I get interrupted with shit. But that has to be real, not artificial, not question the sincerity at all. In fact, gratitude before eating is beautiful. Public modeling of bracha is general. More is not always more holy. Bottom line, rabbinic energy. Saying bracha before every bite is not ideal halakhically. It can be a bracha in a jericha. Gratitude can and should be expressed without repeating the formal bracha. Their kavanah is clearly good, but halakha still has guardrails.
That's fine. I understand by kachrim when the obstructions went in.
Okay, but one of the things is they're eating on camera, and they at any point can get distracted because they're on. So they almost feel like eating each bite is
It also refers to the process of scrubbing
an event,
and washing.
and then when they're done with that, sometimes they put the food down or they move on to something else. So it's a guardrail.
We'll discuss a lot of these processes in Yeretz Hashem in greater depth. But
And I think it's cool. And I want you to help make the argument that it's cool.
Halacha l'maisa, again, is a process called marika ushtifa.
Got you. You're asking for the best possible defense of the practice. Within halakha, I always coach your argument that what they're doing is legit, intentional, and actually pretty thoughtful, not random piety flexing. The clean halakhic frame, this is the key move. The whole issue hinges on Hesek Hadah, loss of eating continuity. Halakha does not say one bracha per food no matter what. It says one bracha per continuous act of eating. So the argument is, on-camera eating is not a continuous act. Okay. Step one, on-camera eating is not normal eating. This rabbi is not sitting and reacting to comments, shifting attention constantly, literally performing. That's exactly right. And halakha, attention matters. Once you mentally exit the act of eating, you can require a new bracha. This is already recognized in someone who stops to teach oriented. So the claim is each bite is its own micro act, not one long seud. That's not crazy. That's real halakhic. That's a real halakhic. Step two, intentional guardrails are halakhically respected. Halakha loves fences when they're honest and consistent. This rabbi is doing something important. They're afraid of accidental bracha lavad. Labatala. They know distraction is constant. So they intentionally reset their kavanah each time. That's not stringency for show, that's risk management. It is. There's precedent for what you're thinking. In Netilat Yadayim, stringency, Laman to feel a guardrails, repeated Harani Mukaran before mitzvah. Preventing error is greater than theoretical ideal continuity. Putting food down matters. You slip in a huge halakhic point, whether you mean it or not. Sometimes they put the food aside. Turning to a new task, addressing others can constitute a break, especially if the person intends to it. Halakha follows subjective intent, not just clock time. So if they internally say, this bite is done, now I'm doing something else, then the next bite can legitimately require a new bracha. Public people clipping the video, viewers thinking brachot aren't said, public chulul Hashem optics. Avoiding misleading the public is a value in halakha. Not decisive on its own, but has a supporting factor. It strengthens the case that this isn't vanity. This isn't holier than thou, and this is crucial. They openly say it doesn't make them better. They don't tell others to do it. Don't do it. They acknowledge it is not standard practice. That takes it out of Yehu. This is personal avoda, not a norm-setting move. The tight one-paragraph defense, use this verbatim if you want. All right, it constantly shifts, and I often put food down and move it into a different mental space. I treat each bite as a separate act of eating, so I don't rely on a bracha set under distraction. I'm not saying this is the standard practice or that it's holier. It's just a guardrail on normal eating situation. This is halakhically defensible and emotionally correct. Final ruling bite. Is this how most rabbis would do it? No. Is it within halakhic logic and defensible given the text's context? Yes, and not preachy. Is that what you do? Yeah. Why? Because I'm on camera. If you ask anybody who I've ever had a meal with,
Interesting. So let's say, so they were not
Jewish communities, and not alone because you couldn't ask anybody there.
Afterwards, that same day, use it for a
do you always say brachot?
That way, again, on Tuesday,
Have you always? I've always said brachot when I knew.
And now the new absorptions are shlomo absorptions, for which you
really?
have 2 days.
Yeah, so I'm not saying I did it at 1 year old. What did you do?
Because this way, again,
Yo, dog.
ultimately, again,
Did you say brachot for them?
If that's the case, the Gemara says, which is a great idea, a great thought.
Yo, good instant question. Should answer no, you do not say brachot on behalf of a baby. Now that slip for food, it's an act of the conscious awareness. A verbal no halakhic obligation has no command, cannot fulfill its for someone else. So you can't cover them with your brachot. Saying brachot for them would actually be a problem. When an adult says they are, but they are themselves are not eating. That risks being a blessing in me. Because brachot over food are not like kiddush or havdalah. That's personal. Because brachot over food are not like kiddush or havdalah. They're personal. Why? What is done for kids? This is a chinuch angle, just not for babies. Toddlers, young kids who can speak. We teach them to say brachot, even if they don't fully understand. But they say it, not the adult for them. A baby who can't talk, you just feed them. No brachot involved. What about saying something else? Hashem is so good. Those are not form of brachot and carry zero halakha. Bottom line, rabbi to rabbi energy. No brachot for a baby, no covering them with yours. Once they can speak, they say it themselves. Gratitude can still be expressed informally. Hold on a second. I get that.
Again, kachin is just simple hagala.
Don't we say
whereas by the
bracha,
let's say again, for a spit
over bread,
for a skewer, you'll need actual fire. Very interesting.
For other people,
Rashi says no, and that's what
not just in kiddush and not just in havdalah.
The same way that we started. So
yeah, we absolutely do, and this is the exact distinction that unlocks the whole thing. You're not wrong at all. Here's a clean map. Yes, we say hamotzi for other people, but only under very specific rules. This works because of the big halakhic principle. All Jews are mutually responsible for one another. Because of that, someone who is obligated in a mitzvah can't fulfill it on behalf of others, even if they themselves already fulfilled it. That's why one person can say hamotzi for a whole table, one person can make kiddush for others, one person can bench gomel for another in some cases. Why food bracha communal bread establishes a seudah, a shared act, a single eating framework. So Chazal said one person can be motzi, everyone, if they're eating together, there's intent kavanah. The others answer amen. The one saying it is halakhically obligated. That's why it works. But this does not apply to babies. A baby is not obligated, cannot say amen, cannot have kavanah, is not part of the halakhic group. So the adult cannot be motzi them because there's no obligation to transfer, no mitzvah or no mitzvah to fulfill for them, and no shared seudah in the halakhic sense. That's why you can be motzi adults. You can be motzi older kids who understand. You cannot be motzi babies. One subtle but important nuance. Even when being motzi others with hamotzi, the person saying it is also eating or could provide. Bottom line, tight rabbinic answer. Yes, we say hamotzi for other people because bread creates a shared halakhic act of eating, and Jews can fulfill one another. But that one only works when listeners are obligated participants. A baby isn't obligated, so you can't say a bracha on their behalf. That's the whole structure, clean, no contradiction. Alright, that's cool.
Because interestingly enough,
now we've got to get on to Kabbalah. Really? Yeah, though we covered some of it in the Tefillah.
Therefore, it allows us to take certain leniencies with kosherization.
Do you think
So
that
so this is
Chabad
an
at least will
incredibly-
change the way
this
that
is an
they
incredibly important
not
to
vote?
so.
I think everybody in
The Gemara
Judaism.
says,
If people in Judaism find out there's
generally, the
who is
kosher,
Dash,
right? That's our
and
categories.
has
However,
amazing
technically
AFC
speaking,
championship
if the
stories
object,
and
if the key,
slings
the
dick like a
utensil did absorb
motherfucker
something
and is one of the
permitted
sexiest
under
motherfuckers.
certain
Did you see?
circumstances,
That looks like a fumble. That looks like a
The Gemara
fumble,
says as
son.
follows.
That looks like a fumble.
But here's the problem.
That
Even
looks like a
by Kabbalah,
fumble.
it's true that the absorption
That does
was a
not.
permitted absorption. What we said
That
before, that when it
people
becomes
want to
permitted,
emulate
right?
me.
Because now,
And
ultimately,
did I
again,
have to? No.
they are no, sir. The Gemara says that's fine. Well,
But they also have to.
You're right. At the end
Was
of
it
the
a
day,
fumble?
however, by the time
I don't know. That one's so. That one. Those can go either way.
Right? They're not tangible. They're intangible absorptions. So even though they do become prohibited, we're dealing with an
Then give it a
intangible
fumble.
that
That's
was
bullshit.
originally permitted.
All right.
And therefore we can't
Bullshit.
So therefore, we'll say,
All right. Come on. Don't be
Gemara
wrong
says
on
that if
today.
you purchase spits or skewers from an akum, you have to, interesting enough, if you want to kosher the spits or the skewers that we use for sacrificial purposes,
14th to 15th century, so a slowing continuation of Kabbalistic
in general,
commentary.
when you kosher
Isaac
something
Lamaka.
with fire,
I like
by
this
the
guy.
fire, ultimately, again, how much,
Why? Didn't he put fucking pressure
to what
on
degree? On our money, until
Moshe
the
David?
outer
I
layer
think
of
so.
the metal comes off. He did so much element. Now, we'll say, if you try this today, it's not going to work. Just like again in the second school, the Gemara discusses that when kashering with ribun with metal, try that any utensils today, it will not work, right? Because our metal is treated. So this is reflective of untreated metal. Okay. Gates of Magila. They will say, how do you do Haggalah? How do you do Haggalah? Boiling water. How do you catch the boiling water? So the Gemara says, so the easiest way is pick a big pot. Boil it up with water. Then take whatever the item is and what? Dip it into the boiling water. So that is Haggalah. Yorik Idolamai, but how do you catch the big pot? In other words, I understand how to catch the smaller things. Take a big pot, boil water in the big pot, and immerse the smaller items in the big pot. No. What do you do then? Incredible. It's my tashma. So there was only a big pot that was in the house of Rabbi, and I will say ultimately Rabbi had to cash it. So what did he do? Fascinating. That's not the Risha Apuma. You are marrying the Arsika. So Rabbi did something very interesting. He took dough, let's say, and he essentially built a brick around the top of the cleat. Now, why was he doing that? He wanted us to allow the water to overflow the top of the utensil, right? And again, make sure that it hits the lip. So the Gemara says, Rabbi said, "Man, chacham in the other piano." This is Rabbi Kaddi. What a chacham! What a great idea. You love Akadya, the Gabra Rabahu, right? Who could have done that? The Gemara says, Kasavar, because what does Rabbi Kadda Levo say here is Nabadi Levo say? This phrase, this is the key to everything in Hilchos Kashrus. Well, actually, in Halachos of Kashrus, the way it goes in is the way it comes out. Therefore, not Volobin Soso.
13:28.
This is very interesting. As a Kaddi felt, the lip of the utensil often absorbs. So we'll say the lip doesn't necessarily absorb like the rest, right? Because the rest of the utensil is direct contact with the liquid. Often the lip, like sprinkling, like the word. Spritzing. right? There's like spritzkeit, that happens around, the lip. So Ravakavia, interestingly enough, Ravakavia, when you read this Gemara, you think, oh, this is great. Because Ravakavia things by building the lip, he ensures that the liquid overflows and touches every part of the lip. Interestingly enough, apparently, Ravakavia was not so concerned about the liquid kind of touching every part of the lip. He just wanted the liquid from the pot to be able to switch off and at least like on both sides. That is how it's constantly. Interestingly enough, if you are kashering the pot, so so again, if you kasher a pot, you get a kasher pot, you take water, don't use the pot for R ultimately again forming. That's number one. And number two, you do need a patient to go along the lip of the pot as well. So generally what we just do is we just allow the liquid to overflow the pot a little bit. Does make a little bit of a mess, but it's what's necessary in order to accomplish it. Unless, of course, you want to make the dough lick as a Rabbi did, but whatever you do, you have to face off. Obviously, that idea to face off. Right. But the nice side, at least for them to be, I know somebody will come up with this, right? A pot lick, I'm sure exists, right? Some type of pot lick that you can put around the pot, allowing the water to overflow the side, the lid, but at the same time, again, not creating a major mess. Go ahead. According to a member of the Kibolo Kachpolto, that phrase, again, in general, in the halachos of kashrut, if you ever want to know, well, what mechanism or what manner this utensil, it's very easy. The way it was used is the way it's going to be kashrut. Used with fire, kashrut with
The
fire.
Peshat, plain meaning of the text in its own right, the Midrash or the Agadic exegesis, exegesis. Logical analysis and philosophical exegesis. His aim was to demonstrate that philosophical truths are already embodied in the Bible, which as a work of God transcends all the wisdom of man. He therefore recognizes the results of philosophical thought only insofar as they do not conflict with Jewish tradition, which the truth-seeking soul must tread. It is by means of the method. It is by means of this method. Bahaya believes that the deep mysteries hidden in the Bible may be revealed. Generally speaking, Rabbi Bahaya does not reveal any of his Kabbalistic sources, other than generally referring to Sefer HaBahir and the rules of Moses. He only mentions the Zohar twice. The commentary was first printed in Naples in 1492. Later editions of the commentary appeared in Massaro 1514 and 1517, Rimini 1524, Venice 1544, 1546, 1559, 1560.
Just like the queen can be kasher, I can be kasher as well. Whatever is absorbed into the negativity, I can get it out. I can get it out. Again, it's not just enough to do a whole bunch of good things. I have to ask myself, how did it get in here? How did it get in here? What did I do in order to allow the negative absorptions in? And it's only once I understand the process about how it got in, can I go ahead and figure out how to get it out. We like to do fun shiva. What's fun shiva? You like to do fun shiva. Yes, there is. You know what fun shiva is? Fun shiva is like, I'm going to take on this. I'm going to take on that. I'm going to learn this. I'm going to do that. It's fun shiva. It's exciting shiva. Right? We love that. There's only one problem. Only one little itty bitty detail, which is it doesn't actually work. So the only form of shiva that actually works is really introspective shiva. Well, I gotta look inside the pot, I gotta see all the schmutz that's been absorbed, and I gotta figure out how to get in there from ourselves. But what we forget is there's nothing to be afraid of. Because the great news is, whatever came in, I can get out. I can get it all out. But I have to be brave enough to confront absorptions. I have to be brave enough to confront the accumulated schmutz inside my personalistic past that for some of us has been accumulating over decades.
All right,
because I've
now
never
let's watch
had
a
the
fucking
courage to
Chabad
look
video.
inward. So
This
instead,
shit
what I
sucks.
do is I get new pot
Does it?
accessories, right?
How about
On
this
I
guy?
put on a new
He's
lid.
just talking.
I got some
Dude,
silver polish.
Chabad, you're
and
fucking
everything's
nuts.
great.
I mean, it's
Except
actually pretty
I
good.
haven't confronted. We're so scared to
It gives me
confront
this
because
fucking
we
message,
think
like at the
that when
beginning.
we see what's damaged inside, there's no hope for bettering ourselves.
kind of
But that's
bullshit.
not the case.
All right, let's watch this. How's
Whatever I put in,
like
I could
nobody
get
fucking
out.
knows. I love how
First have to figure out how it got in.
I love how nobody
Then I
knows
had
if
to
any
figure
of this shit is right. It's truthfully it's superstition. I hate to say it. You can fucking hold me in the fucking middle of the street, human city, but this shit is superstition. Really, all of it, all of it. This all the shit and fucking. But everybody has it, and it's cool. It's traditions that, but that isn't to say that all this shit is not superstition. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. Everything. Chabad, Sephardim, Ashkenazi, everything Orthodox, everything religious, everything. Nobody fucking knows. It's all superstition. Is it? Define the superstition in some ways, and other people don't in other ways. But if you really want to know, nobody knows. So maybe it's not. Maybe it's not superstition. But nobody comes in and is like, hey, that's superstition in one way, but other. Is it superstition? Is it? Is it really superstition? Do you feel all religion is superstition?
That removes some part of the exterior of the knife, removing the schmutz. Now the pashtos.
Before we get into that, let's talk about it.
What that does is that removes anything external. It will not.
Yo, dog, can you give me like a 10,000-foot answer on this, like a big thing, like just not even within Judaism, but all religion? It's basically superstition because nobody really knows. We are all agnostic. No one really knows. And anyone who does say they know should be a danger because no one really knows. Everything is superstition.
That actually works. Hello, again for absorptions.
Yeah, I hear what you're getting at. Let's do a 10,000-foot big picture, no footnotes, no hair splitting. Humans don't actually know what's going on. We're finite-based, biased, embodied, and stuck into our own perspective. So any system that claims access to ultimate truth looks from the outside like superstition. That's not dumb. That's actually a very old and serious philosophical position. Why religion looks like superstition from orbit. From far enough away, religion uses rituals, assigns meaning to symbols, claims causality we can't empirically verify, relies on inherited narrative. That's the same external shape as superstition, and historically, a lot of religions believe behavior was mixed with superstition, folk belief, fear, and magical thinking, no denying it. So the skepticism makes sense. The dangerous part, and you nailed this, the real red flag isn't belief, it's certainty. When someone says, I know exactly how reality works, what God wants, and how everyone else should live, that's not faith, that's epistemic arrogance. And yes, people who claim total knowledge are dangerous, whether they're religious zealots, political ideologues, utopians, or anti-religious absolutists. Certainty kills curiosity. Curiosity keeps us human. Here's the counter move religion makes when it's at its best. The strongest religious traditions actually say, you don't know. That's the point. In Judaism, especially, God is unknowable. Even prophets don't get full clarity Arguments are preserved instead of erased.
Now, both said back to back
Doubt
to
is
Two Jews.
built into the
Back
system.
to back to me.
When
We're
religion
sitting in
forgets
front
that, it
of
turns into
Shavuot
superstition
Mountain.
or
Shavuot,
tyranny.
the
Or tyranny.
Shavuot site was a
When
Rashi
it remembers
says,
this, it becomes something else. So, what is
Yeah,
religion
was
if
a
not
Persian
superstition?
king.
At
Also,
altitude,
watch
you
this.
can frame
I
it
took Kamara
like
Esrog.
this:
This is
religion
what
is the
happened. So
discipline
we brought the
for living with
Shavuot
uncertainty,
Esrog,
not a
and
cheat
Esrog,
code for
not for
escaping it.
Sukkis, but to eat.
It's a way to slow down impulse, ritualize gratitude, encode ethics, transmit wisdom, humble the ego. The metaphysics might be unknowable, but the practice shapes behavior. The real dividing line, this matters. It's not religion versus superstition says, I know the hidden rules. Mature religion says, I don't know, so I act carefully. Bad religion claims knowledge, good religion disciples ignorance. Your instinct is basically this, and it's valid. Nobody has a full picture. Anyone claiming total truth should set off alarms. Most human meaning systems are provisional. We're all making sense with limited tools. That's not anti-religious, that's anti-dogma. Final 10,000-foot takeaway. If someone uses religion to say, I don't know, so I choose gratitude, restraint, and responsibility, that's something else entirely. And honestly, the second version is the only one worth keeping. Is it superstition? I mean, if you really want to know, a lot of this shit is superstition. Nobody knows. I wish the Chabad website would put it at the very top, truthfully. Or you could say nobody really knows, but this is what we believe.
So, like, he's not going to eat it if I don't catch it.
If they did that,
I don't know, like,
I think that that would garner a lot of respect within the secular world of Judaism and just secularism in general. And it would be the bravest thing that Judaism could do, or Chabad could do.
Now, what does that mean?
Really? Yeah, it really should say that. No one really knows anything, but this is what we believe.
Persian hospitality was that when you were a guest,
that's a fucking thing. It's paradoxical.
So apparently,
all right, are you gonna watch this shit? Yeah, what's Zoom?
No to the offer.
Zoom. Isn't that like a fucking Nissan commercial?
Also quite some hospitality over here, right? So the nice, again, Shavuot says, listen, I'm not judging you, but obviously you accepted the hospitality. Rabbi Huda did not tip. Rabbi Huda ultimately clearly is of a higher spiritual caliber. And let's say the story itself is quite dramatic. It's interesting that this is the last story in the Sefer Avodah, which is quite that. Well, now, what's to be sown? So, it is important. We saw this many times in the past, and especially Jews have this. You don't see this in other religions. Jews sometimes feel very uncomfortable, especially in Guinness, right? In Guinness, wearing our faith on our sleeve, right? And for whatever the reason, like we're uncomfortable telling their employee about all the Jewish holidays that they need to take. All right, business lunch is like somehow again like I don't know, what should I do? What shouldn't I do? It's less prevalent now. But even wearing a yarmulke, in the workplace, for some reason Jews are always uncomfortable. And I will say, so much of the Sefer Avodah is about keeping ourselves different from general culture. And I think the major takeaway from this story is, if you are a proud Jew, others will come to respect you for who and what you are. If you wear your boundaries and are unapologetic about your boundaries in the eyes of the Achim, in the eyes of society, I think people will respect you more for it. But when you are apologetic about who and what you are, or you try to somehow obscure or hide who and what you are, people won't respect you. If you don't respect your identity, don't expect others to respect your identity. Bati Bartuni, by the way, Tosfos has a whole thing over here that Bati Bartuni was actually an emancipated slave, and therefore perhaps would have been permitted to be with these women. In other words, Bati Bartuni, you don't have to even look like you did anything wrong. That's not even it. But in the eyes of King Shapur, Bati Bartuni, you don't wear your religion on your sleeve, right? You don't come across as a person who's marketing on your Judaic values. Okay, that's fine. Do what you want. I'm not judging you. But if you're not careful with your beliefs, don't expect me to be careful with your beliefs. But my Yehuda is a proud Jew. Is a proud Jew. And when a Jew is a proud Jew, the world will never agree with you. The world will respect themselves. And the world respects principled people who live their lives in counter-principles. Even King Shur, who's no great founder, even King Shur is Surah Yehuda, and ultimately again respected. So I just end off with the following note. You know, the Masechta ends, and the Savior see him in Hashem. A week from last night, sorry if we notice on this, but this is how the Masechta ends, right? It's Hadron Allah Chasoka Sahor, Uslika Law Masechta Avodah Zarah. So, like, literally, again, we'll return to you. Hasoka Sahor, that's the name of the parak. Hasoka, and that it says something so incredibly beautiful. He says like this. He says, Hadron Allah Soka. He says, our avodah in life, like Antigonus says, is not to worship HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately again because of sky, because of ruler. Like our avodah in life ultimately again is to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu because we have the great privilege to be servants of the Ribono Shel Olam. When we reach that level of service for the sake of service, we create such an incredible infusion of holiness in this world that nothing besides HaKadosh Baruch Hu will be served and will be believed in. And the Rebbe says that's the meaning of this verse. Hadron Allah Asochar. We have to bring to a close this schar. We have to bring to this model that's about what we're going to get out of it. And if we're able to bring ourselves to this highest level of HaKadosh, of service of Hashem, not for schar, but just for the sake of service, then what? Slika la Mesechtas Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah will stop to exist at the level of service to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which is not service for rewards, but service for the sake of service. We've spent the last 75 days, Baruch Hashem, 75 days, literally, whereas all of the Avodah Zarahs and all the Avodah Zarahs have simply disappeared into the sands of time. Yet here we are learning about them and recognizing Ashreinu, Makot, Chelkenu, Umana, and Gorale. How fortunate we are to be able each and every day to cling to eternity. This is eternity. Torah is eternity. The Ribono Shel Olam is eternity. Which is why thousands of years after this Old Avodah Zarah only live on these pages. That's what I'm saying. We are still here. We are still growing. In fact, as a springboard to see the following in everything else. And the greatness in what we have. And that greatness should bring us closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Get out of this. But serve because we have the privilege to serve. The privilege to connect. And may that connection, Yemez Hashem, fuel our journey through our future Masechtas, fuel our journey in the years ahead. Mazel Tov on Masechtas Avodah Zarah. Holiness, Yemez Hashem begins tomorrow. The journey continues, and together, Yemez Hashem will continue to serve for the continue to serve in a way that brings us closer, continue to serve in a way that makes us better Jews, better people, better Old Hashem for many years to come.
No one knows.
So for a moment, reality ceased.
No one knows.
But its mood in the first place would be deleted as if it never was.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Schos.
So everything is here
Okay.
because God is speaking it into existence. Everything is being spoken right now, even you. To learn more about the team, check out our merch and get other
I will say good morning. A great Schos Baruch Hashem to continue the week together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. So thank the ROTHSCHILD annual Talmud Torah sponsor.
You need that many people to create this fucking video? What's mine gonna say? The Rabbi. That's it.
Aliyah's neshama for his parents, Avram ben
You don't know anybody else's.
Zelig, and in the hopes that the tefillah, and Meretz Hashem of our entire kiddo will be miskabel on high this Elul and in the month ahead. Shmuel Yali Beginovitz, Re'ili Nishmas, Rabbi Ari Philip David from we hope that the Meretz Hashem of all of our tefillahs. Oh, and our week of learning sponsors, the phone with Rachel. We hope that the Meretz of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nisham Sav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama. Meretz Hashem, so Shpat Hashem, bring home all of our hostages, the Shalom and Recover, our holy soldiers to be successful. Hamas Day and truly share the Sarah troubles for all of our Mitzvah and Meretz Hashem this month and in the many months. And of course, another special one stuff to our Chavra Vidali Rosenblum on the engagement of his son, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov to the brother of the Chassan, Josh Rosenblum, beautiful Simcha Baruch Hashem, and the Shrakish Rizochet walked the Chassan down to the football to do today. Baruch Hashem, a really great dot ahead of us as we amazingly enough make our way towards the end of Avodah Zarah. So today's daf is Ayin Hey 75. And we have to do 4b. Where did we leave off? Okay, that was totally unhelpful. Well, was it saying? Where?
That's the key difference between God making matter and gives it a new form. Arranging all parts just so till they have the perfect
On the mark.
And it could be a masterpiece. It's just a rearrangement of parts.
7 lines. 2, 4, 6. Amarava. Perfect. Thank you. All right, well, I said great. Thank you. Amarava. 7 lines up in the bottom. Thank you. See what the master needs in? I saw the Rabbana. Good. Well, at the end we got Zara Shrava. Nava or Sasa. So the Gemara says this house. So we'll say, remember again, we've been talking about the use ultimately again of a Kli. And in the event that, let's say, the Kli has absorptions being used from the vacuum, ultimately again, how do you deal with that? So now Rabbi says something very interesting. Na'ava or Sasa. Now what does this mean? You look at Rashi. So Rashi is about 7 lines, actually 3 lines into the wide lines. Na'ava or Sasa. Hagat, here's Sicho Barosi. If you have a wine press, and ultimately again that press was used by an akum, and now you want to go ahead and utilize it, ultimately again for Jewish use, so you could scald it. Boiling water. If you put boiling water ultimately again on the press, that'll go ahead. So again, that's that halacha. Just I'm going to tell you coming attractions to exciting. On other days, in Meretz Hashem is going to become the primary sugya of kashering. That's we're going to see again how essentially when things go in, how do you get them back out? So hold on before we draw any conclusions. But again, Rabbi introducing this idea that essentially if you scald the press, ultimately renders it to freeze. Rabbi, this is just the side point because we just mentioned Rabbi. When Rabbi would go ahead and send, we'll say gulfi are empty jugs, earthenware jugs. When he would send empty earthenware jugs, tarpanya, that was a place, what would he do? Now remember again, when it comes to earthenware, there's one thing we know about earthenware, which is highly absorbent. So you got to be careful with this. So now Rabbi is sending empty earthenware jugs to Arpanya. He wants to make sure that they don't get used, thinking that's going to render them problematic during the course of their journey. So what would he do? Listen to this. The Gemara says, so he returned the jugs upside down in their bag. Right? So instead of having right side up, maybe the top of the jug, the opening of the jug sitting upward, he would turn them upside down. And he would go ahead and literally wrap the opening of the bag. So this essentially was a double simon, right? A double simon. Number one, the jugs were placed in an unusual way, top down, right? So or bottom up, ultimately again, and then the outside bag was actually sealed as well. So this double simon was enough to ensure that the akum would not tamper with the drugs when they're being transported. Kasavar, so the kiyum, I feel the isha goes to the abundance. Also, remember again, remember again, we might talk about the difference between, let's say, jugs and a wine press. What's the difference? Wine press is used at the start. The stuff doesn't sit in there, as opposed to jugs where items are ultimately kept in there for a longer duration.
I was thinking about
because of that, that's why the jugs have a bigger issue in terms of safety usage. Okay, so therefore, again, Rabbi felt
what were you thinking?
Once
just the bullshit of the NCAA and how it tracks wins. But that's neither here nor there.
So now we go back to the beginning of the skipper. Remember again, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah spoke about this idea that if you have a wine press, essentially, what was the issue? Apparently has a little bit of a negative odor. How do you take care of the negative odor of the fish? You mix in wine, which is fine if it's a do that's doing it, but if it's a akron that's doing it, you have a little bit of an issue. So therefore, the Mishnah spoke about the idea. So the Mishnah spoke about 3 different types of presses. There was a press that was made, a wine press that was made out of stone. And again, the Gemara said that halacha l'maisa, just wipe it down. If it's maple, Rabbi says wipe it down. So come say you have to peel off the sealant. And ultimately, again, if it's made of earthenware, everyone agrees can't be used. So it's not even going to ask the $1 million question. When you say wipe it down, what does that mean? What exactly is that process of wiping it down? So how do you go ahead and wipe down the press, rendering it fit for use? Rab Amar Benayim. Rab says, you just wipe it down with water. Rab Amar Amar with ash. You're saying scrub down with ash. Someone says, 1 second. Rab Amar Benayim v'lo be'efer. Rab Amar be'efer. Be'efer v'lo Benayim. So strange. So is Rab saying you only use water and not ash? And again, is Rab saying you only use ash and not water? Ella, 75a. Rab Amar Benayim v'huat din la'efer. Rab Chana Amar li'efer v'huat din la'mayim. Ultimately, they both say what's involved in the quote-unquote wiping down process, both water as well as ash. So you scrub it with ash, you wash it down with water. And you might be very interestingly enough, type of presses. Habri kibasa, habri beshta. When it's talking about a press that is wet, and when it's talking about a press that is dry. If the press is wet, ultimately, again, the first thing you do is you apply the ash, scrub out the moisture, then wash it down with water. If the press is dry, then the process ultimately again begins with water. But I will say there's a process ultimately again of regulating the press. Remember again, I want to point out this is a very specific case
if you're watching this,
of a press that was treated with
we are at video number 5
is that the wine mixed in
and
so now again,
of animated
you have
Kabbalah.
to wipe it down. How do you wipe it down? Essentially,
And then we're going to do a question and answer session.
Which one comes first? Start with the ash first, then go to
the art of balance.
Omri, some kind of way to go ahead and ready the press for Jewish use. Requires 2 steps. Sometimes it requires 3 steps. Now what is the saying? So here's what's interesting. If you look at actually this moment, Tarti plus, Tarti, Efer Mayim, the Abeshta plus Mayim, Efer Mayim. And let's see what Rabbi is introducing is as follows. At the end of the day, in order to find it, to ready the press for use, you have to do a final wash down with water. So sometimes the kashering process is 2 steps. sometimes it's 3 steps. How so? Say if it's dry, it's going to be 3 steps. Water, ash, water. If it's wet, it's going to be 2 steps, just ash and water. Okay. So we're going to see essentially some of this is my focus. Well, let's see the different processes. 3 steps, and sometimes it's 4. How so? Again, so Rashi points out over here, if halakha l'maisa, if the press is wet, so it's going to be again ashy, then it's going to be water, ash, then we'll see again water, ash. Surah Masnuhachi, so the Disa Masnuhachi, so again, here's what's interesting about this. Everyone is agreeing, halakha l'maisa, that it's the same ingredients for the wiping down process. So let's say, here's what's interesting. Here after the ash, why? To go ahead and remove the ash. So the focus Rabbi Shmuel is that last application of water considered to be part of what we'll call the hadach, part of the, or the menagi, part of the like experience, or ultimately again just a utilitarian step in removing ash. Okay, so that's the machlokes. That's why one calls it a 3-step process, not counting the last water. One calls it a 4-step process, counting the last water. Good. Bottom line, what's the takeaway? That ultimately, again, if you have a wine press that was sealed by an apple, I want to point out over here, we're talking about also wine presses that were never really used by the apple. Right? The issue over here is just the sealant, not the usage. Now you want to render it fit for use, ultimately again for a juice. What's involved in the nagban? Wiping it down, both water and ash. How much water, how much ash? That's going to depend ultimately again on the state of the press. Incredible. But honey guli da'aramoy nine. What's the interesting case over here? What's the status of this guli da'aramoy? Now, what is this? We look at Rashi. Rashi is the last line of the Akalan Ubarazis. You see, the Kalakan also Spivos Hatakua. Shelo Yispazu Ha'another Mikavra Kol. Okay, so both sides. So remember, you have a wine press. What do you have in a wine press? Number 1, you have grapes, right? Number 2, the press itself is made up of multiple parts. One of the most basic parts, how do you press the grapes? You go ahead and you place a board on top of the grapes, right? And you apply pressure to the board that's being shaped. Now,
that's it? You don't fucking end it?
You want to make sure that the grapes themselves don't scatter. So what would they put
No, they don't. Absolutely not. I mean,
some type of netting,
I guess, maybe.
Netting,
not really, though. Not really, though.
So
you just explain. I understand the concepts, but it's not like I'm like, oh, now I know why I'm on this fucking earth. That didn't happen.
So in other words, what happens if you have a gurgi daramoi from an akum? If the akum used it, now can I use that ultimate base?
Let's get, instead of that, let's get down to,
interestingly enough, from not the laws of Yayin Nesach, but interestingly enough, the laws of Tuma and Tara. So let's say a person ultimately, again, he's got his wine press, base bagov, his olive press became Tame. And now he wanted to purify them.
Tacos.
So what's the halacha?
Let me make sure I'm saying.
So the Gemara says,
I mean, I know I'm saying
Adoshin v'halulavim, the board, right? Adoshin lulavim are like the brooms that you use.
Yo, baby, down to brass tacks.
Rinse that off. Just
could you say, let's get down to
the netting? The netting. So what you need to do ultimately again is when is that lashon we had before? Sounds like wipe it down.
If this says no,
it's made out of some type of reed.
Response 1. Dude, I don't want to do your work for you. Just, let's get down to tachlis. Is the Jew meaning just with a little deli cutter sweater? Oh, that's so cute. Alright, let's get down to tachlis, bitches. Alright.
From one pressing season to the next.
Any rabbi out there should probably start any discussion or class with, but this is what we believe. If they're going to be honest. And same with any religious website, like the Chabad website. If they're being honest.
So sometimes it's not exactly a year. Rabbi Yossi says,
yeah, that's actually a very solid, very rabbinic take. The most honest rabbis implicitly start with, no one really knows for sure, Elu ve'elu divrei Elokim chaim, but this is the Mazor we live by. And then they teach from inside the commitment, not pretending it's empirical certainty. Any religious website with trusting should do the same. Flag what's belief, tradition, and interpretation instead of dressing faith up as neutral fact. So I should say that. I should start my fucking things with push, perhaps not that. Elu ve'elu divrei Elokim. Alright. Are you done? I asked a lot of questions in that bitch. So we're not doing question and answer. We're going to do a little sing-along, bitches. Really? Oh, for sure. Oh, man, I got to take a dizzy, though. I got to take a dizzy, allegedly. Like a big time. All right.
Why are we doing this? Because the Gemara is talking about this idea.
So,
I went ahead and...
For any... And I don't normally do these on camera. In fact, I don't know. I've not done any of them.
The Gemara is trying to say, essentially, the process that one would use to go ahead and purify a wine press from Tuma and Tara, from Tuma to Tara, would effectively be the same process that the wine press would undergo to go from what we call,
Alright, so just do it. The baseline for this song is one of the best basslines in the history of humankind.
The process we just outlined was the process ultimately.
Yeah, stand-up bass is a big thing. Do you have to go to the bathroom? Yeah. I'm not gonna. Okay, so just time out on this bitch.
This same process that we just outlined, ultimately again to bring a press, a wine press, an olive press from Tuma and its accessories to use for Yayin Nesef. So therefore, I will say ultimately again a little bit of the machlokes over here. What exactly do you need to do to mutar the accessories and the press itself? Or whatever the process works for Tumantaro, that is the same process ultimately again that will work from Yayin Nesef to allow to use for Jewish use. And by the way, Kama Ona. So remember again, one of the things the Gemara said is one of the ways to go ahead and do mutar everything is essentially leave it under flowing water for an Ona. For an Ona. What's an Ona? I'm going to be Kibbutz, I'm going to be Yochanan. O Yom O Laila, either a day or a night. Now, listen, what is not 24 hours. What it means is a day, 12 hours. Now, I'll say, interestingly enough, the Gemara, Rabbi Chana She'ina, Ba'amr Rabbi Chana Bar She'ina, Amra Bar Chana, Amra Yochanan, Chatzi Yom, Chatzi Laila. You know, it's half the amount of a daytime period and half the amount of a night. Kufas Nisan Tishrei, Habit Kufas Tammuz Teves. So I'll say this is very interesting. During the times of Nisan and Tishrei, spring equinox, right? So ultimately, again, the days and nights are the same length, 12 hours, right? During ultimately Tammuz and Teves, which essentially is the summer and the winter, days and nights are not the same length. So bottom line, interestingly enough, what Ona means is 12 hours. That's an Ona. That's an Ona for 12 hours. Okay? Ultimately, again, but sometimes you could just say a night Ona instead of a total of 12 hours. Okay, good. The Gemara says as follows. Amar Yehuda, Hani Nagvins. What's an interesting case over here? Take a look at Rashi. Ravaki Mishmeres Kimin Sak Shustin Ben Shmar Lahosin. So we'll say, so this is also like a netting. A netting, mishmaris literally means like a sieve or a funnel. So this would be like a type of netting that you would put the crushed grapes, right? would you put the crushed grapes in there? Because they're still liquid. Even after you crush it in the press, you put like the grape pulp into this netting, and gravity does a lot of work, just allowing the wine to come out. So the shaila now is, if I have this type of netting from an akum, and now again he's used it for his own wine. So the shaila is, how, under what circumstances can I use it for me? So the Gemara says, Hani Ravaki Daramai Demazia Madich. Rashi says Demazia, if it's made out of human hair. So sometimes all you need to do is simply wipe it down, rinse it off, and you're good to go. You're good to go. So apparently human hair wasn't considered to be a very absorbent material. So if it's ultimately made out of wool, menagfon, ultimately again, and then you have to do this process of niguf, right? That requires a bit more of a drying out. The kiss, now if it's made out of wool, you have to let it sit for a while. Kitri shardali. Now, if there's knots in the netting, then obviously part of the kosherization of the nets is undo the knots, right? Which makes sense, because if wine gets absorbed in the knots, we're going to undo the knots. Fine. Someone says, Hani dekuli v'chalsad da'aramoi. So ultimately, I will say, so these baskets, the chiti, ultimately bechavli, the suri madichon. So Rashi says over here, bechavli the suri, chavalim shall suri dekel. So ultimately, again, if they're sewn together, the chavli the suri, with again the ropes of sur. So the Gemara says, madichon, you just wipe it down. Okay, so most of these are all just different materials that these utensils are made of. So madichan, wipe it down on the days. It's menagbon. If it's made, Rashi says the tzivsan is mean gen, some type of reed. Ultimately, again, then you need the process of niguf. The kisna, if it's made out of wool, the yashnan, you have to essentially let it sit for a while unused. There isn't do the nuts before going in and using it. Itmar, what's the interesting case over here? This will take us to the Mishnah. Itmar, Hama Aretz Shahoship Yodo Legat, the Naga Bashos. Interesting case. And Hama Aretz, I must say, what's the assumption of Hama Aretz? What's only the assumption of when the Gemara talks about Hama Aretz, what's one of the determinants of an Hama Aretz? Tumatara. And Amar is not Makna Tumatara, which I will say, by the way, if you think about it, such a profound Mr. Haskell, what is the greatest source of life ignorance? Or what is the greatest paradigmatic example of life ignorance? If you don't know what is Tameh and what is Tahar, and you're going through life and Tahara, then ultimately again, Ein Amaratzas, Ein ignorance, Gidola Mizo. No one knows everything, but the most important things you need to know in life is what is tameh, what is tahar, what is good, what is bad, what is kosher, what is treif myself from. If I don't have enough awareness or enough knowledge to know that, then unfortunately, Chazal said, you're in bad shape. You know, if you don't know a lot of other stuff, okay, you can learn it. But the inability to distinguish life Torah, life Tara, then unfortunately, again, the Gemara says that's an Amma Aretz. So in this case, again, let's go back to the halacha, not the Ashkava. Amma Aretz, and Amma Aretz comes along, and he puts his hand in my wine press. Why? Why do people do a lot of things? Why are you touching my stuff? Just why are you touching my stuff? Right? So again, but whatever. There's a famous story. The story actually has like a number of different versions of it, but one version of the story is that Hashem Tabakadosh was walking with his Talmud Mufach, Magid and Mesrich. And the older man was walking, and what did he do? Just not thinking, he pulled the leaf off the. So, Magid said, Israel said, you do all kinds. Magid didn't even know. He said, no, what are you doing? What are you doing? So, and then the Maggid understood. He said, I just pulled a leaf off the tree. He said, that leaf has a tachlis in the world as well. That leaf has an avoda in the world as well. Right? That leaf here is served to some purpose. You think it's just here for you to tell a story. Remember when the Baal Shem Tov was teaching his Talmud? Mindfulness. Mindfulness. See, if you're walking and just pluck something off without thinking, the problem is right there. I did something without thinking. A Yid never should do something without thinking. The entire avodah of the Yid is to live with mindfulness. So everything I do, again, there's a kavanah. It doesn't mean I don't make mistakes. But when I say again, there's a kavanah, there's a mindfulness. That's lesson 1. Lesson 2, everything in this world has a purpose. And lesson number 3, even the leaves, right? Even the leaves, everything has a tachlis in avodas Hashem. I remember as a child, I'm sure I share this. My grandmother was from the bracha. My grandparents, when they came to this country after the war, they went to the Bronx a little bit, and then they went to Vineland, New Jersey. My grandfather was a chicken farmer in Vineland, New Jersey. So they had acres and acres of land. By the time we were little already, we sold off most of it. We only had like 10 acres, But they had, so summertime, we never really went to camp. We just went to Vineland, New Jersey. It was much better. And I remember when it used to storm, my grandmother would take us outside, and she would always say, look at the trees. They were in a swing. She said, the trees are davening to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It was the most beautiful and profound. To this day, I'm mesmerized by the trees. Mamish always watching them daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It was such a beautiful imagery. But again, that's what Baal Shem Tov was saying to the Maggid also. Everything davens to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There's a song of Tefillah that all of nature sings. Don't get in the way of nature. Let nature do its thing. This is not like a tree. It's almost like we kind of become, as human beings, become like a little bit self-centered, that it's all about us. Everything in this world has its tachlis and avodas Hashem. In any event, bottom line, don't touch other people's stuff, right? That's the takeaway. So the Amaris comes along, he touches my grapes. He touches a cluster of grapes. Now, obviously, what we're talking about over here is the clusters are in the press. So what happens? So the Gemara says, now the shaila is, Rabbi Chia Chad Amar Eshkol B'Chol Siyoset Meim. So it says, now what's the status of the grapes in the press? So one opinion said, that cluster, and ultimately again, everything got kula Torah. But the good news is, the rest of the surrounding clusters, problematic. Everything else is going to be tar. The other one said, Kalagat kula nami. The other opinion said, no, everything in the press is tameh. Okay, so both sides. So that's pretty dramatic. So according to the first opinion, that said that again, it is only the actual cluster that was touched, and the surrounding clusters are tameh, but the rest of the vat is tar. What about the following case? If you find a sheret, if you find a dead rodent in the olive press, ultimately, again, it's only metame, the place where of contact. But if there was olive oil flowing in the press, then ultimately, again, everything in there is tameh. So once I say, interestingly enough, why is it that by the olive oil, everyone agrees that everything is tameh, but yet again, by the wine press, there's this opinion that the immediate surrounding clusters that are tameh. To which the Gemara says very simple: Hasam lo mifsak v'lo midi, ha mifseki eshkolos. Well, there's a very big difference. In mix, by the clusters, there's individualized clusters. So you could see that someone would say surrounding clusters that will be tummy, but everything else remains tar, as opposed to the olive press where there's oil everywhere. The oil is going to combine everything. The Gemara says, so once I say ultimately again, the Rabbanan asking, like the first opinion, that this tamei, the surrounding clusters are tameim, but the rest of the vat ultimately again will be turned. We'll say, now we must be talking about also wine, right? Because if it's flowing, in other words, there could be some wine on the bottom over there, but if it's flowing with wine, then it's like the olive oil case. So it must be a case of where the clusters themselves might be some wine on the bottom, but not submerged in wine. Incredible. Now we come to the last Mishnah in the Masechta. Incredible. Let's say our last Mishnah. And this, by the way, get ready. This is going to be such a fun sugya. This is great, great stuff. Halacha l'maisa. We're going to have to find opportunity in Yos Hashem to be able to go and have a share together as well on these sugis. So here we go, Mishnah. Get ready for this. So now, I'm sorry, no more Yayin Nesach. No more Yayin Nesach, all right? You had your fill of Yayin Nesach. Again, we'll have Yayin Nesach in a little bit, but now what we're doing is we are fundamentally entering into the laws of kashrus, specifically the laws of hechsher kelim, kosherization of utensils and vessels for Jewish use. Here we go. So watch this. I purchase a utensil from an akum, a used pot. I purchased a utensil from an akum. So as now the shaila is, now again, if there's one thing that we have taken away from this entire sugya of Yayin Nesach is that what? That's utensils absorb. Utensils absorb. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, when I go ahead and I purchase a used utensil from an akum, I have to be aware that there are absorptions in do about it. So watch this. So again, we'll have to see exactly what this means. So that which is normally immersed should be immersed. Now Rashi says, what does this mean? Look at Rashi in the Mishnah, first short line. So we're going to see that when you purchase a utensil from an akum, there are really two steps involved in rendition, which means extraction of any non-kosher absorptions that after the utensil has been kosherized, then you require tvila, immersion in a mikvah. Immersion in a mikvah has to do that whenever a Jew acquires utensil, be it that utensil.
Yo, dog, isn't there an argument? Give me the steelman argument for people to be free of everything that they want to do, where we have evolved through transhumanism into another species. Thing is kosher when it comes to the mitzvot and everything. I think that these were traditions of our past and symbolic. Yet we still can do stuff with intention.
Everything that a yid does is a davar shebekdusha, is holy. Therefore, my utensils must be.
All right, steelman time. I'll give you the strongest possible Orthodox literate argument, not a strawman. The steelman argument: kavod as the meta mitzvah in the post-human future. Kavod, human dignity plus divine honor, becomes the governing principle through which the mitzvot are fulfilled by intention and instruction, not necessarily by their original biological and material forms. This is not random futurism. It's already baked into Chazal. Kavod already exists. Kavod already overrides mitzvot today. The Talmud explicitly says human dignity is so great that it can override a negative command. Morocco 19b. That's wild if you think about it. It means mitzvot are not brute rules. They are tools to preserve kavod. So if the form of mitzvah involved violates kavod, the form yields. Mitzvot were always embodied metaphors. Rambam already framed mitzvot as training the body, educating desire, reshaping consciousness. Shabbat, time sovereignty, tzitzit, attention engineering. If humanity no longer had the same body, insisting on identical physical compliance would actually be anti-Torah because the purpose is lost. Transhumanism, not rebellion. Judaism already accepts medicine altering nature, glasses rewriting vision, pacemakers overriding biology, and partnering with them. If future humans evolve or self-engineer into another species through wisdom, not hubris, that's just Ma'asa Bereshit, complete Midrash Tanchuma. Kashrut as intentional constraint, not protein. In a post-biological world, no digestion, no animals, no hunger. So what does kashrut become? Intentional limitation of desire. You still say, I could consume everything, but I choose boundaries. That is kosher. Kosher is not cow versus pig. Kosher is submission of appetite to meaning. Mitzvah becomes symbolic for formative acts, just like carbonel became tefillah. Physical slaughter is verbal sacrifice. Blood equals breath. Future mitzvot could be simulated ritual acts, temporal constraints, conscious intention protocols. Same mitzvah, different substrate. Halakhically, this is called fulfilling a mitzvah by its essential intention. Freedom is not the enemy. Unboundedness. Torah never forbade ability. It forbade living without self-chosen limits. So a being who can do everything but chooses structure is more halakhic, not less. That's literally the ideal Jew. The kicker: this preserves Torah better than literalism. If mitzvot are frozen in biology, Torah dies when biology changes. If mitzvot are rooted in kavod, Torah scales infinitely, meaning past Jews honored God through meat and fire, future Jews honor God through intention and form constraint. Same covenant, different hardware. One sentence Stillman thesis. Kavod allows a future humanity to fulfill all the mitzvot. Kavod allows a future humanity to fulfill all the mitzvot through intentional symbolic dignity preserved structures, because Torah was never about preserving ancient bodies, but about training consciousness to choose limits in the presence of infinite freedom. Alright, what else do you want to say? I should start saying this at the beginning of these bitches. What? Elu ve Elu divrei Elokim Chaim. No one really knows for sure. Elu ve Elu divrei Elokim Chaim. But this is the Mazor we live by. Now, here's another question that I have. It's very paradoxical. Yoda, this is very paradoxical, except the fact that we know that nobody really knows anything. Isn't that really paradoxical? Who first came up with this? Talk to me about it, please. Interestingly enough, if you notice, therefore, yeah, that's one of those ideas that feels like it ties your brain into a knot, because it does. You're circling a real ancient paradox. Let's walk it clearly. The core paradox. No one knows anything except that we know that no one knows anything. If this statement is true, then it's false because you know something. It's false. If it's false, then maybe someone does know something. So the statement self-destructs the moment you take it literally. That's the paradox. Who first said it? Socrates via Plato, the OG version. Socrates is the classic source. He reported to have said something like, I know that I know nothing. But here's the key Stillman detail people miss. Socrates did not mean this as a factual claim about reality. He meant it about methodological stance. What he actually meant. Other people think they know. He knows that his beliefs might be wrong. The awareness makes him wiser than people who are certain. So the real meaning is closer to, I know that my knowledge is always provisional. That's not paradoxical, it's epistemic humility. Pyrrho and the skeptics, radical version. Later Greek skeptics, Pyrrhonists, went harder. We cannot know how things really are. Problem, if you know that knowledge is possible, you've contradicted yourself. Their escape move, they said, we don't assert as knowledge, we merely suspend judgment. Very slippery, very clever. The liar paradox connection. This is cousins with this sentence is false. Yeah, it is. Same self-referential explosion. Ancient Greeks noticed this early, Eubulides, and it haunted logic all the way to Gödel, Russell, modern computer science. Self-reference is the poison. Jewish thought quietly, much wisdom brings much grief. Not no wisdom exists. Rambam says we can know what God is not. we can know how to act. Knowledge exists but is bounded. Not knowledge is impossible. The deep fix, category mistakes. The paradox only appears if you confuse two kinds of knowing. Object level knowledge, facts about the world. This is a tree, fire burns, stealing is wrong. Meta knowledge, knowledge about knowledge. When someone says no one knows anything, they're trying to make a meta knowledge claim while phrasing it like an object level claim. That's why it implodes. The non-paradoxical reformulation. This is the clean version. Instead of no one knows anything, human knowledge is provisional, contextual. All human knowledge is provisional, contextual, and core. Boom. No paradox. Still deep, still humble. That's basically Socrates, science, Rambam, modern epistemology. Why this matters and why you felt the tension. Because if taken seriously, the absolute version undermines morality, undermines Torah, undermines science, undermines itself. But the humble version grounds learning, prevents arrogance, makes dialogue possible, keeps truth-seeking alive. One line take. The paradox only exists if you turn humility into an absolute claim. Once you treat not knowing as a stance rather than a fact, the contradiction disappears.
A utensil, ultimately, again, that was kosher.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but argument to be made. All knowledge is the same. Categorize it is knowing that you can do that, which leads into the paradox.
Order here is very important. Immersion could only occur after
Okay, good. This is the hard version of the problem, and you're not being sloppy. You're pushing on the exact pressure point philosophers argue about when they refuse the easy escape. Let's stay inside your assumption and see what's around. You're saying all knowledge is the same kind of thing. You don't get to separate meta-knowledge from regular knowledge. Once you categorize, you've already claimed knowledge, and the paradox comes back. That's your position. Let's steal man. Step one, accept the premise. No hierarchy of knowledge. Assume no privilege layer, no about knowledge versus about facts. Every claim is just a claim. Every I know is structurally identical. Under this assumption, this statement, no one knows anything, cannot be stabilized. Not because it's sloppy, but because language itself is referential. This is where the paradox becomes real, not semantic. Step 2. The paradox is not about knowledge, it's about assertion. Here's the crucial move. The problem isn't knowledge. The problem is making assertions at all. The moment you assert, you're already playing the game. You've committed to truth conditions. You've stepped into a system that can talk about itself. That's why the paradox is unavoidable. If all knowledge is one flat category, assertions can refer to themselves. This is exactly why Godel, Tarski, and Wittgenstein end up saying something unsettling. Some things cannot be said, only shown. Step 3. Only stable positions left. Once you reject categorization, only 3 positions remain that don't explode. Total silence. So no philosophy, no Torah, no science. This is the Zen, really Wittgenstein endpoint. Whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent. You act without asserting truth. You say things like, it appears to me, I'm inclined to think for now. You never say this is true. You never say this is no. This avoids paradox, but it's unstable socially. Actually, embrace inconsistency. This is the spicy one. This is where modern logic goes. You allow substance everything. This is called dialetheism. Graham Priest. Under this view, no one knows anything is both true and not fully true. Reality survives, logic bends. This is not fringe anymore. It's used in AI and formal systems. Step 4. Why categorization feels illicit and why you're right. You're sensing something deep. Categorizing knowledge creates an Archimedean point, a place to stand outside the system. But if nothing stands outside the system, then any categorization is already cheating any exercise. So yes, the paradox is real under your rules. Step 5, the Jewish move, not a dodge, a reframing. Judaism doesn't solve this with epistemology. It solves it with covenantal action, not what can I know, but What am I? Commitment under uncertainty. That's not knowledge, that's loyalty. And loyalty survives paradox. Bottom line, no escape hatches. If all knowledge is one flat category, a structural feature of thought, you don't solve it, you choose how to live with it. Silence, humility, inconsistency, or action without epistemic guarantees. Is that the end of your story?
Beautiful sponsorships.
No one fucking knows. No one knows. No one knows anything. That's what we just talked about.
In honor of Father's birthday today,
All right.
may
Now
continue
what?
to be an inspiration to us all.
Do you know the lyrics to this song?
Beautiful.
I'll do my best. Shit, if he doesn't know
Really,
it all.
absolutely beautiful.
No one
So
really
touching
knows
about
all the
Hashem,
fucking
also
lyrics
just,
to
you know,
everything.
sometimes the
Really?
most beautiful ways
Because
in which
they're
we
very
connect with our
subjective.
loved ones. You know,
There are
going
some
to a
people.
baseball game is great, right? And going,
There's a
hanging
story
out
that
on a
I've heard
Sunday is
before
great.
when
And those are all beautiful
Bob
things.
Dylan met the
Important
Beatles,
things that we all can do
and
with
he
our
said
children
something along the
as
lines
well. But
of
Baruch Hashem, the ability to bond over Torah, the ability to connect, create a connection
wait.
to Torah, is the true
Something
bond
like
that
about
lasts
getting
throughout the
high.
generations. So beautiful to see a father and son bonding like that. And then he's not here.
What
I
was
don't know what happened to him.
I should know this. Okay, Bob Dylan meets the
His
Beatles,
Gemara is here. His
and
Gemara
he's
is here,
like,
so we
"Oh,
must,
you guys are so."
okay. Anyway, a beautiful dedication in honor of our beloved. You know what? I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to see.
Yo, dog, what's that story of Beatles that said
if
something
he
about getting
turns
high?
attention. He might already be 7
It was
hours
a
ahead,
lyric.
So, you know, it's not outside. Okay, standing outside.
Yes. This is one of those classic 1960s music anecdotes. Here's the story straight, cleaned up. The meeting where August 1964, where
Is he coming
the
in?
Delmonico Hotel in New York, who Bob Dylan and the Beatles, John, Paul, George, and Ringo. Dylan was already the voice of folk consciousness in the U.S., and the Beatles were just exploding globally. They were curious about each other's work. The misunderstanding. During their conversation, the Beatles mentioned that they had just been writing songs influenced by the subtle linguistic cues, apparently misinterpreted a casual joke or lyric reference as meaning that the Beatles were getting high in a more literal sense.
It's been great to do all of these.
This fueled Dylan's own experimentation with marijuana shortly afterward. He's reported to have said something like, "They told me about getting high, and I thought, I've got to try that," which shows the classical culture of that. This is not what I mean. Dylan was reading between the lines of lyrics and slang, and the Beatles were just joking about the referencing pop culture. The outcome, Dylan introduced a more focused, introspective side of the Beatles, influencing songs like Norwegian Wood, Sitar plus lyrical sophistication. Dylan in turn got more experimental and rock-oriented, partially inspired by the Beatles' energy. So the misinterpretation wasn't tragic, it was one of those cosmic misfires that actually led to mutual inspiration. In fact, Brian Epstein, Beatles manager, said that the whole meeting was incredibly awkward but historic, and that Dylan was already a mythic figure. No, this is not what I mean.
Even if they are in 1,000 to 1 ratio, in other words, 1,000 units of permitted item to 1 unit of this prohibited item, they're not
Beatles.
So Yayin Nesach is a good example of this, right? You get a little bit of Yayin Nesach into a lot of other wine. Ultimately, again, it is not going to be bottled. Now, interestingly enough, Rashi points out over here, if you look at Rashi Yayin Nesach, Rashi says Chodis ve'elet chavios. So it's interesting, falling into a lot of, like a barrel of kosher wine. Right, what Rashi says up the case, interestingly enough, is a barrel of Yayin Nesach that actually gets mixed up with other barrels. Again, we'll discuss the distinction between wine falling into wine versus barrels getting mixed with each other. Okay, anyway, so Yayin Nesach is what we call Aser B'chol Shu. Ultimately, again, Bill said, very special dedication to our Chaver, Rabbi Ari learner. The learner says, you know, Mirz Hashem are making Aliyah, Mirz Hashem. Mirz Hashem,
Heard
so
that are
the shir is dedicated in honor of
I get high.
in honor of Rabbi and his incredible hakar. So much.
I want to hold your hand. Yeah,
takes so much. I spoke about this last night.
Yeah. Oh, so Bob Dylan get high. Yeah, there it is. So what is it?
Again, this was a group initiative, individuals sponsoring in honor of Ari. Josh Rosenblum, Moshe David Hartman, Milt Gertner, Dobie Ziffer, Gabi Cohn, Woody Tusk, Aber Eldam, Steve Carrasco, Yoni Frater, Zevi Daniel, Josh Perez, Jeremy Lassin, Ari Omen, Ari Gross, Ira Shmuel Karapkin, Paul Pollack, Menachem Shofel, Shmuel Silver. Welcome to coffee. I am just telling you, bring your own, bring your own, bring it on. That's it. And Ari, just a very small Hakara Sato from all of us here. We are going to miss you incredibly. There's some happiness, Hashem, for this next chapter in your families.
Oh, yeah, I tell you something. I think you'll understand that that's something.
It's not just that
I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand.
For years and years,
I want to hold.
Learns how to do this. Yesterday, so this the Rosenblum Mishpacha Baruch Hashem stepped up to take on this mantle. Although again, if you'd like, if you would like to share in this, you can.
I think you understand.
Like generally,
I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand. So please say to me, you'll let me be your man. Please. You let me be your man. Please say to me, you let me hold your hand. You let me hold your hand. And when I touch you, I feel happy inside. I'm not just feeling I can hide. I can hide. Yeah. I think you'll understand when I say that something.
Thanks for finally coming in, by the way.
I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand. I want to touch you. I feel happy inside. It's such a feeling that my love I can't hide. I can't hide. I can't hide something. When I do understand. When I hold your hand, I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. Now, that's not like the best. It's not the best argument in lyrics because the Beatles said, "No, it's I can't hide."
In the middle of the heart.
So you need a better example.
Therefore, it's not possible. So, in other words, all those moving is just another example of all those.
Can you give me a famous example of a song that an artist originally had the intent of certain lyrics, but they changed? Yes, classic music history phenomena. Here's the most famous clear-cut examples. Are intended meaning overridden by how people misheard or reinterpreted the facts. The lyrics. People misheard or reinterpreted the lyrics. Born in the USA, Bruce Springsteen. Original intent. Springsteen references a dark, bitter critique on the U.S. government, especially how Vietnam veterans were treated after the war. The verses talk about being sent to Vietnam, coming home to no job prospects, feeling abandoned by their country. It's basically an anti-war, anti-jingoism synth hook. The chant like chorus "Born in the USA," stadium rock production. A ton of people assumed it was a patriotic campaign ads treated like a flag-waving celebration. Springsteen later said this misunderstanding completely flipped the song's meaning and that he was horrified by how it was used. Other "Every Breath You Take," intent, creepy, obsessive surveillance after a breakup, misheard as a romantic love, semi-charmed life. Third Eye Blind, intent about meth addiction and spiraling self-destruction, misheard as a sunny, happy pop song. Radio edits even removed the explicit drug references, making them misunderstood. A child's drawing plus Lewis Carroll's style, surrealism, public interpretations, LSD. The Beatles denied it, but the acronym did not help. Hey Ya, Outkast, a song about the failure, even warns listeners, y'all don't want to hear me, you just want to dance. If you, yeah, okay, that's fine.
Do you have a piece of meat? Remember, basar machala is only kosher meat and kosher milk. So you have a piece of meat.
Give me a line-by-line confusion, though. Original intent of the line was something, and then people misheard it, and now the misheard lyrics become the real lyrics.
So most of this is really incredible, by the way.
When I was a kid, there's this book that we would go to Barnes and Noble and check out books, and we'd buy books. You didn't check. It wasn't a library. It was a store. I don't know. They still exist, but they're like few and far between. Anyway, we'd go to Barnes and Noble, and we would read books. And if I had been good, sometimes I'd get a book. Sometimes not, though. And I always wanted toys. Books are cool, but I always wanted toys. So sometimes in this one area, there were like interactive books with some toys. Anyway, there was this one book, though. I'd kind of be on my own in the store, certainly not outside the store, but in the store. And I would go and see my mom, and she'd be laughing and laughing and laughing. And this book was called Kiss the Sky, which is a misheard lyric. Well, Kiss the Sky. It's called Kiss the Sky. And it's a misheard Jimi Hendrix lyric that is, people thought he was saying, Jimi Hendrix was saying, excuse me while I kiss this guy. And it's actually Kiss the Sky. And she would just read this book, and it was just really simple. I remember this book was like this. It wasn't like it was just like a book, like maybe like this, and you maybe a little bigger, but and you'd read it, and she would just sit there and laugh and laugh and laugh. And I didn't know much music then, so I didn't really get that these were misheard. I very much enjoyed as I got older, misheard lyrics, because they're really funny. And Kiss This Guy is one of those lyrics. Okay, so give me an example of one that got replaced. Okay, Louie, clean, simple lyrics, poor recording quality plus mumbling vocals led to wild mishearings. What happened? Audience believed lyrics were obscene. The band eventually embraced ambiguity. Later performances leaned into altered phrasing. The song's identity became, that's one. Purple Haze, Jimi Hendrix. Original lyric, excuse me while I kiss this guy. Well, they just use it. Okay, well, people heard, excuse me, consistently misheard it. It became a huge in-joke. Hendrix leaned into it. He'd exaggerate the line in live performances. Sometimes literally point to a bandmate to gesture toward the eye. The misheard lyric eventually the misheard lyric became culturally accepted and effectively real in live canon. Even though studio lyrics remained disguised, the performed lyric mutated. It's the one that I just fucking gave.
So you could buy it. Obviously, you could buy this unit, but you could also buy it individually. Whenever an item is reckoned as an individual unit, in halacha that is called
even those, okay, yeah, this is a textbook, okay, that is counted. Mondegreen becoming canon. This is the textbook example of Mondegreen becoming canon. Another strong example. Oh, my cousins and I used to laugh about this one. Bad Moon Rising, Creedence Clearwater Revival. Original lyric: there's a bad moon on the rise. Misheard as there's a bathroom on the right. Oh, we would just think that was so funny. What changed? Fans sang the misheard line loudly at concerts. John Fogerty eventually sang bathroom on the right on stage. In live context, the joke lyric became semi-official. It's appeared in setlist, liner notes, and CCR lore. So it does like work its way in. Again, studio version unchanged, but live canon adapted. Rare but real case lyrics officially altered. Louis Louis, the Kingsman. Original intent, clean, simple lyrics, poor recording on. I remember this one was a big one. What happened? Audiences believed the lyrics were to phrasing. The song's identity became inseparable from the misheard versions. Not a single replacement line, but the misheard redefining. Not a single replacement line, but the mishearing redefined the song permanently. Why this almost never happens. Artists usually lock the studio written canon, only allow misheard lyrics to are about as close as you get to. The crowd was wrong, but the crowd won. Yeah, I want a case of where officially. Yeah, give me a case where an official lyric was reprinted in a big band.
What is unique about this Mishnah? Every item here in this Mishnah has both of these qualities. Number one, davar shebaminyan, and number two,
okay, perfect. There is a real defensible case where a major band officially reprinted the misheard lyric, not just joked about it. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Bad Moon Rising. Original lyric, studio canon. There's a bad moon on the rise. Massively misheard as it followed the band everywhere. Where it becomes officially reprinted. 2008 CCR John Fogerty compilation. John Fogerty released a live compilation titled Bad Moon Rising, There's a Bathroom on the Right. That is an official release from the songwriter himself with a misheard lyric printed in the title, distributed by a major label. That's about as canonized as a Mondegreen ever gets. Fogerty has also sung Bathroom on the Right. Live, acknowledge it is effectively coexisting with the original lyric. Said the crowd version was too strong to fight. So while the studio lyric never changed, the printed commercial title did, and that's a big deal. Why it matters? Most cases stop at fan jokes, live ad-libs, interviews. This one crossed into official packaging, commercial release, artist approval. Alright, is that the end of your fucking story? If you want even stricter cases,
if they fall into a mixture, they would also never be bottled. Why would they never be bottled?
Give me Beatles version or a 1960s version.
So why not? Why not go ahead and include those as well? To which the Gemara says, "Hot hanale hasam haray la arla haray la klayakan klayakan."
What the fuck? What is this?
Elsewhere. Okay, they already mentioned elsewhere. Fine. I have a listening kikaros shal balabayis le'inyan chametz b'pesach.
Short, honest answer. There's no clean documented Beatles kit original the way CCR did. Beatles lyrics were locked down pretty tightly, but there is a very close 1960s Beatles. Okay, Purple Haze. Excuse me while I kiss this guy. Okay. Closest Beatles, I Am the Walrus. This is not a misunderstanding correction story. It's strange what happened. Lennon knew fans obsessively misheard and overhand lyrics sheets conflated with each other. Some printed lyrics reflect what fans thought they heard rather than what was originally said. Lennon later admitted he enjoyed that no one could pin the lyrics down, so he intentionally fed the confusion. So, not a crowd accidentally winning, but official printed lyrics diverged from original intent, and the band allowed the confusion to persist in canon. It's the Beatles saying, there is no correct lyric anymore. That's what I'm saying. Bottom line, if your standard is a misheard lyric officially reprinted and accepted, then the Beatles, no clean example. Late 1960s rap, Hendrix is the earliest true case. Beatles edge case, I Am the Walrus via international canon corruption. Alright, that's cool. Are you done? No, we gotta see
minute amount. So when it says Hari Ilu was obviously coming to say what? Coming to say these items, but it must be excluding something. Said the Gemara.
do it.
What is it excluding?
Fuck.
The minions.
I hope this doesn't get fucked up. No, dog.
To these two qualities. Number one is Asr Bahana. Right? Asr Bahana. Ultimately, again, you cannot get benefit from it. And number two, it is a Davar Shebeminyan. It has ultimately, again, it has individualized unit importance, is never bottled. Is never bottled.
Very superstitious. Writings on the wall. Very superstitious. Let us bow too far. 13-month-old baby. Looking glass. 7 years of bad luck. The good things in your past. You believe in things that you don't understand and you suffer. Superstition ain't the way. Yeah. Very superstitious. Watch your face. Is that the end of your... Was that good? That is alright. Is it the best thing you've ever done? No. What is? Slang. That's tight. How golf balls are made. I love that shit. Great. Mr. Rogers-ish.
It's always possible.
How golf balls made. And it was
because it's a
fucking
piece of me
amazing.
that's always holy. Because it's a piece of me that is the Ribono Shel Olam. There is a piece of me, therefore, that is Asr Ba'ana. There is a piece of me that's Asr Ba'ana.
So, like, what are you doing?
I can't fully access it. Even. That's supposed to, when I have time for a table, somebody in the cook's far as the tshuva, but it's just part of like this esoteric piece of tshuva that we can't fully wrap our hand around, our hashama. And the power of the neshama defies comprehension.
So, what are you saying? I know that there's some revelation out there. All revelation. That's no Jesus, right? I know they do. I've met you. I know you're real people, and you're just doing what everybody else is. Get it? I get it. I get it. Why don't you speak to the rabbinate like you speak to the Rebbetzin? Because the rabbinate sucks absolute donkey dick with some of this bullshit. They put people in really compromising positions. They're inconsistent. And they'll get on board. But if I went over their wives are going to sit there like this. Why aren't you like this rabbi? And they're like, well, I was just doing what my other rabbis were telling me to do, and they were just doing what their rabbis were doing. And they'll be like, yeah, get out of here. I like this rabbi. And then everybody's going to start doing it the way that I do it. And if you don't, that's cool. That's cool. But I want people to come together. I want the Satmars to come together, the breast lovers to come together, every single person has a shluchus. Chernobyl is to come together. We're separated. In fact, before I do this next part.
My neshama's basar bano. In other words, I can get benefit from it, but to a certain
Okay, forget
degree,
about
it's somewhat almost like
the
what happens
religious
when you have
discussions.
those two qualities. But after you have those two qualities,
Actually, I'm going to do it in this
you're
other.
never bottled. You're never bottled. So it does not matter what the world throws your way.
All right,
And it
so
does not matter what you
why
get
is
mixed
Judaism
into.
so
And it does
fragmented?
not matter what you get mixed up in.
I mean, I get it that there's like free will and stuff, but other religions have a
And
doctrine
that's how I will say we are here thousands of
that
years
is
later,
consistent
despite
amongst
everything
all
that
of its
happened.
believers, and
As a
Judaism really
nation,
doesn't have
and
that.
that's why
We had the Shulchan Aruch,
no matter
but
what,
that
we
didn't
have to
unify
undergo.
everybody
That's Hashem
completely.
will always come out.
When Mashiach comes, Mashiach make like a
You understand
doctrine,
metaphorically, 'cause
like
it's
just a big book of like what you're
Hashem
supposed to do.
and therefore as an
I think
individual
that
and as
Mashiach
well,
can do that.
you
Mashiach can do whatever they want,
says
generally.
Next. Yainess that falls into a bar is a sister.
Now we're talking about a big meta question. Why is Judaism so loosely glued together compared to, say, other shit? Let's pack this carefully because the reasons are deep, structural, and even kind of beautiful in their messiness. Judaism is a covenant, not a creed. Most religions unify around doctrine, believe X, and you are part of God's people. Live according to these laws and ethics. Key difference: belief is secondary to action. You can have multiple philosophies, but the covenant is maintained through doing, not thinking. This immediately makes it harder to have a single doctrinal book that everyone agrees on. Doctrine is built from text, interpretation, and lived experience, not top-down proclamation. Texts are interpreted, not dictated. Torah, Talmud, and later Halachic works are conversational, not declarative. Every generation debates what the law means in new circumstances compared to other shit. Judaism says, let's argue about what X requires in this moment. This creates diversity by design. Judaism treats argument and plurality as a feature, not a bug. Geography and exile scattered authority. After the destruction of the Second Temple, Jews were dispersed across hundreds of communities. No central pope, no caliph, no single council. Communities adapted to local circumstances. Babylon, Spain, Eastern Europe, Yemen, etc. Each community developed its own style of halakha, liturgy, mincha, custom, and even philosophy. Halakhic methodology allows flexibility. Rambam's Mishnah Torah tried to codify everything in one book. Brilliant, clear, bold. Yeah, that's another example. But even then, people said, yeah, but we follow our local authorities too. The Talmudic principle, these are the words and others may dispute them, is baked in. So even most systematic codifications don't eliminate divergence because interpretation is itself a mitzvah. Free will is you can follow the law strictly, you can interpret the spirit of the law, you can make mistakes and correct them. This isn't chaos, it's intentional. God doesn't want robots, just ethically conscious agents. If everyone had to follow a single doctrinal book blindly, you'd lose the human growth element. Messiah, Mashiach, isn't a doctrinal unifier. You mentioned Mashiach. Even if Mashiach came, Judaism predicts the Messiah would inspire unity, not impose it with a single doctrinal book. Okay. He wouldn't destroy, harmonize, not centralize. Historically, attempts to centralize Judaism always created backlash. That's because Judaism is relational, not institutional. Big picture summary. Judaism is fragmented because it's come at creedal. Interpretation is central, not optional. Dispersed communities adapt differently. Codification never eliminates debate. Free will and modern responsibility are core, not side notes. So yes, theoretically, a Mishnah Torah or on steroids could exist, but it would never be universally authoritative because authority in Judaism is relational, pluralistic, and participatory. That's literally by design.
What's Yainessa? Right? Actual.
No, I get that, but it would just be cool if Mashiach came and was like, hey, we're going to have another Mishnah Torah or Shulchan Aruch, and you don't have to follow it, but just to unify everything. But you don't have to, not force anybody into anything, but harmonize it, like you said. You don't have to give me a whole lots of stuff, just like in like a paragraph.
that gets
Give me a
through a
steel
ton
man
of
of how this
battles,
is possible.
then halacha l'maisa, what do? We essentially assess what is the
Ah,
value,
got you. You want a steel man of messianic
value of
unification that
that barrel of
harmonizes
the
without
Ayesa,
enforcing. A
which
Judaism where
designates
unity
a
emerges
barrel.
naturally
We go ahead and
without
crack
crushing
that
free
open,
will.
get
Here's the
rid of that
strongest
white
argument.
turkey,
Imagine
and then
Mashiach
the
comes
rest of it
not
is
as a
stirred.
legislature,
Ultimately,
but as a
again,
living
with the
embodiment
Ayesa,
and
Stam
kavod.
Yayin,
He radiates
that was,
wisdom,
remember,
ethical
again, we
clarity,
define
and
what's
holiness
Stam
so
Yayin.
compelling that all Jews
Is
recognize
one
the
and
same
Gentile.
moral and spiritual
Just one of a
framework,
non-Jew, right?
even if
Remember
they
again,
interpret the laws differently. He
now
doesn't
remember,
issue decrees that override communities or codify doctrine and universal book. Instead, he illuminates the principles behind mitzvot and tradition in a way that everyone intuitively sees and respects. Customs continue, free will remains intact, and halakhic debate still thrives. But the underlying covenantal vision becomes so clear and compelling that disagreement no longer fractures the people because everyone is choosing the same values, the same intention, and the same awe of God. Unity arises through shared recognition of truth and purpose, not coercion.
Means ultimately again.
Yeah, give me the future version of that.
Ultimately, I guess if you have Stam Yayin, that falls
Oh,
into,
this is going to
let's
be
say,
fun. The
mixture
future
with
tech
other
messianic
kosher ones, that's
unification where
wine.
Judaism
And
evolves
once again, we
with
do this mechanism
transhuman
of,
capabilities but still stays kosher in intention. Here's the statement. Imagine Mashiach arrives in a world where humans have evolved biologically, cognitively, and maybe digitally, but restoring rigid decrees. He interfaces directly with human cognition, amplifying understanding and awareness of mitzvot, kavod, and ethical intention. People can now experience the essence of Torah directly, a neural, emotional, and spiritual resonance with divine prospects, with divine principles, rather than just following ritual mechanically. Local customs and halakhic interpretations continue. Some may simulate traditional practices virtually. That's interesting. Others may innovate in bioethical ways, but everyone practices the same meta truth and harmonizing human freedom with sacred prayer. Disagreements shrink not because they are prohibited, but because the clarity of Mashiach's presence makes the core of Torah intuitive across all forms of existence. Free will isn't overridden, it's expanded. Choice becomes informed by direct insight into meaning, not coerced by law. Unity is achieved not through a universal codex, but through shared access to the same underlying spirit. Amplified by technology, unity is achieved not through a universal codex, but through shared access to the same underlying spiritual reality. Humanity, even as a post-human species, opts into the covenant voluntarily, but with a clarity and harmony impossible before this awakening. Yeah, whatever that is, that'd be cool. So we're all waiting. I personally wait for Mashiach so much. I mean, I listen to this fucking song. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach. And here comes Mashiach. I walked in the fucking door right now. I'd be like, dog, I got your theme song going. And Mashiach would be like, all right, that's tight. Are you doing everything exactly the way that you're supposed to be doing it? No, under like the circumstances, though, I'm doing the best that I can. And I think Mashiach would be like, that's tight. Really? Yeah. Like Buddy Nazarene. Now, one motherfucker, that's tight. Really? He'd be like, that's tight. Like, whatever. I mean, I'm doing everything I fucking can. And I understand that that's how most Jews are.
Put wine in. So there's wine essentially in the sealant. Am I allowed to use this wine press? So the Mishnah says, Minagva behitahora. No
Is that the
problem.
end of your
If
story?
it's stone, all you really need to do is Nabo said Minagva literally means dry it.
No, there's another. I don't want this to be a Megillah. Nothing really long, but just
actually, if we get to it today,
whenever I'm driving home from the 405 Expressway or 405 Freeway in Los Angeles.
What if it was made of wood? Now let's say if you look at Rashi, Rashi says Shalai. Rashi says the
and it's getting to be sunset pretty close. I've always think to myself, what would happen if I got into traffic and the
more sealant means
strong person pull over to the side of the road and just walk home since we can't drive on Shabbat?
More wine. So now again,
because there are a lot of prudent Jews who would feel this way and would pull over to the side of the road. But nobody does this. So do people just break Shabbat under these circumstances?
A wooden wine press that was sealed by
I feel you. This is one of those real-world halakha versus modern life questions. Here's the concise statement answer. Most Jews don't stop driving on the freeway because halakha allows the principle of unavoidable circumstances, like needing to get home safely or just living in a society where transportation is essential. Before sunset is chaotic, and if everyone pulled over, it would be a dangerous, illegal, and practically impossible. That's considered part of the halakhic context. In practical terms, driving on Shabbat is generally prohibited, but halakha recognizes that in modern life, people rely on things that are technically forbidden. This is why there are strong traditions of planning ahead, leaving earlier, staying over, or using eruvin for walking limits instead of suddenly stopping in traffic. Most Jews don't treat it as a personal failure. It's understood as a tension between ideal observance and real world constraints. So, yes, people do break Shabbat in these circumstances, but it's not taken lightly. The ideal preparation and avoidance once you're caught a priority. Has this ever happened to you? No, fortunately. I always make plans to be home before. Really? You've never broken Shabbat? I'm not saying that. Depends how you define Shabbat and breaking Shabbat. But to my knowledge, I always make plans, and I had to with someone really flexible. Is that the end of your story? No. Something else about it. One time, now this was not for Shabbat. This was for a Chumash class. I never was late to Chumash class. Always early to Chumash class. But one time, I walked in maybe like seconds after they did. That was the close-up, but we hadn't sat down and started studying. And because I normally would get the chumashim for everybody, I would normally get chumashim for everybody, but also get.
That's the Mishnah said. The Mishnah said Zavsa. That's the Mishnah said. So the Gemara says, Zavsa, what would you have thought?
The Talmud for everybody.
I would have thought no. That even if the Atom used
really?
the press,
yeah. Did you always? Very early into my attendance.
I would have thought that press can
and so I would just get chumashim for everybody, and I would put the table place, and then when
unless of course you first sealed it.
class was complete, I would take them home, put them away, and say bye.
That's problematic things for the Jew to use it.
I would
But
been
if
a colleague and
myself,
my Rebbitzins And
the Akum just went ahead and crushed grapes in it, it would be totally fine.
right, well, that's a cool story.
So most the alternate version of this. Rabbi said, very interesting, that our Mishnah that talks about a remedy is only talking about a case where the issue at hand is the sealant. But for argument's sake, had the Akum actually crushed grapes in this press, off limits to a Jew. You can't use it, right? Even if you were to go, now let's say, now it doesn't mean there's no way to use it. It just means that the process of, let's say, wiping it down would not be enough. So the Gemara says, that's obvious. Pshita, Zav Satna. That makes it sound kind of obvious. Because at the end of the day, the Gemara says, what does the Mishnah talk about? The Mishnah talking about a case where the Akum sealed the press, which now, right, or drying it, I should say, works in a case where you're only dealing with the sealant. But if the Akum actually crushed grapes in it, that changes the math on this, and therefore, again, the press is us. Now, again, when I say usher, means it can't be used. Perhaps there's another more aggressive process that can make it usable, but just stop what we would
Is
call
that the end of your fucking story?
drying it off would not be enough.
Dude, this is going way too long. Here we go.
That's obvious.
Are you done?
I might have thought that even the process of nigul, of drying it off, should work even in a case where the Akum actually used it to crush.
Wash your face and hands. Very smooth.
That's just the regular case.
Sometimes, I mean, I was doing that thing wrong. It's like when I daven, or when I fucking say bracha, like my mind is in somewhere else. So we'll try to Dude, are you fucking serious? Zuckerberg, you shit sucks, dog.
I know that you need to try something. We don't know what that process actually entails, but here's what I do.
Wash your face and
when the issue at hand is the sealant.
let me know the problem. Do all that you can.
My problem now
Be in deeply.
I know that part of the ceiling,
Keep it going strong.
the moment
Just save me. Sadness song. When you believe in things that superstition ain't the way. Superstitious. Nothing more to say.
Whatever you do,
that was tight. Is that the end of your fucking song?
Complain to me.
Maybe.
Which is another way of not saying to Bichia, do your due diligence on this, right? Because if you mess up, I'm going to get.
Is that the end of this? Whatever this is?
So ultimately, again, if you mess up, you're going to come
damn,
to
bitch.
And ultimately, again, complain to me. So make sure
that before you
go ahead and you kasher this press, whatever you're going to do, do your due diligence.
Is that the end of it?
Okay. So
we'll try. We'll see.
So we'll say, so what happened?
Sometimes Zuckerberg's shit sucks, so
again, Rabbi goes out and he sees that the press was very smooth. It's very smooth. Omar, high vadai beniguf sagira. Okay, it was something so smooth. So ultimately, again, the pashtos, There's not really a lot of absorption over there. It looked brand new. So therefore he said, you know what, this should be enough with nigov, for drying it off. Drying off that process of nigov actually entails. But he said, but Pashtos, nigov should be enough over here. So was looking around the press a little bit more.
No, shit sucks. All right, the folks at home. 13-month-old baby. Years of bad luck. The good things in your past. When you believe in things that you don't understand, and you're so superstition make it way.
Make sure you do your due diligence so that
All
they
right.
don't come back.
Is that the end of your story? Actually, it brings up something. He said something looking glass, and there's something really interesting to that.
That wine presses did have like these nooks and crannies, and here again, even though the press itself looked so clean and pristine, at the end of it was Krasvosai. I think it's also like a tremendous part of the avodah of Shavravosai is really getting into the nooks and
Broke the
crannies
looking glass.
of one's
Okay.
self.
So,
Because sometimes
let's see.
what happens is when you do a little bit of introspection. So Baruch Hashem,
This doesn't have anything to do with anything else that we just talked about. But there's something called Project Looking Glass, and allegedly there was some kind of technology that Dwight D. Eisenhower received during the meetings with extraterrestrials
stuff that shouldn't be there.
and
Exterior things look good, and by both sides want to point out that's an accomplishment, right? When the exterior
at
looks
Edwards Air Force Base and some other Air Force base in the 1950s, that if you looked into it, it would show you the events of the future. And allegedly, this is stored at the Scottish Rite building in Washington, D.C.
That's in the kishkas of the neshama. That's in the kishkas of the self. And sometimes doing everything
I may have some things confused, but like, what is this? And then also, wouldn't that type of technology perhaps violate the Heisenberg
That's where the work begins.
theory?
That's where Shula begins. You just have to have the personalistic honesty, integrity, and more than that, bravery to do that deep dive. Incredible. Let's go a little bit.
Lots to unpack. Got you. This one involves. This one lives right at the intersection of Cold War secrecy, UFO lore, and physics buzzwords. And let's what's a story from what's actually coherent without being dismissive. What Project Looking Glass is in reality. Project Looking Glass is not a documented U.S. government program or any credible archive. It's a modern narrative that emerged from UFO disclosure circles, 2000 forums, and New Age military industrial mysticism matches. The story usually goes like she basically nailed the beats. In the 1950s, during Eisenhower's presidency, the U.S. allegedly made contact with extraterrestrials, received a device, a looking glass, that could view possible futures. The tech showed branching timelines. It was supposedly stored somewhere symbolic powerful, Scottish Rite, underground bases, etc. Evidence for this: no documents, no witnesses with fallible access, no corroboration collaboration across independent sources behave exactly like a myth that grows by retelling. Why Eisenhower gets pulled into it. Eisenhower is a magnet for these stories because he warned about the military-industrial complex real. He oversaw early black budget projects real. He lived during peak UFO hysteria real. He was famously optic. Now to your Heisenberg point, because this is where the whole story actually begins. Would a future viewing device violate physics? Yes. It's hard. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. You cannot simultaneously know certain pairs of properties, like position and momentum, with arbitrary precision. But more importantly, for this, observation alters the system. The act of measuring collapses probability space. The device that reliably shows the future would require determinism at a fundamental level, eliminate quantum indeterminacy, break causality. You could change what you saw. That's not advanced tech, that's a different universe. Even worse, the information paradox, which changes the future, which invalidates the vision. The only ways out are fatalism. You can't change anything. Many world branching. You see one branch, not the future. Most looking glass lore quietly switches to option 2 without admitting it. Why people still find it compelling? Because it scratches real anxieties. Governments do hide things. Tech advance faster than we understand. Time does feel unstable in modern life. People want reassurance that someone knows what's coming. Looking Glass is basically Cold War, apocalyptic anxiety plus sci-fi metaphysics plus secrecy aesthetics. Bottom line, clean and honest. Project Looking Glass was not perhaps not a historical program. It contradicts quantum mechanics, causality, and information theory. It uses real names to feel grounded. It survives because it feels true. Or in one line, if a device like that existed, it wouldn't violate Heisenberg, it would violate reality itself. Yo, dog, but give me a steel man here. Work with me. Maybe some advanced alien technology could get past this. It could happen. Anything could happen. So what about some super advanced alien civilization? Why couldn't they get past it?
As you mentioned before, the Mishnah is talking about a case.
All right, I'll steel man it properly, not debunk it, not hand wave it away. Let's just work without breaking logic on it. First rule is steel man. The tech cannot literally see the future as a fixed movie, because that does collapse into paradox. So the aliens wouldn't be doing that. They'd be doing something subtler. Steelman Model 1. Hyper-predictive determinism, not time travel. The device doesn't look near total precision. Includes variables we don't even know exist. Runs simulations so accurate they are indistinguishable from foreknowledge. Think weather prediction, but for reality itself. Exactly. To us, it looks like prophecy. To them, just computation. Why this doesn't violate Heisenberg? Heisenberg limits our measurements, not necessarily all possible physics. Aliens might access hidden variables, subquantum layers, extra dimensions where uncertainty resolves. Still probabilistic, just insanely tight probabilities. Steelman Model 2, many worlds, it shows a dominant branch of many possible futures. So, sees the vision and acts differently. The device was never wrong, you just didn't stay on that timeline. Why aliens could do this? They may have tech that can observe or infer branching wave functions. We already theorize this. They'd just be engineering. We already theorize this. They'd just be engineering it. This is the version most serious physicists would reluctantly say, if anything like this were possible, it'd be this. Steelman Model 3, temporal light cone axis. Here's the freaky one. The device doesn't access the future globally. It accesses your future light cone. Events that must occur unless something intervenes. Examples: supernova already set in motion. A supernova already set in motion. A traffic jam A traffic jam already causally locked in. A political collapse already mathematically inevitable. You're not seeing destiny, can know when outcomes are already baked in. This feels prophetic, but it's just extreme causal literacy. Steelman Model 4. Conscious coupled futures. Now we go full alien. The device doesn't show objective futures. It interfaces with consciousness itself, shows futures conditional on the observer's current mental state. So the vision is what will happen if you remain you. Once the mindset changes, the prediction dissolves. This avoids paradox because the vision was never unconditional. It was a mirror, not a window. Very advanced civilizations might see consciousness as a mystery. Why humans would mythologize this as looking glass? Because to us, a 99.9999% accurate prediction equals fate. Outcomes equals mysticism. So we tell the story wrong. We say they could see the future. What really happened in a stillman? They could see the shape of possibility space. Final Stillman verdict: could an advanced alien civilization get past Heisenberg and causality? Not by breaking them, but by operating under them, around them, or at levels we don't access. So, no magical crystal ball, no fixed destiny, but yes, tech so advanced it would feel like prophecy. One line, steel man. The device wouldn't show the future itself, but the gravitational pull of reality towards certain outcomes.
Remember again, we're still in the
You
sugya
fine.
of
Go fuck
Mashiach
yourself.
by Obed Bochavet, right? The Mishnah introduced us to this interesting idea that if you are selling wine to an akum, you're selling wine to an akum, so how exactly
this
again
baller
that
is
type of
fucked.
selling needs to be structured in order that the wine doesn't end up becoming yayin nesech while in the possession of the Jew. For if the wine becomes yayin nesech in the possession of the Jew, we're stuck. Right? We're stuck. There's really no remedy for that because it's asur ba'ana. So again, essentially the Mishnah said you got to come to a conclusion on price. Once you come to a conclusion on price, then ultimately again, whatever the Obed will come afterwards, when he does Mashiach, he's being Moshe his wine. If he makes it into Yain Nesef, it's becoming Yain Nesef ultimately again in his possession. So therefore that led to a machlokas, does Mashiach ultimately work by an akum? So only Marcus, she's ready to
Alright, are you done?
Tashma. Hamochar Yeno, the Obed Kochavim. So if I
Let's
sell my
see
wine to an akum,
how,
Pasuk
if it's possible,
so if I go ahead and agree on a price,
can summarize that conversation
what
just
that
now.
literally means measure out.
I don't know.
Poor. It means poor, which ultimately
I really
is part of
don't.
the Mashiach.
I don't know if YouTube
And ultimately again, the proceeds are
has its
mutter.
shit
Because
together.
since there was an agreement on price, therefore subsequently when the Ovi come the Mashiach on his wine, be Amit Mashiach Ovi come in a kona. But if you say that Mashiach doesn't work as a kinyan, I might double mutare. And ultimately again, why is if Mashiach doesn't work, that means when the Ovid Kocham starts pouring the wine, he's pouring my wine. He's pouring my wine. If he's pouring my wine, then ultimately again, if it becomes Yain Esaf, if it's Stam Yinam, then the proceeds from the sale should be unequivocally usher. You know what's the case over here? The Actim Dinar. This is very interesting. The case over here, the Gemara passage is where the Akum went ahead and
Can you please provide
the Akum advanced
timestamps
Rashi says over here,
and perhaps
Dinar, Rashi says over here, it's in the first wide line of Rashi.
like a short summary of the following?
This is very interesting. So what did Yaakov do? Let's say we know the barrel is not going to be. It's not going
Would you
to
be shocked?
more,
Yeah.
the wine is not going
Because
to
it
be more
just,
than $100.
I tried, yeah, it
So
did,
what does
but I
Yaakov
can't
do?
access the content, and there's no
He
search
advances
without
me the money.
restrictions.
He advances me the money.
YouTube
Return to me
is
any
serving
of
it
the
as a
change.
catch, which
So the Gemara
Reddit,
says, if that's the case, so again, this is a different kind of scenario. Why is this different? Because I already have the money in hand. So that already changes the math and all this.
Yeah, I mean, it just started,
If
so
that's the case, look at the
try
English.
one from yesterday.
Madad, actually, Pasak, Tamabus Asuri. Then if I look at the measured out the wine, before the price was set, so the proceeds ultimately again will be usher. But why? Again, halacha l'maisa, the akum advanced money, then why should it be problematic? So again, he responds back to him, right? Ultimately, Ravashi responds back to Makashisha. According to you, you say Mashiach does work. If that's the case, the Gemara says, Amai Reisha Damav Mutar and Vesefa Damav Asurin. So again, the Kashina Rav Kashisha is back on you. If you're right that this is a case of where the Akum advanced the money for Adi Yisrael already has the proceeds of the sale in hand. If that's the case, then there should be no concern of Yayin Nesach in either of the cases. Yet the Mishnah makes a distinction when the measuring occurred or after the establishment of the price. Pasak Samcha Daite, Lo Pasak Lo Samcha Daite. The Gemara says something which we kind of understood intuitively from the beginning, but now the Gemara says it explicitly. Essentially, when you have a transaction like this, when there's an agreed upon price, ultimately, again, the Israel seller, the Jewish seller, agrees to be makna the wine, and therefore Mashiach will work. When there is no agreed upon price, the Israel seller is not willing to go ahead and convey ownership of the wine, which makes perfect sense. And that's the distinction. So when they agree on the price and the Oved B'Chavim subsequently does Mashiach, it'll work, and therefore again, the wine is the Oved B'Chavim and it's set, and Mashiach occurs, so there is no agreement to a transaction because there's no set price. Because of that, if the Oved B'Chavim touches the wine, it becomes essentially Yayin Nesach, and the proceeds become prohibited. Incredible. L'dinami. So therefore, Rashi says, according to me also, Apagav D'Kadim Dinar, even if money was advanced, see, the advancement of money by itself does not really create the totality of the transaction. Pasak Samcha Daite, Lo Pasak Lo Samcha Daite. If ultimately there was an agreement on the price, then the Yisrael is committed, right? And when we say committed is he's willing to allow the Akum to acquire it with Mashiach. If he did not advance money, if he did not agree on a price, ultimately the Yisrael is not committed to the transaction. So this is very important, right? So first of all, this nugget of information over here is incredibly important because what this is highlighting is the power and the importance of establishing a price. Establishing a price essentially allows the seller to commit to the transaction. Even though, what do you have if there's no agreement on price? What do you have? You have a conversation. That's pretty much all you have, but with absolutely no transactional teeth. The Gemara goes like, Tashma, Ben Noach, Nera Rapachos Mishava Pruta, Velonitam Shama. So this is very interesting. Ben Noach, one of the Shemitzos of Ben Noach is theft. Now let us steal. A Ben Noach, interestingly enough, is held liable even for stealing less than a Shava Pruta, which is fascinating, right? If I steal a Shava Pruta from another Jew, certainly not good, but I'm not chayiv. What's the logic of that? The logic of that is the assumption is people are mochel or less than a Shava Pruta. I don't care. It doesn't or it might be annoying, but it doesn't matter to me. So if a Jew steals less than a Shava Pruta, there's no halachic liability. A Ben Noach, interestingly enough, is held liable even for less than a Shava Pruta. But interestingly enough, there's no obligation to return the stolen object, which is fascinating, right? So if a Ben Noach steals you less than a Shava Pruta, he's chayiv. And whenever a Ben Noach is chayiv for bidding of Shemitz Esreinot, the Noachide laws, ultimately, again, that liability is a death penalty. So he's chayiv, death penalty for stealing less than a Shava Pruta. But interestingly enough, he has no obligation to return it to me. Because from my perspective, less than a Shava Pruta insignificant. Therefore, there is no obligation to return it, which is quite fascinating. So the Gemara says, if you say that Mashiach doesn't work by an akum, Gemara asks such an interesting question. Why should the akum be held liable? Right? Ultimately, again, he didn't acquire it. If Mashiach doesn't work by an akum, then how would the akum be liable ultimately again for taking my item? To which the Gemara will say, you're right, Mishum Titzari li Yisrael. At the end of the day, it caused me pain. Because he paid, he caused the Jew pain. But as I will say, interestingly enough, what the Gemara is positing over here is that the akum liability for stealing less than a shalakuta can't simply be theft. Because if it's theft, all the jest ultimately is because he caused pain and discomfort to a Jew. That's the liability. Top of Ayin Day 72a. So what does it mean that he's not obligated ultimately to return it? Ultimately, again, this is not in the framework. Jew is mochel on less than a shamaguda. Right? And therefore, because there's mechila, therefore the akum has no obligation ultimately to return it. If that's the case, listen to this.
What the fuck?
Look at the end. Look at the end of that Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? Listen to this. So akum 2 steals from akum 1 the same item. What's the halacha? Akum 2 is liable. Akum 2 is liable, death penalty. Simar says 1 second. Because he caused pain to me, the Jew. Ella seifa my abit. But what shmamina? Rather, what you have to see, I will say, is this whole thing only makes sense if really there's real theft. Right? So akum one way steals from me is a thief. Why? Because Mashiach works. And then when akum 2 steals from akum 1, he's going to be liable as well. Why? Because it's also theft. Therefore, most of this Gemara says, what do you see from here? That Mashiach is a bona fide form of acquisition, bona fide union by an akum. This is incredibly important. Mashiach, not all kinyanim that we have as Jews work by akum. Right? Work by akum. And which makes sense because a lot of kinyanim, remember, again, I learned out midaraisa. So not everything works, but ultimately, for example, like we know kinyan kesef works by an akum, right? We know that. Why? Because the first time we see kinyan kesef is by Avram Avinu purchasing Masa Machpila from Ephron Achiti, right? From an akum. So I know that kesef works, and now I know that Mashiach works as well. So the Gemara says, you see from here that Mashiach ultimately again works by an akum. Okay, incredible. A story. There was a guy. The Amalei Lekabrei, who said to his friend, Shimon wants to purchase the piece of land, the piece of real estate. Reuven's not really willing to sell right now. But what Reuven does tell Shimon is, Shimon, if I ever sell the land, I'm selling it to you. It's no problem. So if I sell the land, I sell it to you. What happened to Losai? It's a pretty predictable story. So what happened? Reuven went and he sold it to Levi. Sold it to Levi and sold it to Shimon. So obviously now Shimon's claiming, 1 second, you promised that if you would sell it, you would sell it to me. So what's the halacha over here? I'm Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi Yosef says, halacha l'maisa konakama. Ultimately, again, really, Shimon has the right to it. It belongs to Shimon. Konakama. Good. Amalei Abaye v'halo pasak. Abaye says, 1 second. How can you say that Shimon acquires it? They never even spoke price, right? So you're about to say there were 2 things we saw already from the last sugya. Number one is that really a seller is only committed to a transaction when price is agreed upon. That's number 1. And number 2, we saw that Mashiach works even by an akum. Okay, those are the 2 nuggets that we walked through the previous sugya. So again, in this case, Abai, what are you talking about? Although Reuven, if they never spoke price, how is there any level of commitment from Reuven to Shimon? So from where do you see that when there's not an agreement on price, essentially, there's not a transactional commitment? Where do you see that from? This not our Mishnah. If I sell my wine to an akum, if we agree on price, before the Akko measured out the wine, then ultimately the proceeds are mutter. Why? Because again, agreement to sell because there's a set price. When the Akum deals with the wine, it's his wine already. So whatever happens to it is not my problem. Therefore, the proceeds are mutter. The price, he's made it yayin nesach in my possession, and therefore the proceeds are also. So the Gemara says, "My havi Allah." So what's the one that a seller is only transactionally committed? So my havi Allah.
No way. What's going on?
My havi Allah could come. Where there is agreement on price, there is transactional. Where there is no talk about. You want to say, one second.
No, we don't.
No. Maybe this is the so chomer. Maybe it's only by yayin nesach. That ultimately I get an agreement on price, but an agreement on price. There is transactional. So that's how it goes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So he was like, well, I thought it was going to pick him up. What happens? He's not moving. He's not moving, but he's right. So I go ahead and let's say they're moving a certain merchandise. And the merchandise is sitting on top of
take his clothes off. I'm trying to figure out. Because I know it's like
workers.
Going like at the town, but I'm
I
trying to figure out
do on the donkeys, on the sheep, on the workers, and pull them into my home.
it hurts me not
Okay,
to
what's
say it, but
Big Pasak Ad Shalom Madad,
I think so. Yesterday, Ryan said he was asking him, Dad, do you
So
want
so whether there was agreement on price, right, before I started,
he was saying to her, he said, I want to go home.
whether there
She
wasn't
said
agreement on
that,
price, ultimately again, I don't acquire
being
anything,
here with
and I
me
look at
for a
myself,
long
both of
time.
us can go ahead and
She said, do you want to
retract
go
from
with
the
Virginia, which is my grandma?
subtract from
She
the, I would
said,
think
do
both
you
walk
want to
away
go with
from the
Virginia? He
transaction.
said, yes.
And let's say, what's the
She's
logic
up
over here?
Right.
So
The logic
then,
over here,
today,
and I will say is
today he
that
says, give me a hug. I gave him a hug.
I have not done anything directly with the
And
items
then
themselves.
I had said something or whatever, and he came home to hear. So I guess he was heard me, and he was like, did you say you want me to go to the Lord? I said, no, Papa. So I don't know. So I think he's tired. Yeah, he is. He's tired. He's like, no, I understand that. But it's not trying to bring him to go. The Lord say he's not trying to bring him to go. No, he's not going. He's the only doctor. He's not going nowhere.
Even though, again, I still have to go through the merchandise to see what there is, how much there is. But at that point, again,
I don't think he's ready
things
to go.
happening.
I really like my uncle was telling me, he's got like an eye bitch or something. He does. His eyes are
even though we still have to work out some
I believe
details,
he's
right?
got
It's not a
something
done
going
deal.
on.
We have to work out the details. Neither of us could renege.
Absolutely. So did they get him on?
But it is kind of,
Again, if there was no agreement on price,
Did they get him on
and I'm just kind of
antibiotics?
thinking the merchandise,
don't have nothing yet. Just took him in there.
Both of us
Just
have
told
the
him.
ability to go to retract.
And doing tests right now to find out what's going on.
Okay.
It is only agreement on price
Don't know
that
yet.
creates transactional commitment.
Just
Now
see
again,
what is
you
going
have to
on
be careful
first.
with this
Okay.
because
But
that
they
is not to
went to
say
McDonald's. They
that
went to go. They
you
gone there.
can't back out even once
They
there's
don't know
agreement
yet.
on
They don't know. I
price.
just wanted to let you know that you was
This is
busy
a very
to
different
let you know
kind of
they had
case. In this
admitted
case over
him.
here, let's say I'm buying,
They
I don't
took him
know,
on to the, they had to get the ambulance. Come over here to get him.
pots
Wow.
from Ruben.
Transferred
Now
to the
Ruben's
hospital.
donkey is loaded with
Yes,
pots. So
So
you say,
they're
okay,
at the
I'm
hospital.
going to
So
pay,
when I know something, I will
$10
sure
per
let
pot.
you know.
Excellent.
Again,
Well, he'll
there's a
certainly
whole
be
bunch
in,
of stuff on
my
the
thoughts.
I don't
And
know what it is
he's a
that
strong
I'm
man. I think he'll be
but
home
it's
soon
just
enough.
here,
I
we've
think
agreed on
you're in the right
price, and
mentality
we've
that
agreed
it's not his time yet.
on item.
No,
I
it's
just have
not.
to
I think
my
my child was
see
just
what I'm
I think
thinking.
I'm going to have to put him
I
somewhere.
can't renege.
And I'm like,
I
oh my
can't get
God,
out
yeah,
on that. I
because
can't get out.
he going to
I
work
can't
and
renege on
come
that
up
transaction.
here
Now
going,
again,
it's a
there are
lot.
other cases of price
Or,
where even
you
if we
know what I'm
agree on
saying? And
price,
my uncle's
there's
already
too much other transactional ambiguity. I can
you
still
know,
back
I don't
out.
know what they
What's
but
highly over
we're
here
thinking
is
that after we find out
so
what's
you need
going
agreement
on.
on price in
Okay.
order to create
Keep
a price.
yeah, we do.
Results in
But she had got the bone care. She got hospice.
Another case,
Supposed to have the doctor
going
called last
back.
night.
Remember again,
Called
how
last
did this
night.
whole thing
His
start?
doctor.
You know, Shimon goes over to Ruben selling your property.
And
Ruben
told her,
says, I'm not selling you right now, but when I sell, I'll sell it to you.
So
Sell it
she
to
was
you.
supposed to go
And then
to
Ruben goes
Dr.
and sells
tomorrow.
it
supposed to go there. But
Shimon doesn't really
the guy was
have
saying
any
to go
recourse.
come to him or
Right?
go to the
Why?
other.
There was never a discussion
go
on price. So because there was never a discussion on price,
he said she should
ultimately,
have home care instead of hospital.
At least based on what the Gemara said.
So yeah, because they're not doing it. Nurse comes here, she can buy them and stuff like that.
What did he say?
They're really not doing it. When we have it,
It's a little more specific.
he needs more care.
So Shimon goes
Then
on to Reuben, some of your
he
people
does need to get the
who
money
they're not
back.
selling.
He needs more care than that.
But if I do sell one
I
day,
understand.
I'll sell to you for
Why does he
100
can't
zuz.
pick him up?
Okay.
I can't pick
Also,
him
some
up.
of it in Shapiro for 120 zuz.
Home care, she don't pick
So
him
obviously,
up. I don't know
Shimon's
her
right is someone's always right.
Right. You just need somebody to come who's doing more than what's currently being done at the home. And
Exactly.
he was fine. I'm not 100%, but I mean, like, you know, I'm sure that they'll probably give him some antibiotics for his eye and maybe some fluids, and he'll be back to normal maybe by that or so.
It's not like today where
She got some kind of
you didn't sell your land.
It sounds like it.
Your land was what?
And that's why you would want antibiotics to fight that infection.
So Yaakov says, obviously, is selling. He's in financial distress.
we're glad
If he's
that
financial
he's there,
distress, he has the right to what? To get the best
That's why I was trying to get
to sell
to
to Shimon.
Well, I appreciate you keeping me updated. He'd certainly be in my
I
thoughts.
want to watch Netflix.
And again, I'll say, it's free market.
Get my mind, you know.
To restrict
Absolutely.
to get more for his property. Therefore, Yaakov says,
I'm trying to be strong. I got to
Shimon
be
can
strong.
be right, yes, but ultimately, again,
Absolutely.
he has absolutely
Oh, Miss
no
Aquarius,
recourse.
he's lived 99. You never know, you know. But it's not like he's got cancer or he's got heart disease or anything like that. I mean, I'm sure at 99 years old, he's not brand new, but he's still been going really well.
I sell two for 100 zuz.
He does have a heart.
He was saying, I believe 100 zuz to be the price that the market.
Yeah, but that's not bothering him. That's not bothering him right now.
Whatever people are willing to pay.
A pacemaker?
Now we could get 120 zuz. Indicates
But-
that that's what it's worth. So therefore,
Yeah,
again,
exactly. I mean, he's been living with that for a long time. So, you know, hopefully he just needs kind of when you get your car, get all the fluids rechecked and basically replaced and everything, and then he'll be good as new as he can be. Perhaps by even tomorrow, maybe. You never know. But the good thing is, it's not like he was conscious when he went in. He's talking, even though he's not making a lot of sense. He's 99 years old, like you've always said to me. He never makes a lot of sense. So he's just kind of living in this world. And for the questions about 40 years or whatever it's been, I'd want to see her too. You know, like, so that's kind of a skewed question. He doesn't want to go anywhere. When he says he wants to go back home, he's never been to the place he's talking about, so he doesn't mean that to be home. Perhaps, I mean, maybe he does, but like you say, he doesn't know what he's saying sometimes. And maybe he just got confused. Exactly. And I know that your aunt would say, but you are home, Daddy. Like, I get that. He just got confused. That happens.
If he says Kidda Amri Betlasa, as 3 say, then you need unanimity in the appraisal. The Amri Betlasa. So the Gemara says, good.
Exactly. I don't know if it's the best analogy, but like, let's say someone's okay. Perfect example. Someone's. Just one moment, Mr. Queers.
Choosing a number like 4, then obviously what you're saying is, I want the appraisal to be unanimous, be binding. If halacha l'maaseh again, all 4 agree. The kol shekein heichav da'amrei kidda amri barba. All the more so if you don't show as 4 would say. Amrei k'shemi b'tlasa. Listen to this. So let's say we're going to take the shem of the property, and let's do it as 3 would appraise it. As 3 would appraise it. K'shemi b'tlasa. Ultimately, again, v'asu tlasa v'shamua, and ultimately again 3 came along. So 3 people appraised it. But Amalei Ida Leisu Tlasa Achrini the Kimu Tvei. What happens? Shimon says, you know what, I have another base, and I got another 3 guys. So
Apologies for that, Mr. Queers. Mr. Queers, you've got a situation where you have a man who is 99 years old, but still has a working body and a working mind to some extent, to the limited amount that he has, and it's not like they admitted him for a heart attack or for cancer or anything, God forbid, really serious like that. They just got to figure out what's going on with his eye, and hopefully they'll figure that out. And
I told her to tell them about his eye. I hope she told them about his eye.
Can you text them and ask? Can you text them and ask, hey, did you make sure to tell them about the eye?
That appraisal stands unless one of the parties can show that for some reason that appraisal itself is flawed. Says the Mishnah,
I understand that too. She's under a lot of pressure.
So it's very interesting. And I am selling wine ultimately again. So what do? I take my funnel and I pour wine into
Absolutely.
the
And we'll be
sure.
Now watch this. And then I go and I think that's
so when they came here, I'm coming on the phone.
Into my job. So what's the
one of the young guys was like, are you the daughter? I said, no.
There's a lip
I said, I'm the granddaughter
of the funnel.
He said, you the sister? I said, no, I'm the granddaughter.
The says,
I said, you were talking about like in the room with you.
What it sounds like is happening here is that we are concerned that somehow some of the wine that I poured for the apple, somehow became yainess.
I said, that guy right there,
got transferred over to my wine, right? Then I put the funnel in my barrel, in my wine jug, and therefore get some of the yainess. If you pour from one utensil to another, the one you are pouring from, right, is going to be mutter, and the one you're pouring into is going
he's
to
confused.
be
He's confused.
Exactly what that case is talking about. So let's analyze. So it's not awesome. So we learned.
They say when you get older, when you get of age like that, go back to the child.
So we learned elsewhere.
Yeah, but
I mean,
to some extent, but we don't know why he did what he did. I think he's just confused. He obviously doesn't know that he was at home. He's got an infection. His body's trying to fight it. And he might, it's one of those things where you might just be, I'll feel better because the clothes are making me feel not constricted or something like that. But it sounds like he'll be okay. And you keep a strong, and you go back to You go absolutely. You go back to watching Netflix.
So
So
again,
look at the
this is a
movie.
case of where you have moisture
What happened?
enough
With
to
Tia,
make
I
something
think one of the
else
twins.
wet.
It's
In one
called
of these cases,
Mary,
in
Mary.
keyboard, these
No,
streams of
what is
liquid
it?
are
Mary
not.
Big
So
House.
for example,
Okay.
if you have
Well,
a
go watch
downward
something else.
stream, right? And the
Netflix
upper
has
item
tons
is
of
tummy,
stuff.
and the downward item is tar, that stream,
Yeah, I
stream
mean,
of
if
liquid
you want,
flowing
I'll
down
help you
the
find
mountain,
something. I don't know what it be,
but the liquid itself is
and
not moist
find
enough to
something
make
that's really
something
highly
else
rated
wet. So these
that
things
you
do
might
not
like
create connection to
that's of
tumantara.
interest to
On
you.
the
So
other
I'll go
hand,
to imdb.com right now.
keyboard the tumantara.
The one that you just watched, or yeah, you want a comedy. Okay,
Right, if you
so
have a stationary bit of water,
we're gonna go to
ultimately,
TV
again, this
shows.
will create
The
a
top
connection. That
250
stationary body of water will
TV
create a
shows right
connection
now,
for tumantara
or of
purposes.
all
In other words,
time.
if you can imagine, if you have a tummy
And you
item
need
on
more
one
than just
end,
I don't know. I
item on
would
the
I
other
would
end,
want
and they're
more
all
than just a movie
touching
for you,
in
because the
water,
movie's going to be
the
over in
water
2 hours, and
ultimately
you're going to be back to work. So this would be a great time for you to get into a funny show. Have you ever seen The Office?
Item tummy. Okay, so what does that have to do with anything? So the Gemara says,
Okay, long time ago. Okay, so The Office is like, that's my comfort show. If I'm ever bored, I watch The Office, and I could have that thing on 24 hours a day. I love it. I absolutely love it. But if that's not your... Yes, ma'am.
Which is the downward stream.
Absolutely. 100%.
If you can imagine the stream that runs down.
So you keep an eye on me.
I'll do my best to, madam. Okay, so right now, the 27th most popular show of all time is The Office. But that might not. Okay, I don't know if it's on Netflix though. I think it's on Peacock.
Where is it at? Where did you look at it at?
I can send you a link.
What would that mean? What that would mean if you were, let's say, well, let's see. So where do you know this from? From where do you know this? If it's from Mishnah, Hanitzuk Baketafos Mashketopech Enoch Chibor, Lo the Tuma, Lo the Tara. So it's in the Mishnah that we just mentioned. The Nitzuk Kitapos and Mashketopech does not create the connection for Tumantara. The Tumantara Hudalo, Havi Chibor, Hala Inyaines, not create connection to Tumantara. But they do create connection ultimately for what? For Yainesa. If that's the case, Ema Seifa, look at the Seifa, Hashborin. Right, the Shborin is just the sitting body of water. Chibor the Tumalatara. That does create connection to Tumalatara. Would you infer from that the Tumalatara to Havi Chibor, Hala Yainesa, Lo Havi Chibor? Which is only for Tumalatara, not for anything from here.
All right, Mr. Cortez, I'm sending you link to season 1, and they have all the seasons on this website. And if you don't like it, then you're in the minority. Okay, well that's why it's a comfort show then.
Regular Jewish utensil. Does that stream create the connection ultimately again between the two items or not? That's what we're trying to figure out over here.
All right, I mean you can watch, but you can if you want a cartoon, go for it.
Creates connection. And what we're beginning to see is that really has two different applications, both for Tumantara as well as for Yainesa. Gemara says, Tinan, let's analyze. This is our Mishnah.
It's not letting you.
You took a funnel.
What do you mean?
I have a funnel. I have two things. I'm a Jew with a funnel. Right, so what happens? I go ahead and I'm selling wine to an akum. So what do? I take my wine and I take my funnel. I put my funnel into the jug of the akum, and I go ahead and I pour wine for the akum.
I'll give you
for the akum. So what did the Mishnah say? I'll say I'm a base. I'm base 72b. What did the Mishnah say? In the Ishba, Keves, again, the wine is going to be us. So the Gemara says, Akeves yayin b'mai kamsa. So I'll say, the Gemara now unpacks this case. That's like the word. Now, obviously, what the Mishnah is saying is like this. If I go ahead and I take my funnel, right, I put my funnel into the jug of the apple. I then pour the wine, right, and then I take that same funnel and I bring it into my utensil to pour wine also. So the Mishnah says, I wine. Now, obviously, what the Mishnah is saying is because what are we afraid of? That there's some wine from the first pour for the apple that gets stuck in the lid, and therefore if I bring it into my utensil, it's going to make it usher. Now the Gemara says, understand, why is the wine left over in the lid from the pour for the apple? Why is that wine usher? A mystery. Lav b'nitzot. It must be through the pour. Or they won't say it's through the flow.
Is Bob's Burgers?
I'm pouring my wine through my funnel into the kli of the apple. Now the assumption is, what's on the bottom? Even before I start that pour, what's on the bottom of the utensil of the apple? What's there? Droplets of his previous wine. What's the status of that wine? Yayin esach. So now I'm pouring my wine through the funnel, right, in the utensil of the apple, which means now there's a stream. That stream out of the utensil of the apple, which has droplets of yayin esach.
I think it's on
the top of that stream is where is in my
Peacock
funnel.
now.
And therefore, again, the bottom stream is connected to the droplets that are held back in the lip of the funnel. And therefore, that stream...
Dave Chappelle's newest stand-up special.
Makes the droplets in the lid. Yayin nesach. When I then go ahead
It's on
and
there.
take
It's
out
really
the
good.
funnel,
He talks
put it
about
into my jug,
Stevie Wonder
now,
and Aretha Franklin and
that stream does create activity between that which is on
Nipsey
top
Hussle
and that which is on the
and
bottom.
T.I. He talks about T.I. and going all over Atlanta.
See from here that a stream or a flow creates a connection between that which is above and that which is below. So maybe the issue with the listen piece of no. Maybe the case is not
There you go. You found something.
right, but rather a stream connectivity, what's happening over there. I'm pouring my wine to the apple, right? So again,
Exactly. Do you like Stranger Things?
So high in his jug that his wine, the wine level.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'll find you
So
something.
this has nothing to do with flow. Nothing to do with flow. This has to do our stream. This has everything. This makes a little bit more sense. Now,
We want it to be
the Akbum's wine
I'm just going to go check GPT. We want it to be
if there's no lid on the
a
bottom
comedy.
of my funnel, who cares, right? In other words, I'll just pull it out and we're good to
What
go.
are the top
But if there is a lid on the bottom of
50
my funnel,
comedy
now I really do have
series
potential issue because some of those
like
residual
TV
droplets
shows
are going to be left
ever
in the bottom of
on
my funnel.
that are currently on
So the
Netflix?
Gemara says, but if I do not
All right.
the wine level to the bottom of my funnel, what's the halacha? Low. It's not going to be a problem. In that case, again, it's actually not a problem.
Okay.
The Gemara says, did so. What do you see from here? That a flow does not create connectivity. In other words, you have no line from here that flows, that stream creates connectivity, to which the Gemara says, low. Once it's not necessarily well that obviously in a case where the actual wine level in the akum's jug is above the lip of my funnel, obviously everyone agrees that that's going to be problematic. But that doesn't change the point that there's still a shayla about flow. What's the status of flow? So Tashma, I'm arbitrarily, we'll say if a person is pouring from one utensil to another utensil.
You're good. Okay. So,
which we don't even know what this means yet. And so if I'm pouring from one plea to another, as Shema, Aram and Mena Mutter, the plea that you're pouring from is Mutter, Ha, the Beini Asr. And yet, you see from here that which is in the middle, right? Ultimately, again, it's going to be Asr. Shmamina Nitza Chibur. See from here, ultimately, again, that a flow or a stream creates connectivity. So that's true that the flow creates connectivity.
All right, so you go to the message that I sent you. It's the first one. Yep. And then you go to that link. No. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Apologies. Yeah. Okay, and then do you see the one in the top left? 1x1?
So this is very interesting. It could very well be that in this case, which again, the Gemara has not exactly clarified what this case is, but it could very well be that the way you're pouring in this case, so is fascinating, is in spurts. Right? When you pour, there are two ways you can pour. You could pour with continuous stream.
All right, we'll get your iPad.
Like what happens when you go? I would do it, but we have a lit obligation in the base medrash. So you need to pour in spurts, right? So what do you mean to pour in spurts? You I don't know what the right term is, you jerk the cleave. If that's the right, watch that in slow motion. What that does is it transfers the liquid from A to B.
So did you click the same link?
So ultimately, again, the liquid is transferred, but there's no connection between A and B. So therefore, in that kind of case, everyone would agree that even if you say that it's a placebo, right? If you say that it's free, creates connectivity.
I see it.
Again, if you have that
Yes, ma'am.
Click this link, okay?
That's right.
Okay,
go back. And just copy the link. So you hold it down. And then the copy thing should come up.
Which says that when you're pouring, the upper finger means mutter.
Yep.
Anything that's in the middle,
Yes, ma'am. And press paste.
You can't understand it. You can't draw ultimately any kind of conclusion from that case. So Tashma, let's analyze.
And then press go.
The person ultimately again is pouring from a barrel into a ultimately again.
Okay, download Google Chrome.
Any flow that comes from the edge of the barrel going downwards is going to be up. So from here you see that I see again a stream has connectivity. Gemara Sheshes, what's the case over here? Siva said this whole time is actually an active what is coming as a result of the koach of the akol, which the Gemara says, if it's the akol that's doing the pour, then why is it only the stream that's asr? Why not say the contents of barrel number 1 are asr as well? That was very important. Now remember, let's take a step back just for a minute.
Excellent. Just that's exactly right.
What's that happen? Touch what? Not make it yayin nesach. So the Gemara says something very interesting. The Gemara says, so once I say, we are being reintroduced to a new concept.
Okay, then I want you to just type in to Safari or Chrome on your iPad.
But that rabbinic prohibition was only on what?
Let me know when you're ready to start. Okay, it's the letter. You know what? Just Google this. Actually, just go to Google.
Goes ahead and pours wine, right? And the wine is beautiful. As a result of his car, the flow which emerges is going to. But the contents of the barrel.
Just type into Google. Just type into Google. I watch The Office.
This idea that wine that moves as a result of the koach of an akol, that ultimately is midrabanan.
Yep.
The Gemara says the asr must hahu dafak lebrai.
Yeah, and then type @cc. I know that you're searching for it, but that'll give it more information.
That flowed outside
That's it. And then it should be the first link.
That is inside ultimately again remains what so we'll have to stop over here for today. So ultimately again, this is very interesting because I will say this now opens up the resolution on the top of the but this opens up just a new conversation for the remainder of here, which is
When you click it,
obviously direct contact with wine.
okay, and then is it not loading?
From his koah, but also
Just one moment.
because of his koah, but the wine that remains in the utensil ultimately again.
I've got all the.
Last case, Yaakov is pouring wine from utensil into utensil B. Oh,
I know.
So now, what did the Mishnah say? The wine in utensil A
All right,
remains
Miss Aquarius.
The wine in utensil
I'm about to send
B
you
is usher. Why? Because again,
another
that
link.
flow is usher. Because it's flowing as a result, ultimately of Yaakov. We'll say to be continued tomorrow. What do we? Shkoyach. All right, everyone.
Okay.
Good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos.
Now this one, let me make sure I get it right.
Yeah, they coming. It look like they coming home. I don't know where they going. Okay, no, nothing.
All right, Miss Aquarius. I want you to try this link now. I don't want you to get frustrated if a pop-up comes up. Okay, so this website might have just initially go to the message I just sent you. You should be able to just click that, and it should open. Yeah, perfect. And this one will autoplay for you, so you don't have to play after each episode.
His mother, Peggy Fega Razel, Bas Fega Razel, Bas Selig, Zichron Baruch, and the whole,
I didn't get
and all of the tzilos, all our beautiful people, and yes, Hashem will be Elui Nishmas, David from his father, Rabbi Ali Flam, Rabbi Yitzchak Aryeh Ben Achaber, Rabbi Yaakov Zichrono Livracha. And our day of learning sponsor, Mark Ehler, in memory of his grandfather, David Shlomo, beautiful official, who's today. We hope that merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas the families in the Chama, the Baruch should bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yedei. So with that, let us be. We have a lot to do today. Really great.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Great.
All right, so you should just be able to hit the play button. If a pop-up comes up, don't get frustrated though. That happens, but it shouldn't. You just should be able to hit play.
Correct? What? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Okay, approximately 19.
I see. Okay.
So again, we're just to reorient ourselves a little bit. So remember,
can you show me the whole screen, possibly?
Good news. Essentially, if I leave my wine with an aqua,
show me the whole screen.
Under what circumstances do I have to be concerned that he tampered with it?
So it's it's loading. It's loading. You see at the top it's circled.
Left it alone, and it's still there for again kosher.
Okay.
Everything comes down to the following. An aqua will go ahead and tamper with
press
wine.
The pause button and then see if you can hit the play button again.
He could find a reasonable reason as to why he's in proximity to wine. Right? He's confident that the Jew isn't popping up out of nowhere.
That's okay.
So I really make the assumption that the Akum is not tampering with the wine. So the Gemara says, well, says, and then down from an interesting discussion between Rabbi and Rabbi. We're making the assumption that whatever.
Okay. then just find a series on Netflix that
I don't know. I don't know why they do that to iPads. Like,
someone also was like, let's say, not
doing
the school in the
right?
Torah.
It's the same thing as
Food in Torah. Whatever applies for food, for Torahs, certainly applies for wine as well. The Gemara says, Misveh, Gemara is the Kasha. Happening is Shachar, like it's Shamar. So what's actually interesting to have is they have two fields. But the way that they're producing homes, but the way that they're set up is the
I know she got
and the Amaris is on the outside, which means the only way for the couple, let's say, to access his home.
Maybe why she don't pick up. She has pick up. I know she
yeah. That's the best way.
The cover doesn't have another way to access his home. So the halach is like this.
Alright, so then just watch that one movie you wanted to watch or whatever until she gets home, and then you get Peacock from her and you can watch it off. Alright, so just check that out. I'll be right back, Mr. Queers.
Into the chutzner of the chaver. Usually when it says Kashi the Rab. So there's a Kashi Rab, right? Because Rab said that halacha wise in the previous case, where let's say an Amaris and the cover had adjacent fields, and there was just a very low mechitza in between those two fields. So Rab said ultimately that the cover has to assume that his taros are tamei, because the Amaris could reach over. It's a Kashi Rab. Amalek Rab, in this case is different. Why? Shenitlas. There's no feasible reason why the Amaretz would ever be found in the chutzner of the chaver. See, I both say, remember the case over here is the only way for the chaver to access his home is through the Amaretz's field. The Amaretz has absolutely no reason to be in the chaver's property. So because of that, he has no feasible reason to be there. Because he has no feasible reason to be there, therefore we assume he's not going to tamper with the produce. So Tashma, Rabbi Shimon says as follows: Gago shall chaver l'mala mi gago shall Amaretz. So I say, interestingly enough, let's see you have two roof lines. The roof of the chaver and the roof of the Amaretz. The roof of the chaver is higher than the roof of the Amaretz. So what's the halacha? Also, chaver shakech shampoo. So when the came and ultimately again the chaver could go ahead and put out his produce, his tar produce. He could put out his tar. Kelim, or will watchlo Tei Yado Shal Amaretz Maga as the Sham. As long as we are confident that the Amaretz doesn't have the ability to reach over onto the roof of the chaver. So says the Gemara, Kash Rabbi Yochanan. There's Kash Rabbi Yochanan, because Rabbi Yochanan said before in the side-by-side chutzner case that the chaver need not be concerned about physical contact between his produce and the Amaretz. Rabbi Yochanan said this shiny hasam, the Islay the Ishtamut. It's different there because there the Amaretz could come up with a good cover story as to why his hand is in the roof space of the chaver. What he could say, Amar in Mitsure Kamasra. He could I'm measuring space. I want to see how much space is between my roof and your roof. I'm picking up building up my roof. I'm taking measurements. So because he can make an excuse about taking measurements, he has a good alibi why he's there, because he has an alibi. Ultimately, there's a concern that he's going to be there and he's going to touch that which does not belong to him. Gemara goes weiter. Tashma. Gagol shel chaver b'tzad gagol shel amos. Let's say you have two opposite rooftops, right? So one belongs to the Pater, or chaver, one belongs to the Amoretz. Also, the chaver shoteach champagne, also when the achsham kelim, so the chaver is allowed to put out produce, allowed to put out his utensils. The arpa sheyado shel Amoretz magas l'sham. Even though technically speaking, the Amoretz could ultimately reach there. To which the Gemara says, "Kasher." This is a question of so that's why are you asking Kasha? At the end of the day, there's another opinion. Who's the other opinion? This is the opinion of Reb Shimon Gamliel. I hold I'm Reb Shimon Gamliel. I like Reb Shimon Gamliel. Okay, so I'll say, so bottom line, what are the
How do you know where they are?
Takeaways number one, ultimately, again, are
360. I got a location on
so this is how we started. That if you're going to leave your wine with an akum, there have to be two factors present.
She wanted me to get this. I didn't get it. She wanted me to get it, so
I
she'll
have to
know
be
what.
going away with the
You
akum
know,
never knows when I'm coming back. And then I could pop up without being attacked.
hey, you know
Right?
something
That
happened.
creates what we call a mirsis, a sense of fear
Okay.
of being discovered.
So that just pings her
Second
phone.
of all, the akum has to have a good reason as to why he would, or has to have a good alibi, a story as to why he would be
You
in
know,
close
just to know
proximity
it's
to
somebody.
the
You
wall.
never had
If he
that
doesn't
before?
have this, so your alibi,
Well, you
I
can
don't
just
have to
find
worry
somebody
about
that
marijuana
has
because
it.
I'm assuming he's not
Location,
going to
so
temper
you'll know,
it
like,
because an akum
special
only
about
tempers with wine
if
when he
something
assumes that
happens.
he's not going to be
You know.
Yeah, but
You
that
know, okay.
says the Mishnah.
that just
But
pings
if it pains something,
that just pings their phone. Exactly.
Rashi says is chayil Hashem shemechapsin b'chosun karli bolashes. This is a group of soldiers. A
but
group
you
of
can check
soldiers.
in if you
It's a
want
group of
to.
soldiers that come to a city at a time of
They
peace.
can come. Okay, get back. Yeah.
And what's that about? Chaviros
Everybody come
psukos
here.
asuros. Any open barrels of wine will be aser, but ultimately stumos
They might
mutaros.
be. Them checks might
Closed
take
barrels of
over
wine will
till
be
tomorrow.
mutter, right? Because the assumption is the soldiers will go into any open barrel time of war. Elu the
You don't need to come home today.
Ultimately,
Do
both
you think
open barrels
so,
and
Rabbi?
sealed
No.
barrels
If they get him at an island
but
over there, yeah, they don't need to come home.
because during wartime,
Above
there's
him,
no
against
time
him,
for
it's only been
libations. There's no time for
a
libations.
few hours,
They'll say,
but
by the way, and here you can see the fundamental distinction between the yid and the akum.
what you eating? I
So
want
the
some.
akum, in times of
Oh,
distress,
I'm
has
taking that. Please get a
absolutely
taste
no
of that
time
rope.
for his abodazar. Right?
I'm
The yid,
eating mashed
in times of
potatoes,
distress,
beef,
cannot
and
get enough of the ribono shalom.
it's called like beef
Because
bolognese.
ultimately,
Not
again, it's in
bolognese,
times
beef
in
burgundy,
general,
basically.
in times of stress and distress is where you see the true metal and nature of a person. Right? Like the Gemara says, so kiso and kaso. Right? Ultimately, what happens when he drinks, how spend his money, and what does he get upset about? So at least two out of those three, money and anger, represent how you deal in times of stress. How do you deal in stressful situations? Because at the end of the day, when I'm not stressed, I can put on a good show. Right? When I'm not stressed, I can put on a very calm exterior. When I encounter me comes out. So I will say it's incredible. So now war is a pretty big stressor. So the Gemara says, what does the akum do during war? He turns away from his deity because deep down he probably knows that it's not going to help us anyway. But yeah, what does the deity do? Incredible. So the Gemara is a kasha top of my knowledge for many. So based on this Mishnah, the Mishnah says essentially that when the akum, right in times of war, the akum is not worshiping his deity. He's not not libationalized.
They're the hospital. They know this.
All of the barrels
They'll
of
take
wine,
care
whether
of
they're
him.
sealed or they're open,
It'll be
are
as
going
good
to
as
be
new, God willing, by maybe tomorrow or the next day.
If you have a city, which was conquered, ultimately again, which was conquered. What's the halacha? By a Gentile army called Kohanos Shebesoka Besulos. All of the wives of Kohanim become asur to their husbands. That was a very dramatic halacha, which certainly requires a lot more explanation. But on the most basic level, what are we concerned about? That when Gentile soldiers occupy a city, what are they doing? They're violating the women. They're violating the women. The halacha is that the wife of a Kohen becomes asur. Normally, if the wife of the Yisrael is violated,
Yes, ma'am.
she remains permitted to her husband. The wife of a Kohen, if she is violated, becomes prohibited to her husband. So the Gemara says if you have a city that was
got the NFC Championship.
conquered by a Gentile
And Los Angeles is in it.
So what's the kasha? I don't understand. You just made it sound in the Mishnah.
It's a big game for the Los Angeles Rams.
Have no time for anything but war. But here it sounds like the soldiers have time for immoral conduct. If they have a time for immoral conduct, why wouldn't we say they're worshiping idolatry as well? Plus, there's a terrible Gemara. Amr Amari, in the
I get a notification for you. Be like,
Rabbi
Rosa said everywhere.
No time
I wish I could do that. I wish I could just ping everybody.
Time for immorality. In other words, we'll say, and this is
okay, hello, I'm here.
There you go.
Yesterday's daf. Also, it's fascinating. 2 days in a row, right? So we were saying yesterday about the Jews who are sitting down and having wine with the non-Jewish zona, just because they're going to engage in immorality doesn't mean that they're going to engage in idolatry. So again, essentially, morality
Come talk to me, Rabbi. Come talk to me.
It's still not by non-Jews.
I'm here.
It's kind of a common story by Jews as well. So therefore, again, the Gemara says,
right, somebody gonna come in and say, come talk to me. So they came and talked to me.
But during wartime, unfortunately, they are
I wish
still
that was
engaging
possible,
in
huh,
immoral
Rabbi?
practices.
Yes.
Incredible. The Mishnah goes back to it. So that's another interesting case here.
Snap your fingers, and somebody can come.
Yes, ma'am. All right, let's find you a Netflix comedy.
Watch this case. So you have workers, right? Jewish workers who work for a non-Jew. Okay. So now what happened is payday. So right, Akum has to pay his workers, Jewish workers. What does he do? He wants to pay them in a barrel of yayin nesek. Right. So let's say again, I work for the Akum. I go ahead, I fantastic barrel of aged yayin nesek. I'm giving it to you as your wage. Okay. So what's the halacha? So obviously,
He'll be home soon enough.
so if we remember nothing else, what we do know is yayin nesek is
All right.
You can't get benefit from it. So now what do I do? This is very interesting. The Gemara says,
What about
we want
something that's all
So why don't you sell the wine? You sell the wine.
What
And
about
just pay with
you
the
like
proceeds.
cartoons?
Get paid with the proceeds of the yayin nesek. Now why is that? Because I have never taken possession of the yayin nesek. So as long as I've never
Do you like
taken possession
Garfield?
of it, it's never entered into my domain. It's not mine. Because it's not mine, therefore I'm saying
So type in the Garfield show
when the Akum sells it
into
off, he's selling
Netflix.
off his own possession.
It's like a 3D version.
He sells his car.
Yeah, it's
Doesn't
a
make
series.
difference to me I'm allowed to then be paid with the proceeds of
There are
that
3
particular
seasons.
sale.
That will,
Thank you.
you're welcome,
So
madam.
look at
Which
that
one
this
is it?
moment. For
It's called The
trashes,
Garfield Show. It's got
second
3
of the short
seasons.
lines. Motor Loma Latin
I got-
Loma Chayiv Lohan Elamos.
Yeah, you're
Because I
welcome.
didn't acquire the
Thank you
barrel
so
of
much.
wine. Right? The outcome is obligated to me in
You're
money.
welcome, madam.
Elamos Latanya Lael Yisosha. No, case
I
number
only got
2
two
is
to three.
if I get the barrel
No.
of
I
wine,
got 2
right, I
seasons.
find the barrel of
Okay,
wine,
I
and
did
then
3.
No, they have 3. They have,
Yeah.
they have 3 seasons. Go to season.
Silver, I want to pay you.
Oh, you're
Here's
right.
the barrel of wine. It's Yain
You know what I mean?
Yain Nesach.
Nah,
Now I have a
nah.
problem. What's my problem? Because again, I will say, what happens with the Yain Nesach that becomes owned by a Jew? That's Asr.
I must have seen this
That's
one.
Asr. Akum, no, thank you. You sell it, give me the proceeds. Once I take possession of the wine, it's mine. Then it becomes Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew
Right.
has no recourse
I'm here,
except
okay?
being destroyed.
Yes, ma'am.
Says the Gemara. I'm not even sure Rav. Most of the Adam Lomar, the Ovid Kochavim, say, Rav says, I could say to my neighbor, it's tax time. I have to pay my taxes. So I could say to the Akum, do me a favor, go and take care of my tax bill for me, and I'll pay you back. I'll pay you back. Now, what's the Chiddush in this? The Chiddush in this is that even though, let's say, I know that the Akum is going to use Yayin Nesach to pay off the debt. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Say, Ba'apeis alai manas hamelech. Arnona, tax. She'nosen mitvo say, meno say, Isur. V'yisor ze shachay v'aseis lamelech Yayin. Mutter lo me la'ovei kochavim ha'peis alai. Apagam dika yoev ha'ovei kochavim Yayin Nesach. V'ai Yisrael pari damehal. Even the Havimatzi the Saluki the Shlifa the milk of the Zuzi. Listen to this. So essentially, there's a tax, right? And therefore, I was obligated to go ahead and give, 10 barrels of wine. So I tell my Akum neighbor, can you take care of my tax bill? And I'll pay you back. I'll pay you back. Says no problem. He uses Yayin Nesach. Ultimately, again, I'm still allowed to pay him back. Why? There actually explains because the way this particular tax works is, although it's a tax on produce, you could also pay it off in money uses, whatever it is. I'm paying him a financial debt that is not really related to Yayin Nesach. In other words, the particular item that he used to pay the debt is really irrelevant to me. What I just need him to do is take care of my tax bill, and I'm going to pay him back. So this is a Al Yomer Adam Lo'ovei Kochavim Ol Tachtai La'otzar. So listen to this. The Rabbi says as follows: I can't say to my Gentile neighbor, Ol Tachtai, literally again, come in my place to the ruler. And we'll say now, it's the same case. It's a tax. Right? Ol Tachtai La'otzar. He can't speak Komi Lahapis as Hashoter Kimoz. The answer, so the idea over here is, I owe the local ruler money. I owe $1,000 in taxes to the local government. I can't say to the Akum, stand in my place to pay my debt, and I'll pay you back. Again, this is presupposing, of course, he's going to use Yayin Nesach to go and pay this off. So ultimately, again, I can't do that. I will say it's kind of just important. As Rav said, I can ask my Akum neighbor to pay off my tax bill, even though I know he's going to use Yayin Nesach. So why is this case different? To which the Gemara says, Amalei Rav. Ol Tachtai La'otzar Ka'amrit? No. This is different. We'll say, why? What does Ol Tachtai mean? Stand in my place. So this is literally where the Jew is saying to the Akum, I need you to be my shaliach. So if the Jew is creating shlichus with the Akum, it's literally creating agency, and the Akum is going to use Yayin Nesach, then indeed that is problematic. then it's problematic. The Gemara says, "Holo damya tini mina otse." The Gemara is just interestingly enough going ahead and making a distinction, ultimately again because between lashon of like do me a favor or help me out, and stand in my place. When I ask the akum for a favor, he's not acting as my agent. He's taking care of something for me, but agency has not been created. Because agency has been created, therefore, again, whatever the akum uses for payment, whether it's yain nesach or money or wheat, doesn't matter to me. When I use lashon of ol tachtai, stand in my place, that's creation of agency. With this creation of agency, then if the akum actually uses yain nesach, it's viewed as if I am actually carrying this out, and of course that's going to be problematic. Okay, interesting. Says the Mishnah next. It's an interesting case here, both say I'm selling wine, means pasak ad shalo madat. So both say if halacha we came to pasak means we came to agreement on price. We went ahead and we came to agreement on price, right? Aval lo madat, ad shalo madat. This was before the akum poured out the wine for himself. So for example, I'm telling it to the akum, I have to buy 3 gallons. So I go ahead and we agree on a price. After we agree on the price, then the akum pours off the wine into his container. So look at Rashi for just a moment. Pasak imam, so we agreed on a price. Ad shalom madat. Before the akum, before anything was poured off into the utensils, well, we'll see whose utensils is poured off into. Damav mutaler. Ultimately, again, so the proceeds are mutar. I'm allowed to keep. Now, I'll say. Now, remember, what will be the problem over here? So the assumption over here is that, remember, wine that belongs to an akum becomes yain nesach. So the idea over here is I'm transacting business. This is my wine right now. But it's ultimately, again, going to an akum. So what's the concern? The concern over here is the wine becoming yain nesach before the transaction is finalized. Because then I have a potential problem of getting benefit from yain nesach. So therefore, again, the Mishnah says, if we agree on price before any wine is poured off, then the plate is the Farish Gemara. Kaima ika demuki lamishum mashicha va'ovei kochavim kana hilchach kishemodet hainu mashicha v'kanye ovei kochavim miyad dahavile liyisrael zuziga ve'ovei kochavim ba'aba v'yayin lohavi adinadale. So both says. So essentially, there are multiple parts in this process, right? In this transaction, ultimately, again, first we have to agree on price. Second, what ends up happening? The Oved Kochavim lifts up, let's say, the barrel, and goes ahead and pours it, or I'm lifting it up and pouring it. But the assumption over here is that he's taking possession of it. At that point of time, it becomes his. When does it become yain nesach? Yain nesach occurs. Well, we're going to see for now, we're assuming yain nesach, as long as we've agreed on the price. Prior to the akum having any contact with wine, the deal is considered, and therefore it gets it up before he even touches the wine itself. It becomes his, and therefore the proceeds ultimately are permitted. Whatever happens to the wine afterward, I don't care. Because I have my money, right? Because I'm entitled to my money already. Good. Gemara says, however, ad shelo pasak damav asur. If, however, the akum went ahead and lifted the wine and poured the wine before there was an agreement on price, ultimately, again, the wine is going to be asur. Now, what's the reason for this? Look at Rashi. Madad achalo pasak damav asur, and Rashi says, even the lo pasak damav lo samchadaite. Because if we didn't agree on price, when the Oved Kochavim lifts up the wine, ultimately, again, I'm not giving it over to him. Because without agreement on price, I'm not conveying ownership of anything, and therefore even when he does Mashiach, even when he lifts it or he pulls it, he has not acquired it. Therefore, therefore, that belongs to a Jew. What's the halacha of yayin nesek that belongs to a Jew? Can't get any level of benefit from this. Therefore, let's say, so watch how this case works. So again, I'm selling my wine to an apple. So the Mishnah says I have to be careful here, right? Because if he takes possession of this wine before touches the wine, before the transaction is complete, we have a problem. What's the problem? He's made my wine into yayin nesek, and I can't get any subsequent benefit from that. So therefore, the Mishnah says here's the way it works. If we have step one, agreement on price. If we're agreed on price, step two, when the akum lifts up the wine, he acquires it. He acquires it, he's now acquired his wine. Once he's acquired his wine, that means now I have a debt by him, right? So now transaction is done. Transaction is done. He owes me money, but the wine is his. What's the beauty of that is? What's the beauty of that? He's the wine. He's the wine in a container. Now remember again, does lifting wine in a container make the wine yayin nesek? No. When does it become yayin nesek? When he actually touches the wine, Shikha Hakba, he's acquired it. He now owes me my money, Shalom Yisrael. The problem is if he begins to lift it and subsequently touch it before we've agreed on price, the transaction is not done. Because the transaction is not done, when he's lifting and touching, what is he doing? He's lifting and touching my wine. Because of that, there's a strong possibility that my wine has become yayin nesek. Yayin nesek, the Jew, what's the halacha? Can't do anything with it. Says the Gemara, Amar Neimar, Meshicha Avik Chavim Kona. So I mean, what do you see from here? That Meshicha by Akum is an effective form of kinyan. Teda, the Hani Parsoi Mishadri Pardeshani Lahada. How do we know this? So first of all, Amimar said these Persians, they send each other gifts, and no one ever has the ability to demand the gifts. See that once one of the parties goes ahead and does Mashicha, right, ultimately takes possession of it, it's no backseas. Rashi says no. No. Perhaps Mashiach work by an akum. So the Gemara says, but what about the Persian gifts? The reason why the Persians don't give back gifts, ultimately, again, is because of arrogance. Right? Either arrogance on the part of the recipient, I'm not giving this back, or arrogance, right? That's the pashtus what this is. It's arrogance. So Rashi says, from where do I know this? That ultimately, again, Mashiach by an akum doesn't work. So listen to this. Rav lahano savyusa. Listen to this. Rav said that to the savyusa are wine merchants. Ki kailisu kamal ovekochavim shakli zuzi minayu bahadar kailim. It's interesting. Rav said like this: when you are going ahead and measuring out wine or ovekochavim, make sure to get your money first, and then go ahead and measure it out for them. Why? Now, interesting enough, and let's say the applicant has money on it, right? He doesn't have cash. So what should you do? Always keep extra cash with you, and osfinu, lend your money to the apple. Right, so lend him money for the purchase. And then what? So this was the Eitzah. This was the Eitzah ultimately again. That Rab gave to these individuals, right? And Rab said that halacha l'maisa again. when you're selling wine, ultimately again to an apple, make sure get your money first, measure out afterwards, right? And if they don't have money, so lend them money, and then ultimately again they'll pay you with that, and then they'll owe you money afterwards. Why? Because this is the low. I'm sorry. Good. VE low, because if you don't do this, Abdisuha, Ki Kahavi Yainesach, Birshusaifu Kar. So we'll say, what Kahavi? What's the problem? Because if you don't do this, then the concern is that if Yaakov touches the wine, ultimately, again, he's going to end up making it Yainesach while it is still in your possession. And ultimately, again, when you take money, you're going to end up taking money for what is Yayin Nesach. So, 1 second. But if you think that Mashiach really works by in Apple, we'll say on the days,
Yes,
Apple is 71b.
I'm sorry.
If you think that Mashiach works,
I said that he has the money and will keep him to
Okay, well, at least we know the what happened, right?
When the Obey Kohavim lifts the barrel,
Yeah, I don't want that.
that's Mashiach. That's how when he pulls it close to Mashiach, he acquires it. And therefore, even if it subsequently becomes Yayin Nesach, it's becoming Yayin Nesach in the Akum's possession, right? And it does become Yayin Nesach until you touch it. So, 1 second.
Well, that's awesome. That's great.
About over here, a situation where you were measuring it into the utensil of the Yisrael, then ultimately again you would be right. You would be right. Interesting. What's the case here?
To find it pretty good news, I think. I mean, usually the morning is not good news, but
so interestingly enough, what's the issue over here? The issue is that when you pour wine into the utensil, the assumption is that that utensil itself, there may be previous droplets of wine in there, and therefore again, halacha l'maisa, the wine that's poured in becomes yain nesach. So we'll say, so just to appreciate over here kind of the progression a little bit. So the Akum is buying wine from you. So again, everyone is agreeing that if we, well, let's like this. So the way this would work is normally I would take from my barrel, pour from my barrel into a smaller utensil, right? Because the Akum is not buying the whole barrel. So the Gemara says like this. The Gemara says, we wants to suggest that even if we don't agree on price beforehand, the wine ultimately, again, should still be mutter if you hold that Mashiach works by an Akum. Why? Because let me pour it into my utensil. The Akum could do Mashiach. He acquires the wine. Wine doesn't become Yayin Nesach until you actually touch it. First Gemara says, 1 second, what are we dealing with over here? Where I'm pouring my wine into the utensil of the Akum. Oh, that changes everything. Because if it's in the utensil of the Akum, the assumption is that there are wine droplets previously there. Those wine droplets are Yayin Nesach. Once I pour the wine into the utensil of the Akum, the new wine becomes Yayin Nesach immediately in the utensil. The problem now here is that it's Yayin Nesach even before Mashiach. If it's Yayin Nesach before Mashiach, then what? Then it's my Yayin Nesach. If it's my Yayin Nesach, then we have a problem because I can't get Hana from Yayin Nesach. Which the Gemara says, so I don't stand still. Kimatala Avira de Marakanye Yayin Nesach lo havi ad the Matila Arase. Very interesting. So the Gemara says, essentially, 1 second. When does a utensil acquire? A utensil acquires object, once the object is in the airspace of the utensil. When does the poured wine become yayin nesach? Only when, presumably only once it hits the bottom of the utensil, where there are droplets of yayin nesach already there, which should then mean that technically speaking, the akum should acquire the wine when it comes into the airspace of his kli, which is even before the wine becomes potentially yayin nesach, in which case the transaction should be permitted. Which goes, what do you see from here?
This may be controversial, but I don't really give a flying fuck.
You see that
and this is how I feel. This motherfucker in Ho Chi Minh City can shoot me in the middle of the fucking street. But this is how I honestly feel. The only Judaism is Orthodox Judaism.
So Gemara says, you see from here, it does. Why? So watch this. So what does this mean? Therefore,
that does not mean that people who don't practice Orthodoxy are not necessarily Jews.
So because
but I feel that there's a major issue within Judaism. Really, everybody at this point should have a conversion. We know that everybody's halakhically Jewish. And I find
and therefore it's all yayin nesach.
Things
even
like
the stuff, even the one that has
Reconstructionist or humanist Jews,
considered to be
Reconstructionist or humanist Judaism, in many ways, and secular Judaism.
No, not necessarily. He did not get the over.
Zionism, in many ways, to be more in line with traditional halakhic Judaism and the other things.
Ultimately, again, rather it is the only becomes utensil is
I don't consider the other things to be Judaism.
Ground itself.
I don't even know why they're called that. I think that they should be called something different, but I don't make those decisions before I was born. And I think that there's a major contingent of Israel that is not halakhically Jewish, and you all need a conversion as well. It's really difficult to know exactly who truthfully is Jewish. When I say Jewish, I mean halakhically Jewish. That's what I can hold down. When I say Jewish, I mean halakhically Jewish. Anything else doesn't matter.
What's the case over here?
Really? Then you're a non-Jew. And if you're a non-Jew, that's fine. If you want to be Jewish, there is a process, and you can
there are droplets of yayin nesach
utilize it if you want of your own accord. If you just never want to be Jewish, that's totally fine too. You're just a non-Jew. A guy. And you're part of the guy.
It's almost instantaneously and immediately.
And I'll say it. But guess what? A lot of Israel are goyim. They're part of the goyim. Even people who are recognized as Jewish by Israel are non-Jewish. They're goy. They're part of the goyim. And if this is controversial, I don't give a fuck. Everybody needs to be halakhically Jewish if you want to consider yourself to be Jewish. And I know somebody out there agrees with me. I know a lot of people agree with me. You know who? The halakhically Jewish people of the world. So I think that one day I would like Israel to have
but ultimately, again, if it's
a process to ensure that all of Israel is Jewish halakhically. And if you don't want to be, that's fine, but then you're a non-Jew. And just recognize that non-Jews exist all throughout the world, including in Israel. This is somewhat controversial to say, Israel, you all need a conversion so that we know that you're all halakhically Jewish. That's the easiest way. I played this out. You can watch my discussions, and so you can, and I feel how I feel. And so some Rebbitzon's going to be out there like, so does this mean that my sister-in-law, who's not halakhically in Judaism? Yeah, in my opinion, absolutely. What is she practicing? Some of their bullshit.
The transaction is pretty much locked in. Then subsequently, when the akum ultimately again it's already is, and if it subsequently becomes yayin nesach, I don't care. It's not mine. It's not mine. So we'll say, now interestingly enough, the Gemara's understanding over here is Mishnah seems to presuppose that Mashiach is a form of kinyan that works by an akum, right? Literally pulling something into your domain or pulling something towards you is an acquisitory act that works by an akum. The Gemara just says, by the way, that's a machlokas. Amemar says, yes, it does. Rav Ashi says, no, it doesn't. This then gave birth to a whole new subject, which we're in now about. So essentially, we're in the midst of that machlokas. Good. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara this way. Interesting to this way. Halakia, because we are on interesting to this. I buy pieces. I buy pieces of American apple. So what's the halacha? Good. Yeah, right. She says because she makes up pieces of American apple.
The international sanctions are really getting to North Korea as is increasingly clear to us.
So again, if I haven't paid money, ultimately again, even if I didn't shoot right, so what's the same piece over here? I took possession of the metal pieces, but I didn't get any money. Now I'm looking through this, I'm looking through the merchandise, and I see an idol. Okay, but you haven't paid any money, return it. You haven't paid for it, return it. And you say, Nasan Mos Mashak, but if I paid the money and I didn't shoot, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. It belongs to me, and therefore you know say, what do I do with the idol? I should throw it into the Dead Sea. Right after get rid of it. I can't get any level of hana from it. Now she says over here, right? Interesting. When do I acquire something from an akum? When there's two steps. Two-step acquisition. Number one, I paid money. Number two, I did Mashiach. Let's say, for example, I did Mashiach, I didn't pay money, right? And then Allah, I could return everything back to the akum. I'm able to return the idol to the owner. Am I Yatzir? Rabbi says, no, this case is different. Why? Because the most of this whole thing looks like a mekachtos. What's a mekachtos? A mekachtos is a transaction based on mistaken assumptions or circumstances. The most basic level, I go to buy a car from Ruben, and I say I want to buy a Cadillac, and he sells me a Toyota. That's a mekachtos. That's a mekachtos. And therefore, again, that is a voidable sale. So therefore, the Gemara says, Rabbi wants to suggest that when I bought pieces of metal from the akum, and it turns out that there is an idol in there that has the appearance of mekachtos, and therefore, as long as money has not been given, even though there was Mashicha, the sale is voidable. Amarava, Rabbi say if that's the case, Reisha mekachtos, Sepala mekachtos, I hear that logic. I definitely know this, but then if at the end of the day this is a mistaken sale, then it should be voidable whether I paid the money or not. Amarava, Reisha Sepa mekachtos. In both cases of mekachtos. 1 second, here's the problem. Bryce has said if I paid the money, I can't return the idol. If I didn't pay the money, I can't return. So why the distinction is mekachtos? Reisha, the lo yoyev zuzi, lo mischazi kavolos from Yad Yisrael. Because again, in the case where I did not have the appearance of avodah zarah in the hands of a Jew. So because of that, it's just easily returnable. Seifa, the Yoyev zuzi, ultimately again, but the Seifa, the second case where I did pay the money, so the Gemara says, mischazi kavolos from Yad Yisrael. That has the appearance of a Jewish-owned idol. Jewish-owned idolatry, we'll say, what do you do with it? Incredible. So, you know, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up Amir Hashem with this. So again, we're still embedded in this very same conversation, which does Mashiach work by an akum, doesn't it work by an akum? And again, based on that, the proper mechanism to affect a sale of wine to an akum to be continued and solidified. Tomorrow we'll say Shkoyach.
Jewish by Israel are non-Jews. They're goyim. They're part of the goyim.
What up, big dog?
This is controversial. Everybody needs to
Go ahead.
be Jewish if you want to consider yourself to be Jewish. And I know some
I go get OBS camera and what my stream labs.
I'll help you. Just 1 second. Okay. You know that the NFC Championship's on, Brandon?
All right, Joe, we'll say good morning. Good morning.
Okay.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the
Okay. So open up Streamlabs. Open up Streamlabs.
Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, Abalim, with Bennett Goldberg, for Aliyah to the Neshamas of his precious parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Figorezo Bas Zeli.
Oh, okay. You want to get that camera working? Okay. Way to do that. Let's see here. You're missing one of the options. Hold on. Go back. Not that. Go back to OBS. Okay. At the very top of OBS,
we'll see with that. Let's begin. We are picking up on some Tesla days 69b, 6 lines up from the bottom.
Make it a full screen. Make OBS a full screen. Right now it's not. Like, maximize it. Make it as big as it goes.
That if I leave an akum alone with my
In the upper right corner,
you
should be able to press maximize.
There are really two factors. Number one, does the akum
Upper right corner of OBS.
Or I could be coming back immediately. Typically, things are going to be coming back
Press
immediately.
maximize.
Ultimately, again, the wine remains mutter. If he knows I'm going to be gone for a little while, how long do I have to be? Then I got to set enough time to
OBS.
In the seal.
You want to maximize OBS.
Says no, because that type of
Okay, that's not the. Okay, I see where your issue is. Okay, move away from that. Okay, stop.
Wine and then replace.
Okay. Now in the upper right corner, not all the way corner, But of OBS, you should see.
Take off the lid.
Just one
Drink
moment.
the wine.
You should see an X.
Who's not worried about? Who's not? Who doesn't feel that anybody's
Hold on. Just
so therefore,
put your mouse in the middle of the screen.
We're confident. Well, that's the sheet.
Okay, stop. I want you to move your mouse 2 inches to the right. Okay, another 2 inches to the right.
We had Rabbi Eliezer earlier, actually. And Rabbi Eliezer said, she points
Okay.
this out, that in general,
wait, hold on. You're very close to where you need to be. Do you see that little box in the upper right, just above where you are? There's the minimize button, the square, and the X. Do you see the minimize, the square, and the X?
And number two, when it's easy.
Too far. No, not that one. You're missing it. Wait. Move. Stop. Just stop moving the mouse. Stop moving the mouse. Stop moving. Okay. Move your mouse 1 inch to the left.
So they might ask an interesting question. So now that we say that,
yeah, that square. You want to press that square.
Replacement of the lid. Furthermore, we assume that if the barrel is sealed, essentially,
No, that's some.
the akum really is not
Stop.
going to do anything with it.
Stop.
It's not worth the
You
trouble.
were just on the
cracking
square.
Seal, opening the lid, creating a new lid. It's not going to do
Brandon,
it.
quit move. Stop. Leave your mouse right there. Okay, you're not on the right thing. You want to move your mouse just a tiny bit, less than half an inch to the right. There's a square there. Do you see the square?
We are confident that halacha l'maisa again. One seal is pretty much enough.
Okay, put your mouse on the square and press on the square.
Why don't we just leave our barrels of sealed wine with an apple? To which the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Mishum Shaycha. Because of the Shaycha.
Brandon.
Rashi says, that's
And press it.
Nekev dak shehu ma'od.
Click that.
So apparently, what you used to have in their barrels is they had that would allow, I guess, some of the gases from the fermentation process to escape.
Then close OBS. Click that. So press click. Press the left click. There you go.
Okay, Rabbi says as follows. What's the interesting case here?
Okay, now, what you want to do,
let's say you have Jews.
In the upper,
Jews are going to a non-Jewish soul.
All right, so this is Streamlabs.
And they have wine. Now, it's their wine. So we're sitting with her, right? Jews,
okay,
right?
this
Jews,
is Streamlabs.
All right. Jewish wine. So what's that? The wine is permitted.
Let's have you.
Why don't you have to be concerned that the Zona Akum over there is going to make it Yayinness?
Okay, go to OBS. Open up OBS.
Just because a Jew is seized and can't overcome the Yitzhahara for immorality.
Okay, where's OBS? Where's OBS?
That he's committing avodas.
Is this OBS?
What's the
Okay.
That means like this. That this guy.
Okay.
Sitting anywhere obviously again going to commit the Radera with her. So perhaps again he's not
okay, what you want to do
and will allow his
is
touched ultimately. Thank you so much. Thank you. Will allow his wife ultimately again to be touched.
Okay, do you see where your microphone, like at the bottom, it's green, and like when I'm talking, it goes up? Do you see that? Okay, I want you to you to do you see where it says untitled on the left side of your screen? It says untitled and scene 1 and scene 2 and scene.
We all commit Averas. So the nature of life is we all commit Averas, so we have areas
Okay.
of life.
Right click on where it says scene 1.
Which Baruch Hashem we are.
Yeah, right click there. No, don't do that. Yeah, just right click there. Okay, go to scene, go to the above scene, not scene 1, the above scene. Higher than that. Go to scene 1.
Because I have sinned, therefore I am damaged goods. I am compromised.
Yes, sir. Okay, now below that there's like a big black square rectangular box. Do you see that? Just where there's nothing there. Yeah, right click there. Right click in there.
I have gotten myself off the rails.
No, like in the whole box.
Just because I've made mistakes.
That's okay.
From rebuilding and rehabilitating.
You're okay. You're absolutely fine. Are you using a PC or Chromebook? Okay, excellent. Absolutely. Don't worry. Don't apologize. You're not doing anything wrong. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Do you see? So basically, you're missing one of the options that you need, and we got to get it back for you. Okay. On the left side, on the very left side, start in the upper left corner. You see a green square or something? The Streamlabs icon. Just the very top left corner of the whole screen. Top left, whole screen. Keep going. Okay, go all the way to the left. Below there, there should be an. What is that first option say when you hover over it?
Again, they figured that she's a zona. So because she's a zona, ultimately, again, she doesn't.
What does that say? Okay. So then what? Okay, camera. Okay, what does that say?
Ultimately, again, we have to assume that
what does it say?
The wine ultimately again becomes
editor. Okay, editor. Yes. Okay, what's the next one say?
This distinction between the Jews with the Akum zona versus the non-Jews is that they look down on her. So they say ultimately again the way you view yourself, the way you hold yourself.
So left click on it.
The world will look at you.
There you go.
So this is zona, unfortunately, becoming a zona. Has clearly abdicated her personalistic holiness. It doesn't feel like a woman.
Cool.
A woman.
Now, just one moment.
Has to resort to this. Who does resort to this type of work?
Just one moment. See the one next to that with the door.
So if you lack a sense of self, the world will also respond.
Just one moment. Let me see.
So therefore, again, she lacks a sense of self. Therefore, again, halacha myself, the Akum is going to go ahead and treat her with a lack of respect and dignity as well, and therefore take liberties.
Okay, do you see where it says?
Incredible.
Source selector.
And in his house was stored Jewish.
Source selector. Yeah, it's just below that one, right there.
So what
grab that one and pull it over to the right. At the bottom of those three. So right there would be fine.
The door behind you. All right, so I'll say, so now what happens? And now there was a hole.
Okay, source selector's there.
So therefore, the Yisrael was able to see through the hole.
Okay.
Into some of the barrels of wine. And he saw through the hole that the Akum was standing between the barrels.
Do you see where it says layouts at the top?
What's the shaila? Shaila is what's the status of the wine?
All right, go to add tab. Above that.
That the Akum ran into the storehouse. And what did he do? That's strange.
Okay.
Number two, what else?
Now hold on.
He locked the door. Right? What else? We find him standing between the barrels. So now what's the status of the wine? This is very interesting. Called the
press cancel.
Any barrels that you could see like opposite the opening
that's
in the
okay.
door, ultimately again will remain.
Do you see where it says
the opening of the door? Therefore, what?
Let's see. Scene
selector. With the wine. However, anything you can't
actually, let's see if it fixed it. Okay, in the upper left corner, go back to editor.
Interesting.
Yes, sir. Yep. Good job. Okay.
You had Jew and Andrew. Jew and Akum shared a home.
Okay, move that OBS thing.
And the wine was kept on the lower
that.
story of the house. Listen, now what happened?
Move it up.
Now,
Oh wait, never mind. I misspoke. I misspoke. No, it's not your fault. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Stop. Don't move. Don't move. Go. No. Yeah. Add source.
He was able to see his wine on the first floor. Okay, good. What happened? Shamu called Tigra, so they heard a commotion outside.
Okay, that's okay.
And so the Jew and the Akum left their homes, went out to see what's all the commotion.
I'm going to turn on virtual camera. So,
after this,
the way that we can do that is, okay, this is Streamlabs. Okay.
The shadow is now the Akum was effectively inside the home with a closed door.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay, you keep. Okay. I want you to go to your start bar at the very bottom, right next to your Chrome icon. No, not that one. No, Chrome. At the very right. The second to the right. Do you see OBS? That. Wait, no. The second from the right. Yes, that one. Open that.
Which is the concept of nurses. And Akum will do something to the wine if he can get away with it. If he's going to be discovered, or if there's a fear of being discovered, he is not going to tamper with the wine. Now, the other principle we're going to see is also, and again, we'll see these cases based on we'll see later on.
Do you see the one third from the right, the Streamlabs one?
When he has a legitimate excuse for being
close that
one. Of the wine. In other words, if he has no excuse for
or go click the Streamlabs. Yeah, right click and just press close.
If there's step, then he could be held. That's why
on the Streamlabs one.
Has legitimate access. So that's to be legitimate access, and ultimately, again, a time frame in which you feel
okay.
You can do whatever you want
Hold
without
on.
being discovered.
Did you do it?
But if there's a fear of discovery, right? Even if there's the legitimate access.
Okay, excellent. Now, close OBS as well. We're just going to start it all over.
There was an inn in which the wine of the Jew was
okay,
housed.
Excellent. Now reopen OBS.
So when they went in the inn one time, they saw that there was an Akum who was sitting in between the barrels. So I said, now, the Shiloh, what's the status of the wine? Some of Rabbi said, if at the end of the day, so
okay.
the Ganav has
click on OBS.
To be there. He's found there, he could be accused of being then ultimately again the wine is permitted. So what does this mean? The wine is permitted. Look at Rashi Shari. It's in the short
click on
lines.
OBS again.
Lines, about 4 lines in. Shari Kol Shari Dahafa Shari Ak B'Shtiya the Halo Naga Kaminon but for Asr Dahafa
OBS Studio. Open OBS Studio.
Whenever the Gemara says permitted means permitted even for consumption. So the idea over here is
okay. There you go. Launch anyway. Okay. Do the run normally. On the right one.
There's a nurses. There's a fear of discovery. and ultimately, again, a fear of being accused of being a thief. Therefore, he's not going to tamper with the wine. Low, but if at the end of the day there is no
click OBS.
Of being accused of being a thief, then Asir ultimately again the wine is Asir because
you got a bunch of them open. Okay, hold on. Close Twitch. Close this Twitch guy right now. We can go back to him, but we don't need him right now. There you go. Minimize Discord. Wait. Go back. Yeah. Okay. So right at the bottom. Hover over the OBS.
Standing between the barrels. Okay. Rabbi says.
Yeah. Click the middle one.
Essentially, if he could find an excuse for why he is there, he has a reason for why he's there, then the wine is awesome.
Hover over it again.
Have a good excuse.
And click the one on the left.
In other words, we'll say Chamra Shah, which is another way of saying like this. If he could explain why he's there, then he has legitimacy for being there. Then we have to be concerned about tampering. If he knows that he has no
that's the right, but just click it.
There and he's accused of that, ultimately again that we can
interesting. Okay, right click on OBS.
And the wine ultimately again is going to be mutter. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment.
And you
Rashi
press close all
if he has no ability to kind of explain away why he's there.
Right click it again. And put pin to taskbar.
He has a good reason for why he's there, so we really have to go ahead and
right click on it again.
Why? But since he has a good reason, essentially he has an alibi.
What's the bottom one? What's the bottom one say?
Explanation as to why he's there. So because he has an explanation, he has a cover story. Because he has a cover story,
press close window.
That really he may have made
I think I know. Okay. All the way on the right by your clock, do you see there's an arrow going up?
An akum goes into an inn.
Yeah, next to that, to the left, that one. Okay. Now, do you see the OBS logo anywhere in there?
For that matter, again, a Jew said to an akum,
yeah, right. Click on that.
Guard my wine. In both of these cases, the Gemara says, the wine is going.
Right click on the it. Yeah, right click on it and press exit.
So both these cases,
that
the wine is
exit. That's what the issue is, or that's one of the issues. Okay.
So
do it again.
In these cases, the akum has the ability to be there, and apparently he's not concerned the Jew's going to pop off. So Gemara says, now 1 second. My love, apaga.
Okay, it's not exiting. Press Control Alt Delete.
We're not dealing with the case where the akum doesn't have a good cover story for why he's there. Which
Manager.
Here, where halacha is again, the akum does have a good explanation why he's there. Right, so because he does have an explanation why he's there. Now the Jew says to the akum,
okay, good.
Guard my wine.
Now,
so first of all, in general, when you ask someone to guard something, generally that can mean that.
Okay, do you see OBS Studio?
And he's allowed to be there. That case obviously is us.
Yeah. Press End Task.
First case. So the akum goes into the inn door. We said the wine is us. So Gemara says, by the way, that's a case where the Akum
Good.
has a legitimate
Now let's excellent. Let's reopen it in the bottom. Yeah. Exactly.
Why he's there, therefore Allah Khalamai, so the wine is going to be awesome. Okay. Who you still have all the Gokhavim? What's an interesting case? A Jew and a non-Jew were sitting.
You can close the task manager.
What's fascinating about this, by the way, is that halacha l'maisa, right? This is like against everything that we spoke about, right? So all of the xeras that we had is exactly like to prevent a Jew from sitting there and having a
just
glass
left
of
click
wine
on OBS.
All right, now then the Gemara says they're sitting and drinking together. What happened? It's actually beautiful. Shama Yisrael called Salu.
Left click on OBS. Yep.
So they're sitting on opposite shul right there, and at the opposite of shul.
Click
and
that.
What happens? What is the Jew here?
Click OBS Studio.
Starting mincha.
Yes.
So what happens? Come, puzzle.
Okay.
What does he
Now
do
say launch anyway.
When he hears the sound of davening, what does he do? There's only one thing he does. He runs towards
And press the one on the right. Launch in normal mode.
Run towards such a sweet and melodic sound. So he gets up and he's supposed to say, well, obviously, what's the problem? He left his wine on the table.
Okay, so the Chrome, you can close Chrome.
Says, ultimately, again, the wine is permitted. Why? We must listen to this. There you
go, and you can close this guy.
This is very interesting. The Akum,
close that. Minimize Discord.
How long mincha is? Right. So, by the way, also wives also sometimes don't know how long mincha is, right? Especially when you have little kids. And you have to do bedtime. That somehow was like an hour and a half.
Minimize this Discord.
Right? So ultimately, again, so once again,
minimize this.
So therefore, because he doesn't know,
not close, just minimize it. Okay, if you close it, it's no big deal. That's okay. All right.
So
your OBS isn't showing up for some reason. Go to click OBS one more time in the bottom. At bottom. No. You know what? Brandon, what I want you to do. Okay, yeah, that's what you want. Now, you've got 3 choices there. Click one of them, any one of them. Try the middle one first.
This is really very beautiful. The Jew heard the shofar blast
the middle one.
Of Erev Shabbos. Siren. Rashi points out
middle
here.
One.
Rashi says,
do you have multiple monitors? Okay, so here's what I want you to do, Brandon. Just restart your computer. There may be a bug with OBS right now. Just restart your computer and come back and we'll try it again, okay?
It's in that moment that you understand what it means to be in the Jewish homeland. You see, in Galus, I'm a Jew who's observing Shabbos in a foreign culture, in a foreign land.
We'll see you in a second.
And Eretz Yisrael, like the land observes Shabbos, irrespective of what the
restart.
People do, right? In other words, Eretz Yisrael observes Shabbos.
And then come to Discord when you're done.
They used to blow these shofars in Babel also. It wasn't just in Eretz Yisrael. They blow it in Babel. So the Gemara says as follows. In any event, the Jew and the non-Jew are sitting on a boat. It's out of Shabbos. The Jew hears, my gosh, the shofar just blasted. Which means Shabbos is starting imminently. Right? And this was Shipur de Shimshi. Imam said Shabbos, there were different blasts that they blew at different times. This was the blast right before Ben HaShmoshes, which means Shabbos is starting imminently. nothing but us. So what happened? The Jew left. He left. Now, obviously, he left his wine. He left his wine. So the shayla now is, what's the status of the wine? Amar Rabba. Rabba says, Chamar Shari, the wine is permitted. Now why? Mema Amar Hashta Mitkali Lechamre Hadra Asim. We say it's wild. Why? Because Yaakov says to himself, the Jew he's going to realize he forgot his wine. He's going to come back for it. So that Shabbos. How is he coming back for his wine? Right? For Tashtos again, he can't carry it. So how is he coming back ultimately again for his wine? Rashi says, Mishum Shabbos. So the Tomar in the sun. So 1 second. This will say this case the wine should sure be us. Why should it be us? Because I said first of all the Jew ran out the Shabbos. Second of all, he can't come back for his wine on Shabbos. He can't carry that wine on Shabbos. It's all sad, but he's not allowed to do that. So what about Shabbos? What's his pretty wild. The Isser Gira. You know, Isser the Ger. Isser the Ger told me, Ki avinon ba'arminus. When I was a Gentile, Aminon, Yehudai lo mitri Shabbos. We Gentiles, we used to joke, the Jews don't really observe Shabbos. Why don't the Jews really observe Shabbos? We need to use Shabbos because if the Jews really observe Shabbos, how many persons, how many money bags
share your screen again.
Found Friday evening, Saturday morning in the shop, meaning like what inevitably happens to Jews on Erev Shabbos? They're stuck in traffic, they're running late. So most say, what's the halacha technically speaking? If Shabbos starts, you're on the journey. And literally again, Shabbos, so what do you
now
do?
open up OBS.
Money back down. Isser said, we Gentiles used to joke, the Jews don't really keep Shabbos, right? Because if they really kept Shabbos, then
close all your apps except Discord and OBS.
Jews who deposited their
close
money
TikTok.
But what the Gentiles did not
click on OBS.
Is the Sfirah of Yitzchak. The passage of Yitzchak. What is Yitzchak? So Yitzchak. Hamotzi kis b'Shabbos molicho pachos midal ramis. They're both like again.
Yeah.
There's a way.
Okay, launch anyway.
What's the way to deal with this? Walk in increments of less than dollar amis. If you do that, ultimately again, there's no akira, there's no hanocha, there's no torah.
Okay, minimize Discord.
So technically speaking, you walk and you stop and you keep doing this at intervals or increments.
Just minimize it.
Technically speaking, you
don't close it. Just minimize it.
Not ideal.
Okay.
Not ideal.
This close this. Close Firefox.
Right. First of all, Muk says Birabaran. Right. So that came later
okay.
on. Second of all,
minimize. Yeah. Okay. In the bottom right, where that little arrow was that went up, and we could find OBS. Yes, click that little arrow again in the bottom right by the clock.
Technically speaking, I'm carrying that on Shabbos. technically speaking, that is
Click the OBS, left click it.
Like I'm not actively holding it in my hand; it's being carried on my body.
Yeah, click
To the
that.
point where it's
Left click. Yeah, just click that.
Gentiles used to joke that the Jews don't
Just
really
left.
keep
Okay.
Shabbos because again, we're not finding any of their money.
down.
We should be finding money on
Okay.
Friday night and Saturday
Go
morning.
back to OBS on the bottom.
And halacha is
where next to Discord.
Transport your wallet or your money back
Yeah.
on Shabbos.
Click one of those. Click that. You see on the right side of your monitor, there's like an arrow pointing to the left.
Sorry, who are thank you. Who are you?
No, not there. That's the one that goes up. Keep going to the right, all the way to the very end. Keep going to the right. Keep no. That one, yeah. Click that. What happens when you click that?
And I heard the lion roaring. It was
Click that.
Hid between the barrels. Between the barrels.
Click that.
What's status of the wine? So Rav said the wine is water. Why?
What is that saying? What does that say?
Like this, just like I'm hiding between the barrels, so to what? There could be a Jew who's also hiding behind me between the barrels, and he's going to see what I'm doing. Once again, fear of discovery.
What is that?
There were these thieves that came to Pumbedisa.
What is that?
They opened up a lot of barrels of wine.
Okay, that's fine.
The status of the barrels?
That's okay. Okay, at the bottom right, pardon me, the bottom where OBS is, right click on OBS. Yeah, right click.
Apparently, the majority of the Ganavim
and just press close. Windows. Close the windows.
But we'll say, here's the good news. Here's the good news. They may be Ganavim, but one thing is for sure, which is they're not all devil.
Okay.
So you gotta look at the
and
side, right?
now the arrow on the right that points up.
They do wrong. But again, you gotta focus on the things that I'm doing right.
Yeah.
So they might be
click the OBS one. Left click.
Idolaters. Incredible. How about
okay.
The same episode happened now done. These thieves were opening up barrels of wine.
Let's see here.
So the Gemara says,
oh, okay.
Wine is
okay, press exit.
Rabbi Eliezer the Amar Safek Bia Tahar.
Right. Click on it and press exit again. Control Alt Delete.
Again, the Safek is Tahar. What's the case? So here, just not an interesting case.
Press Control Alt Delete. Let's get your task manager up again. Okay, great.
So we'll say person
okay,
into a battle,
let's end OBS. Yeah, but hold on. Now keep scrolling on here. Keep scrolling down.
So a person walks in.
Yeah. And we want to go under O. So, okay, we're at M. Hold on. Go back up. Go back up. You're at W. Go back up. You're at S. Go back up. You're at R. Go back up. You're at R. Okay, stop.
So somebody walks into a plane during the rainy season. Two of us are the planes. Now we know that there's a grave in a particular field. Right?
So let's close this now. Close the task manager.
Listen, I know that I walk in this area.
Okay.
This area.
Now open up OBS.
That has the grave or not. That's what's called.
Left click on it once. Yep.
think of an entry. Did I
Okay.
encounter tomorrow?
Now it says OBS is already
Something Biotar.
unless you meant
Something
okay. Hit cancel.
It says that if you're not sure if there was an encounter, right? Did you enter into this field? Then ultimately, again, you will be told.
Cancel. Don't hit.
Something whether or not you touch
Okay.
Tumo,
With that arrow that points up, let's have you click. Not that one. That one. Yeah. Okay. Do you see the OBS thing anymore? I don't either. Okay. Press Control Alt Delete.
Good. So Maritime, Moshe low. Shiny husband given the possible Shimamono, how will they spec spake up? Mar says, no, actually that case is
okay.
different. Why is the case different?
Let's make sure OBS isn't running anymore.
Interesting. So apparently, the other thing it was meant to put into wine barrels besides wine was money or jewels. In other words, it was like a
doesn't look like it is.
We hate your stuff. So a lot of times when thieves came and they popped open barrels, they weren't coming for wine. They were looking to see if someone had hid any of their possessions. So therefore, the Gemara says it's a spec. Suffix number one, again.
You can close the task manager.
Suffix number one is, was it a Jew, was it a non-Jew? That's suffix number one. And then suffix number two, even if it was a non-Jew, perhaps he wasn't interested in the wine, but rather what? He was looking to see if there were possessions in there. And therefore, again, that spec Rabbi to say, ultimately the wine is going to be incredible.
I love your background of those meerkats. They look cute. Okay, so open up OBS.
Interesting case.
Yeah. Okay, what is that one on the right? No.
So what? So the Gemara says. So and what?
Click OBS. Left click on it.
Wine.
Yeah. Now hold on. Now hover over it. Do you see that there are two options?
Or just parental desperation, right? We've all had those moments, or just whatever, just take it, whatever it is, right?
OBS, yeah. Do you see? Stop. So what happens? So now, do you see one of them says? What's it say at the right? It says styles or something. Stats. Click on stats. Click on the word stats.
So now she has wine foam in her hand.
Do it again. Hover over it.
Of the barrel or not. So Rabbi said shotting. So we'll say 70%.
Click on the word stats.
Rabbi says the wine is mutter. Why? Amar migabod de kabisa shakras. She took it from the side of the barrel. In other words, most times the interior contents of the wine. We assume over here that
do it again.
It must have foamed over, and she got the foam from the side of the barrel.
Okay, click the one on the left.
So the says va'afat abdulaka su Imar is Ramuye is now 1 second.
I'll tell you what. I want you to hold down
foam on the side of the barrel. Right? So
Alt Tab. Hold down Alt Tab.
We assume there was foam there from the beginning, and therefore it's fine.
The Alt button, which is by space, and tabs all the way on the left side.
Like a general, like commander of the army. So there was this.
Hold down Alt Tab.
In charge of the army.
Do you see Alt Tab? Do you see the Alt button? Okay. And do you see the tab button?
From the army that came, and what happened? They popped up a whole bunch of barrels. the Gemara says, so they went ahead and they opened up a lot of battles.
Okay, stop. Do you see the Q? Do you know where the Q key is?
This happened before.
Okay,
right?
to the left of the Q key. Do you see that tab says? Okay, so hold down the Alt button and then the Tab button. There you go. Stop. No, do it again. Okay, hold on. Okay.
Right. So this was under Rabbi Shara, and Rabbi Lazar declared that the
there.
wine was
Press
permitted.
enter.
Now Rabbi said, I don't know.
Okay. Minimize Discord.
That if there's a suffix whether or not, again, there was an encounter with Tumah, the suffix is tar. Is that why he read?
Minimize.
Said it was tar, right?
Okay, so hold down the Alt button and then press the Tab button once.
Excuse me,
perhaps it was because that the majority just keep it right there.
The majority of soldiers conscripted into the army were Jews. See the way Rabbi Lazar. So ultimately, again.
Okay. Hit Tab again.
Said the one was permitted. I'm just not sure exactly why.
Hit Tab again. Hit Tab again.
1 second.
Hit Tab again.
Right?
And hit enter.
A suffix and so whether or not there was an encounter with Tamar. This is not a suffix bia. They'll say, what is this? What is this? This is suffix maga. Whether or not
and you only have
touched the one. And remember,
one
suffix
monitor, right?
is dealt with more stringently than suffix bia.
Okay. Right click on the meerkat on your desktop. Right click on the meerkat. Yeah. No, on the meerkat. Like on the no, not there, not there. Do you see the animal on your desktop? Click on its eye. Right click on the animal's eye.
What does that tell us? That perhaps this is not about war.
No, right click on the animal's eye. Right click.
It's about money. They're looking for stuff.
Right click.
So because of that, ultimately, again, you have
right click. There you go.
Was it a Jew? Was it an Akum? Even if it was an Akum, were they opening it up because ultimately they wanted the
go to display settings.
For riches. You put together all of these fakers, and what's the result? That the wine is going to be permitted. Incredible. Hahu misubisa demasra le eklida maftecha la'avadas v'achadim. So listen to this case. There was a misubisa.
Go to display orientation under scale and layout.
This was a case. This was a woman.
Or multiple displays. Actually, go to multiple.
So what did she do? She gave the key to her Gentile, to her Akum friend. Right?
Okay.
To her Akum friend. Rashi says over Aklida, Mateach Shmiras Matechos, Velosam Chadai Telikanes, Benitnes Eskigana. Rashi says a little better in this case. What's the case? So our Muspisa, right, our Jewish woman, she gives the key to her Akum friend. Now, what's the job of the Akum friend?
Go to detect others display.
Don't go into her. So there's absolutely no
click that button. Let's see what happens.
The Akum should be going into the store. Right? If you notice over here, the Misubisa,
we didn't find another display.
Friend,
that's good. Okay, you can close this.
She didn't say run my store. She said just watch my key. So
yep.
That's not off. I'm going to be scrolling over those. So this case once came up.
Okay. Click on Okay, on your desktop you have an icon for OBS. Click on the icon. Yeah, right there. Click that icon for OBS on the desktop.
Because of the legitimate reason, therefore what? Is
Not at the bottom. On the desktop, right above your TikTok. Right by it's diagonal from yeah, right there, that one. Click that. Okay, press launch anyway.
So listen to this. Right, let's say again, I have
Brandon, I'm at the point where I would say we should reinstall OBS because something's wrong with it.
I have a storehouse.
So that's not a big deal. Yeah, so we want to close OBS.
What's the halacha?
Close all the windows for close the windows for OBS. Close all windows. Yep. And press your start button.
Remember, in this case,
and type in remove.
I'm telling him, watch my keys. I'm not telling him go into the house. I'm not. Interestingly enough,
type in remove.
I'm not even giving
REMOVE
responsibility to guard my he's allowed to ignore the donkey. The donkey driver would say, no, too much overloading my donkey. Chamar, maniach less orange, the teben, and we can also show us the donkey driver himself has the ability to put on barley, right, straw, and ultimately again the food that he needs for that day. More than that, you can get the renter. Interesting. The renter can say to the owner, sorry, you can't put more than that on that. It's going to compromise my trade. What do you see from here? You see from here that, again, a flask is included in what a renter is allowed to put on the So what's the shot? And Rabbi include the luggage in the luggage. So again, you're right. The renter has a right to put a flask on the donkey. Watch this. Miha, even most of them, if you didn't bring a flask, right? So if you didn't bring a flask, so that the renter and say to the owner, you know what, I didn't bring a flask, so maybe you should knock off a little bit of my rent. Of course not. So in other words, it's permitted, but at the end of the day, it's inconsequential. So because it's inconsequential, if you outwardly rent my donkey, understand he puts his flask in Yayin Nesek on there. That's inconsequential vis-a-vis the rest of the rental. And for the rental fee is similar to one side. So you want to go back and ask us on this price. If you don't, what's the key? If the shech on Mizban, Chama Nami the Aki. If ultimately, again, I won't say money, the price is said that the renter is permitted to put all the food in journey on the donkey. So what's the case? If there's food readily available along the journey, then ultimately you're getting washed into the first level of the town, get more food on the way. You below share when if there's no food readily available, so can you know that that's what you need for that day. And that papa, if we had the share for the mitrach or the misbun, you're on the level. See very interesting. What it's like the journey to the next, but it's a tier process. It's what you do. It's what you do. However, so that for the mitrach or the misbun, so can not that for the mitrach or the misbun, it's very simple. That we try to that's part of his job. Like to go through the trouble, to go through the difficulty of getting provisions and everything. Renter, that's not the expectation. The renter is committed to take all the food from Moses for the entire journey to the donkey. But ultimately, the donkey driver himself is only committed to put the amount of food that he needs to get in from one leg of the journey to the next leg of the journey where food is available. The father of Rav Acha, the son of Rabbi. Right, the father of Rabbi Acha, the son of Rabbi, is Rabbi. Okay, so Rabbi on the days of a shafek who was from the old big. This is an interesting case. He was pouring wine for a what is this? Rashi. First Rashi on 65. So ultimately, Rabbi was a wine seller. He was selling, again, this is his wine. So he's selling wine to the Avil. The Garrison Moke Fabios or anything, Nama Fabios Lokin. So normally, again, we see wine, we also sell barrels of wine. Rafi Amin Matmakid, Ika Gofi, Bishad Shakef, Mokro Bafanos, Mishake, Bahem, Uvad, Mashi Mistake, Ika, Hava Shafek, Rubuni, Gofi, Shalak, Feminu, Yoy, Bizik, Go. So what happens? This is very interesting. So Ika, there is few So what he would do is, he would go and take his wine, part of his barrels, into the Atom's wine skin. Okay. So ultimately, again, based on the way we're reading it now, is he would take the wine across the river, give it to them, and ultimately, again, he would keep the barrels as part of his wage. Okay, that was it. Part of their wineskins, transported, and he would give the piece to them. Also, so the king told Rabbi about this practice of the Rabbi. What's the problem? Now the pastor, the problem is remember, once that wine is poured into the wine skins, it becomes standing on Yayin Nesa. So they're talking about this because isn't ultimately again Rabbi, he wants to continue the existence ultimately again of this Yayin Nesa. It's got to go across the river as well. So Rabbi says it's not a problem because when Rabbi is dealing with it, ultimately again it's still mutter. I mustn't go to the Kiyumo. ultimately, again, but 1 second, still, even though he's pouring wine that's permitted, you're right, but then he has to transport the wineskins across the river. So ultimately, he doesn't want the wineskins to break. Because if the wineskins break, then he's going to be in trouble. See, he wants to continue the existence of the wineskins. He must need bad. He made a condition, right? And the condition ultimately, again, the condition ultimately, again, was that halacha if it breaks, it's on them. He has no responsibility. Or they brought backup utensils as well. This way, again, if for some reason the wineskin that he was pouring into broke, they'd have a backup. One second, don't wait to come now because after transporting to the wineskins, he's transporting them across the river. Isn't there a problem now that he's helping with facilitation and transportation? He arranged transportation for them even before the actual wine transaction. Okay, so if he arranged transportation, it was done already beforehand, therefore he's not doing anything after the Yainess Finami to the key to their kitchen. Or he gave them probably again ropes with nuts and the goat's skin. You see these ropes in the middle because these guys are either way, 25 years old. Maybe arrangements beforehand for transportation. In other words, how did he work out transportation after the wine had been poured into the wineskins? Nothing had it is a little problem. But essentially, he arranged it beforehand by working out with boatsmen or by giving them like a knotted rope, which I guess paid wage, paid fare, and they were able to get on the boat just with that. Rabbi did not have to be with that. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting. Good. All right. More. A lot of good says the Mishnah. Yayin Nesach Shnafal Gabiah. Rabbi Yadich. What's the interesting question? What happens if Yayin Nesach spills on grapes? Spills on grapes. So what's that? Like Yadich just wash them off. The hidden the grapes are empty. Then playing with the calls, but the grapes have cracks. So we have to be concerned that some of the wine got into the crevices. Asilos. Ultimately, again, it's going to be this. Nafal agave tending or agave tending. So ultimately, the yainesa fell on figs or on grapes. Yesh bahem denosin ham asu. If the wine infuses taste into the dates or into the figs, ultimately, again, it is going to be asu. Okay, so Gemara says, "You might set the baitus country. One time have a baitus country. Shady grobos the sea. There's been grobos. Now Rashi points out that grobos are dried figs. Dried figs. And what happened? And the shtaba chavis shayayin. So if one of both, there was a barrel of the barrel broke. With enough of agavehan, and it poured on the dried figs. Shalom lachamim. They asked the lachamim that tira. The lachamim said that the figs are mutter. Gemara says, "Jat, Bob, this is the rule." Anytime the yainesa infuses taste, ultimately again it's going to be problematic. Anytime the yainesa do not infuse taste, ultimately again it'll be mutter. What's an example of where something prohibited falls onto something permitted and doesn't infuse taste? Keep going. Ultimately, again, like vinegar that falls onto split lentils. Apparently, again, that does not contribute any positive taste. Okay, which the Gemara says. I don't understand. My solicitor, the story of Baitus ben Zonin seems to contradict the halacha right before, right? Again, right? The Mishnah said that if one fell on Ta'inu or Tamar, right? And therefore, again, if it gives flavor, it's asir, if it doesn't give flavor, it's not. Then it says the story of Baitus ben Zonin, where he had dried figs, again, that's cracked, different things, and the just ruled that the wine do not prohibit that. So what's going on here? So it's Vashi Katani, in no sense have found the mutter. But it really needs to say this. When you're dealing with wine that pours over figs or dates, so here's what we look at. Did the wine infuse taste into the figs or dates? If it did, then it's messy. If the taste is detrimental, then ultimately, again, it's mutter. And then, nice nami the baitus benton, maybe grogos casino, the nishtabra chadish shayayin, sefinofa al gabehem. It was a little obvious right that happened. One of the Baitus ben Zonin was taking dried figs on a boat. A barrel of yayin nesa broke on spilled over the figs. And ultimately, again, the Chachamim said that it's mutter. The Chachamim said that it's mutter. So ultimately, again, what's the logic over there? So apparently, the Chachamim felt that in this particular case, the yayin nesach with the grolos was what we call nosim tam ufkan. It infuses detrimental things, detrimental flavor, and therefore, what I say is, you gotta go try to eat the dinaf alecha. This is the yayin nesach. Shani Rabbi Zabun la Ovekot. So what's the interesting reason? It's also part of the wheat, and yayin nesach fell on the wheat, poured on the wheat, broke, right? I guess it kind of poured on the wheat, and Rabbi permitted to sell the wheat to an akum, to a non-Jew. Okay, you can't sell it to a Jew, but you can sell it to a non-Jew. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second. So Rabbi raised the shaila. Begesh and Bokilayim are his other people. But lo yasenemar das the chomer. To this, if you have this is very interesting. You have an article of clothing, and let's say it's a linen clothing, and there was one roll of thread, and you lost track where the roll of thread was in the garment. So essentially, the garment is shameless. So what's that one? What's the right? In other words, you're concerned that the garment is shameless. So what's that? So what's that one? Allah is like this. Right, you don't know where the wolf thread is. So the Gemara says you're not allowed to sell that to an Obi Kohen. You can't sell it to an Obi. Now, why can't you sell it to an Obi? She says, what do we get from that? If you're going to sell it to an Akum, and the Akum is going to turn around and sell it to a Jew. You know, not down with any malicious intent, but he's going to resell it. The Gemara says, no, I jumped ahead. You can't use that as a salary, a sitting on it. They also be benefiting from this. I'm sorry, about also Kafifon is but you can make it, you can use it for burial shrouds for instance. Since a lace doesn't have an evolution of business, therefore it's okay if burial shrouds are shroud business. You must let me go home my kind of. Why can't you sell this garment with a lost thread of the linen because we're afraid that he may resell it to a Jew. Ultimately, again, shouldn't we be concerned over here? The same thing if you have this pile of meat and the yayin nesach spilled on it, how can you sell it to an akum? Don't you have to be concerned that ultimately you're going to sell it to a Jew? Hadar shara l'mitkinu u'l'faninu u'l'zavuna u'l'bechavim shalom b'tmei. Ultimately, again, afterwards, Rabbi retracted, and all Rabbi retracted, and Rabbi said, you can grind up the wheat, you can make it into bread, and you can sell it to an akum, not in the presence. So essentially, you can sell it to an akum as long as you know that there are no issues. Because he saw the Yisrael covering masculine, all they go on him, others have made even yellow they come on him. The summer passion had to issue is not like this is a good Jews around. Ruben's going to start seeing me selling a loaf of bread to him. Ruben's going to do some more. Silver's loaf, it must be kosher, without realizing the backstory. Sell to an akum, ultimately again, as long as there are no other issues. Now, why aren't you concerned about reselling it? So remember, remember again, bread to an akum has its own set of halachos and its own set of halachos. We're going to stop over for today. Shkoyach everyone, for this week, this was the work of all of you. I'm going to give my Shabbos some beautiful
ROTHSCHILD.
How you living, pimp?
Oh, can I question?
Well, firstly, what's your age? Okay, perfect. Yeah, go ahead.
We're dedicating all the Shimon Joshua's this year as a school.
Because I'm a rabbi, and my last name is Rothschild.
Steve grazing in honor of your parents, Israel grazing, Dina's grazing, and Lee Rosenzweig.
Yes, to the best of my ability.
Learning sponsors, Dr. Edward Wolf, information at the website of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben C. Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Andrew in memory of Nathan's father, Ben Ezra Hubbard, Baruch
Yeah, I stream like 24 hours a day.
All those who need a
Not for the last 4 years. Again, delivered, but I also go and just live stream it when I get groceries.
Really, really incredible Gemara ahead of us today.
Yep.
We are up to today's daf. Today's daf is Sanchei 65. And we are picking up the Meretz Hashem right at the bottom of Sanchei, base 64b. Literally last line of the Gemara, 5 words from the end of Rabbi Huda. Rabbi Huda Shadar.
I mean, yeah, it happens. I have 33 different devices going, so they don't all go down.
It's an interesting case here. Rabbi Huda sent a gift. He sent a gift to this guy.
Yeah, what is this? 20 questions? I'm a certified project management professional. I understand. I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me financial independence.
Right, this is literally, again, right back to the beginning of the cycle. But you're not really supposed to do anything, not give a gift, not transact business, not really do anything with an Akum on their Yom Tiv, out of fear that this will cause them to go and give thanks to their idol. Yeah, here, Yehuda.
No, I love it.
This guy,
it's something that I absolutely enjoy. If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't do it.
I know that he's not a
and,
in other words, he's not Jewish. He's a Gentile, but I have to he's not a because he's not an Akum, therefore there's no problem for you to send him a gift.
It is what it is. I don't have any control over it.
It's idolatrous. I'm going to Yosef. Tanya.
Basically the same thing that the United States has done in the politics of the global stage for the last century or so.
Is about what the definition of a ger toshav is. And ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir said that in order for a person to be a ger toshav,
absolutely not. I mean, like establishing coups in different countries. In South America alone, dozens of coups have been caused by the CIA since 1949.
How can you be sure that he's not an apple? To which the Gemara says, no. That's different.
I'm well aware
That's
of it.
making someone an official ger toshav. What does it mean to be an official ger toshav? So remember again, in Halacha, in Torah, so a ger toshav is
I didn't do it.
Which means that the community has an obligation to look after it, to look out for it. So when is someone considered to be a categorical ger toshav? That the community is obligated to look out for them, that the community is obligated to, keep them stuck up, take care of them in this time of need. That's someone who ultimately, again,
who's to say I don't?
Created idolatry in front of basically a three. But someone can kind of give up the status of an Akum if it's known that they don't worship idolatry. So therefore, again, Huda was saying, I know this guy, Avidarno, he does not go ahead and worship idolatry. Interesting. Ger toshav sha'avru alav yudbeis chodesh v'lamal harehu kimin shival negolav.
I mean, you're not in my streams. You don't know how much I talk about peace. I literally talk about peace dozens of times a day with thousands of people, particularly on Twitter Spaces. I'm perhaps the greatest advocate for absolutely.
So this is very interesting, right? Because what does that mean? The trajectory of a ger toshav is automatically to conversion. Like that's not what we saw before. A ger toshav is a Gentile.
My man, I'm not here to answer every question. I've got over 50,000 followers on Twitch alone.
Okay,
that's
not a question.
we're talking about a situation of
I have 10,000 on Instagram. I have another like tens of thousands on TikTok. Another several thousand on different other platforms. I mean, I'm well established. If you want to check out all my shit, go to linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can see all my social media, okay?
If you commit to do something and you don't do it, this happens.
Peace, man. Let me just ask, how many followers do you have on TikTok?
All the excuses in the world as to why
Not a lot, like 5.
Bottom line,
that's at least the start. I mean, I've got 2,800 people in this Telegram alone, so I have quite a bit of a following. If you ever want advice on how to increase your social media network, let me know. I'll be happy to talk to you about it.
More often than not, it's my result.
Alright, yeah, man, sounds good. I really just use it to like scroll like whatever.
12 months. Again, leaving out circumstances beyond his control.
Yeah,
chances
I
are
guess
he's
it would
not
be
committed.
cool to have
He's not committed. Chances are he's relapsing to his previous.
100%. I mean, you sound like you have some really strong opinions on some things. The first thing that I would tell you to do is create a link tree. The second thing I would tell you to do is create all of the free different social media apps that are available to you. Like, I know what you're saying. You're basically like a lurker. You just use it for scrolling, but that doesn't mean that you can't have a YouTube, you can't have a Reddit, you can't have an Imager, you can't have certainly a LinkedIn, a perhaps a Rumble, a Twitch. There are about 30 of them that are prominent that are super easily. Every notification comes into an email address that I have it linked to, and then if I ever have anybody who connects with me, I just go directly to their message and respond.
Incredible. So that seems to be the same as the previous level. Listen to us. Also, as they say, the Yosef Atzavari, the Varda, the kind.
That's absolutely true. But I mean, you have prominent opinions on things. I could say the same thing to you. That hey, what are you doing to enforce all of your different beliefs?
Rose petals with unclosed.
You have 5 followers. You have 5 followers. You have.
I guess I'm wanting people like you following
I'm
for me.
Hey, people have bigger followings than I do, so I completely understand. But you know, there are a lot of people I'm sure that have shared interests as you do, but they're never going to be able to find you if you don't have an account on that platform.
Like this, and again, covered up to his neck in rose petals, surrounded by unclothed harlots.
And
Really, I think
physical pleasure that one could possibly want in this world. Do you have anything like this? He says
yeah,
to Rabbi?
absolutely. It's the fastest growing social media platform in the Western world. They just made the announcement that it would be purchased essentially by Western interests and specifically like Oracle. If I were you and you want more followers, I've taken all my accounts from 0 to followers to thousands, some tens of thousands. But the way that you do it, the easiest way to do it, if you don't want to buy followers, which the easiest way is just buy followers. But if you don't want to put any money into it, which I completely understand, you just follow people and they'll follow you back. And you follow.
Yeah, I've heard if you buy followers, it kills your algorithm.
Your algorithm's at 5 people right now. It's not really big. You get what I'm saying.
No, but it says if you buy them,
you're powerful, you're rich, you have all this stuff, you can fear the king. You choose the internet.
Okay, I mean that might just be what people say. I can tell you that
You don't have to fear anything.
there are many people I know who buy followers. They have huge platforms on which to be able to speak. I'm not saying that you do that, though. I'm saying that the best way to do it is organically. If you don't want to get flagged by any trivial system, the way you do that is follow other people. If you follow 100 people today, maybe 25 of them will follow you back. Then you unfollow the 75 that didn't follow you and follow another 100 tomorrow. And if you do that over the course of a month, you'll have hundreds of followers, if not maybe about 1,000 followers. And that's what you're looking for, right? Exactly. And then people see your account and they're like, oh, over noticer, they've got 1,000 followers. They're a pretty legitimate account. I'm going to check out their whatever they've posted, and if they agree with you, they're going to follow you organically. Like, that's what you're going for. Nobody's going to follow you at 5 followers, and you and I both know that, and I know that's not what you're going for. What I'm saying, though, is that the easiest way to get followers, if you don't have any followers, is to follow other people. It's as simple as that. I can tell you this. On Twitter, I started an account in early November, so that's about 85 days ago, and I have over 3.5 thousand followers just by using this strategy and by people hearing me speak in spaces. So basically, anybody who follows me, I make sure to follow them back, and so in basically 90 days, you could have 3,000 followers, which is basically like 1,000 people per month. Organically, they're real people, and some of these accounts have 200,000 followers, 500,000. I've got a guy who's an MMA fighter who follows me, has hundreds of thousands of followers. I've got some crypto enthusiasts, 200,000. A lot of just basically creators who have over 100,000, and that's how you get what you want. I mean, that's when you put a post together that's really cool, that you believe in. One of the other people are going to retweet that, and when they do, that's when you have the opportunity to make your voice heard. It takes work, though. There's no doubt about that. If you don't want to put work into it and you want somebody else to do the work for you, I get it. like you have your opinions on things, and you're gonna expect other people who might share those opinions to do the fighting for you. But you're an engaged individual. You're smart, obviously, and you care about this world. And if you want people to, there's an info war going on, and basically you're sitting on the sidelines. If you get involved and you post what is meaningful to you, and you don't even have to do that. You just get people to follow you. Then you have a little bit of a following. Then when you say something in the future, people will listen. Additionally, it's a really great way to make money. If you can become even just a minor influencer, you're going to make money. X pays people every single week. Just if you have 500 verified followers, which is really easy to get, and you have 5 million impressions, and it's really easy to get 5 million impressions. All you have to do is go to one of the big accounts, put a GIF that everybody likes. You'll get 1 million impressions on each one of those. And then all of a sudden, at the end of every month, you've got $75 coming in, or $150, or $250. I mean, it just depends on how many impressions you get. But like, that's free money for you. And I mean, unless you're turning down money and you don't need it, that's a great way.
And deep down, Barshisha harbors this resentment towards
I got you.
We can't
That
both
sounds
be right.
good, man. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
So
Take care, my
you're
friend.
right,
Best
I'm
wishes.
wrong. And if I'm wrong, what does that say about my life? And therefore, perhaps Barshisha harbored this tremendous sense of resentment and hostility towards Rabbi, so that he was the eye who looked disparagingly upon Rabbi, not even realizing it. Right? Sometimes there's so many things that swirl around our subconscious, but at the end of the day, we don't even fully recognize what it is that's happening on the inside. And listen, it's just a profoundness or hostilities that, sometimes we have this experience, which is we see something in life, or we see someone living a certain way, and I know deep down that it's right. I know deep down that the problem just is, it's at odds with the way I'm living. It's at odds with the way I'm conducting my life, but I'm not ready to change. So often what ends up happening, we lash out, we disparage, we put down, not really because I think you're on the fakir, just the opposite. I think you're so right. But if you're so right, then I'm so wrong. But if I'm so wrong, what does that say about me? And what does that say about my lifestyle? What does that say about who and what I really am? That's why you see, by the way, you notice, people who are comfortable with themselves do not feel the need to disparage others. People who are confident in the lives and the lifestyles that they are living are totally good when people don't agree with them and people don't fall in line with them. Like, okay, do what you want to do. I'm absolutely sure and confident in who I am and what I am and how I'm living my life. It's often people who are insecure with who they are, what they are, and how they are living, that feel the need to lash out at others who are not like them, and feel the need ultimately again to disparage the lifestyles or the values which they feel don't align with their own. Secure people get along with everyone. Insecure people ultimately again get along with almost no one. Deep down, Barshisha had this tremendous insecurity. He might not even encounter the rest. But ultimately, again, when he leveled his curse, he didn't even realize how he were in back on himself. Incredible. I'm Rabbi. Rabbi said, no, the story's not over. Rabbi says, if I live a name, Rabbi should have answered. Barshisha from the Bali and Pasuk, quoting up everything in Pasuk continually. And no Mulacham Mikula so interesting, the Gemara's understanding over here that literally again, the daughters of the queen will keep your company, the queen herself will be adorned with gold by your side. And this is also a reference ultimately again to all the contrast Barshisha surrounding themselves with prophets. Right? And at the end of the Haba, we're surrounded by land, surrounded by love. Obviously, it's not the literal, it's physical. But what it means is all the pleasures that man seeks in this world, I really do have so much of a higher level. I'm not going to eat something, I'm not going to eat some said, he violated me on the offer. No, Rabbi should have answered Barshisha from the following pasuk. He said, Ayin Lavas Elohim Zivasecha, Yasha Lechakel. So what's this? Plus, we actually quoted this Gemara a number of times in the Sefer Sanhedrin. Gemara was talking about the profundity of Olam Haba. So literally again, so the eye has not seen what the world to come is, except for you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and no one has seen ultimately what he will do when the Chakeh for those who wait for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. For those who are willing to wait, ultimately again they will see the Iman of God. And it was like another just beautiful. So again, obviously, this pasuk, so they're saying, well, Rabbi, why did you say Rav Shisha? You think you have a great over here with the three brothers and others? Oh, Olam Haba, no one's ever seen it. No one's ever seen it. You can't even begin to comprehend what HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately is going to give those who ultimately use. The profundity of this ultimately is Rafa comes for those who are willing to wait for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Let's say it's interesting. Nothing thought about this. I think when it comes to ourselves, it is important to be a little bit impatient. You should be impatient with yourself, because sometimes a little bit of personalistic impatience is good. It goes in and it pushes me, right? It stirs me to act. It stirs me to do. I'm not content where I am. I'm not content with what I'm doing. I need to do more. I need to do more. It's good to be impatient with yourself, but you have to be patient with the Rebbe. Because ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu's plan often takes time to unfold. And if you're impatient with God, you're going to miss out on all the beautiful brachas. But if you learn to wait, you learn to be patient, and sometimes that patience has to span generations. And sometimes that patience has to span thousands of years. But one thing is clear: if you're patient with the Ribono Shalom, you will absolutely come to see the let's go back to this. Here's my second last as well. Those who met in this memory and include the following distinctions. Distinction between, if let's say the Akum hires you to move Yayin, so I love how much of those wages are us. But if the Akum hires you to do something else, to just, rearrange his garage, and in the course of that work, I ask him to arrange to transport some barrels. Ultimately, the wage is mutter. So now, get my question. Here's this interesting. From the Mishnah, it makes it sound like it doesn't make any difference when the Akum is asking to do this. So listen, it is interesting. We're assuming that we're doing this daily. So daily versus work items at night. So in other words, I understand the following case. If you were to tell me, let's say, Akum hired you for $100 a day. Fine. So now, again, the day's over, and as the day's over, he's asking to lose some Yayin SF barrels. Okay. So it's fine, I can do it. Why? Because I earned my wage anyway. But from the Mishnah, it makes it sound like even if he asked me to do this over the course of the work day, that I'm still allowed to keep the wage. The Gemara says, is that true? Or maybe Hassof has a quality to say, Erev Amalo Haber Chavis Shayayin Esmakum Lamakum Skaram Mutter. It was like it is Brisa. If an Akum hires a Jewish worker, and after the workday is over, that means towards the evening, meaning the workday is over, he asks him to go ahead and move some Yayin Esef, the wage is multiple. Like, why? Because I earned my wages from the committed days later. So it's just like an add-on favor. Time of them is to say, Eric, in Kuliyom alone. Now, the reason this works is because I'm asked to do this after my workday is over, after effectively I'll pay my wage. But it sounds like if he asked me to do this during my workday, that it would be usher. And Rabbi keeps my memory as saying the Amalei Resu say. So Rabbi says, you're right, you're correct. That the Mishnah's case ultimately again is when the Akum is asking you to move the Yayin Nesach when? At the end of the day. So I earned my wage already from the regular day's labor, and then at the end of the day now he's asking you to move some barrels. Rava says no, lo kashya. Had the Amalei Ha'avili Me'er Chavios Me'er Kutos. Had the Amalei Ha'avili Chavis Chavis Bekuta. So what's this very interesting. Says, here's the distinction. If the Akum asks you to go ahead and move 100 barrels for 100 kutos, that means I'm getting paid per barrel. In that case, I cannot keep the wage that I get from moving the barrel of the Yanis. That wage has to be the same. I cannot keep it. If on the other hand, ultimately, again, he tells me,
we
He
should
tells me
introduce
ultimately again,
We did a show
Harvey
with you
Focus
guys
Focus
before.
dog.
Your
I'm sorry.
co-host,
If
God
it's
knows where
Harvey
he is
Near
in Texas,
Javier
why he's
Smith
probably
Focus,
mad at me.
then ultimately,
But it doesn't matter, Pod.
if
There's
one case is where he tells me move 100 barrels for 100 kilos, and one is where he tells me move each barrel for a fruit. So where again I'm getting paid per barrel, then halacha l'maaseh again, and again each barrel is individualized work. Again I'm getting fruit per barrel. Then halacha l'maaseh I can keep the wages ultimately again from the yain. But again, if there's a general wage for a general job, in halacha l'maaseh those wages ultimately again we can Rashi says over here lo kashya. Masnisim b'chani mutar kidon kara li chavis b'kuta v'nim says chavis shal yain nesach b'neim shadi kutar naro inami lo shaka miyad on some inach mishtu v'cha lo shayach star uchavis padi inach v'chad yakin andra ba'andim. So again, if he tells me move each barrel for a kutar, then what? Halacha l'maaseh keep the kutar that I get and I cast away the kutar that I get for the yain nesach barrel. Rice and Hilo, Omar Levy, to say, Habikos, Falo, Oscar, Omar Levy, Haber, Habios, Kudos, to go come to Lavino, Kudos, Loyalani. If he says to me, $100 for 100 Kudos, what I mean is, I'm only getting paid once all the barrels are moved. In that case, again, you can move by definition is tied up the rest of the halacha, and then the scar ultimately again is going to be us. Very interesting. Okay, so which Gemara says this one. But I'm not. We learn, so there's a Gemara that gets the rice of this first one. So first of all, right? Again, an Akum hires me, and he says to me, move 100 barrels for 100 kilos. And in case, but this guy in Shalnesach Benehem, and ultimately again, it turns out that one of the barrels is Yain Nesach, Staro us. Wages are us. Wages are us. So since again, in this case, I only get paid 100 kilos after I move the 100 barrels, included in that ultimately is Yain Nesach. Therefore, I look for myself the wages are us. Obvious, and again, if he tells me, listen, move 100 barrels, I'm going to pay you one kuta per Chavis. The name says Chavis Yain Nesach Benehem. And it turns out that one of the barrels is Yain Nesach, whereas I can't keep the wage for that prohibited barrel. Ultimately, again, Sfaram with the rest of the wage, ultimately, again, is incredible. I still have some fun on Yain Nesach, so soon again, so listen, one piece of each one that say, let's say again, Akum hires my donkey in order to transport it. If he transports Yain Nesach, the wage is us. Gemara says, Hasulam, the same case. What does it matter if the Akum is hiring me to do work or is hiring my donkey to do work? At the end of the day, if the work involves Yain Nesach, then the wage is going to be awesome. If the work doesn't involve Yain Nesach, or Yain Nesach is an afterthought, then halacha l'maaseh mutar. So in both cases, Gemara says, Hasulamali, any reisha seifa is true. So I need ultimately again Safra leisheva. So ultimately, again, I need the second save of the case of the watch this. So if let's say again, Akum hired me to transport him, he was going to sit on the donkey to get him from data point. And then what happens? Now let's say again, Akum is hired from a flask. Put his flask on the donkey. Still, the rental wage is still permitted. Gemara says, okay, when they brought the login lab dino laos, so you're telling me then why is that? Because Akum doesn't really have the right to bring his flask, so therefore again his rental doesn't include the flask, therefore the room the flask, the rest of the wages. Look at it, why is it per minute? Whereas the kasha, the surface of surface wasn't very interesting. He's the halakha so donkey rentals. Sofer Sachamer, Sofer Maniach Alad Susom, Uliginoso, Umizonoso Shokosa. So what happens? Someone rents a donkey. Ultimately, again, the renter, is permitted to go out and put his clothing, Susum, Uliginoso, his flask, Umizonoso Shokosa, and the food that he needs to retrieve. These are the things that he's allowed to put on the donkey. He can't be able to just put more on the donkey. Donkey driver can say, no, too much overloading my donkey. Chamar, Maniach Alas Orin, the Teben, and the also Shal Sahayom. The donkey driver himself has the ability to put on his donkey barley, straw, and ultimately again the food that he needs for that day. More than that, the renter, interesting. The renter could say to the owner, sorry, you can't put more than that on that, so compromise my trade. What do you see from here? You see from here that, again, a flask is included in what a renter is allowed to put on. So what's the shot? Rabbi, you need the lugging So again, you're right. The renter has a right to put a flask on the bed. Watch this. Miha, Ilo Mosivle, Mia Mila Lane, he lay Igra. If he didn't bring a flask, right? So if he didn't bring a flask, so does the renter and say to the owner, you know what, if you didn't bring a flask, so really you should knock off a little bit of a rental on that. Of course not. So in other words, it's permitted, but at the end of the day, it's inconsequential. So because it's inconsequential, if the Akum rents my yard and he decides and he puts his flask in the IMS on there, that's inconsequential vis-a-vis the rest of the rental, and therefore the rental fee is permitted. So the mercy knows that. So the mercy just go back and ask on his price, what's the case? Either Shech or Mizban, Chama Nani the Akum. If ultimately, again, I will say now that the Bryce said that the renter is permitted to all the food used for the journey on the donkey. So what's the case? If there's food readily available along the journey, then ultimately, again, why should the renter be able to bring all of this? The donkey driver should say, take what you need for the day, but the first leg on the way. Eat the low chef, there's no food readily. So can I know that? And the renter shouldn't be able to stop the donkey driver from putting on the chest. This is very interesting. What's the case? The case is where halal for the mindset, you're able to get food from one leg of the journey to the next, but it's a tier balance. It's a to-do. It's a to-do. However, the dark in the mitzvah is one. So far, not that one is one. It's basically the donkey driver. That's part of his job. Like to go through the trouble, to go through the difficulty, getting divisions. Renter, that's not the expectation. Renter is permitted to take all the food for the entire journey, put it on the donkey. And ultimately, the donkey driver himself is only permitted to put the amount of food that he needs to get in from one leg of the journey to the next leg of the journey.
There would be no check on any of our wacky ideas.
The father of Rav, the son of Rav. So actually like the father of Rav, the son of Rav is Ravika. Okay, so Ravika on the days have a shafet who Hamala Obega. This is an interesting case. He was pouring wine for Obega. What is this? First Rashi on 65. So ultimately, Ravika was a wine seller. Now, he was selling, again, this was his law. So he's selling wine to the Apple. The Derek Moche Chavios or anything, Gamma Chavios Lokin. So normally, again, when you sold wine, you also sell the barrels of wine with the wine. Okay, I mean, the Nafkid, Ika go, if you decide to show, Kaf Moko, the Faras, Mistake, Bahen, Yuvad, משהו מסתכל איתה, אבל שופט יהודי מגופי שלא תשמעו, יואל בזיקי איתו. So what happens? This is very interesting. So Aka, Ravika, the rich is he would keep the barrels. He would keep the barrels. So what he would do is, he would go and take his wine, part of his barrels, into the Aka's wine skin. Okay? So we might have a shovel of Kamal on the وأظن أغلبه مرة بيايفلي بوفي بإيه. So ultimately, again, based on the way we're reading it now, is he would take the wine across the river, give it to them, and ultimately, again, he would keep the barrels as part of his wage. Okay, that was it. Poured into their wineskins, transported, and he would get to keep the barrels. Also, I'm going to Rabbi, Kimmy told Rabbi about this practice.
Tell them about the passion of the lynch.
What's the problem? Now listen, the passion, what the problem is remember, once that wine is poured into the wineskins of the apple, it becomes a standing on Yani Nesaf. So you're bothered by this because isn't ultimately again he wants to continue the existence ultimately again of the Yani Nesaf across the river as well. Which Rabbi says it's not a problem because when Ika is dealing with it, ultimately again it's still mutter. I know some ultimately again, second, still even though he's pouring wine that's permitted, right? But then he has to transport the wineskins across the river. So ultimately he doesn't want the wineskins. And he's going to be in trouble. See, he wants to continue the existence of the wineskins. It must be bad. he made a condition with them, right? And the condition ultimately again, the condition ultimately again was that halacha l'maaseh, if it breaks, it's on him. He has no responsibility. Inami, the maisu pisat kivahadai, or they brought backup utensils as well. This way, again, for some reason, the wine stream is pouring into broke, they'd have a backup. Kama avaru ma'ava, tigatar pisra. 1 second, don't even come now because if that's transporting to the wine stream, he's transporting it across the river. Isn't there a problem now that he's helping with the sufficient transportation of Yain Yosef? He arranged transportation for them even before the actual wine transportation. Okay, so if he arranged transportation was done already beforehand, therefore he's not doing anything after the Yain Yosef and Nami to negate the kitchen. Or he gave them literally again ropes with like knots and boats in them. You see these ropes and they know to take these guys across. Either way, according to the years of the Pika, made an arrangement beforehand for transportation. In other words, had he worked out transportation after the wine had been poured into the wineskins, that's a little problem. But essentially, he arranged it beforehand by working out with boatsmen or by giving them like a knotted rope, which is just weight, a good fair, and therefore they were able to get on the boat just with that. Rabbi did not have to be involved with that. Okay, very interesting.
I think he means like recently. Have you seen like the land moving?
Good. All right. There's more. A lot of good Rashi's on it also. More. It says in the Yain Yosef Shnafa Agalia. What's the interesting? What happens if Yain Yosef spills on grapes? Spills on grapes. So what's that? Yadichin just wash them off. The hymnotons and the grapes are the employment of the calls for the grapes and cracks. So we have to be concerned that maybe some of the wine got into the crevices. Asilos. Ultimately, again, it's going to be nafal agave timnim, agave timnim. So ultimately, if the Yain Yosef fell on figs or on grapes, yesh bahem b'no same time also. If the wine infuses taste into the grapes or into the figs, ultimately, again, it is going to be possible. Okay, so the says, the mice said the Vitus Pennsylvania, a long time have the Vitus Pennsylvania, shady globos is being globos. Now, Rashi points out that the globos are dry dates, dried figs, and what happened? When the Shtabach is the Chavis Shayan, second on the boat, there was a barrel again, the barrel broke, there was enough of that and it poured on the dried figs. Shalom, they asked the Chachamim, get to them. The Chachamim said that the figs are. So the Gemara says, exact. Well, this is the rule. Anytime the Yain Yosef infuses taste, ultimately again it's going to be problematic. Anytime the Yain Yosef did not infuse taste, ultimately again it'll be worse. What's an example of where something prohibited falls onto something prohibited doesn't infuse taste? Keep going. Ultimately again, like vinegar that falls onto split lentils. Apparently, again, that does not contribute to any positive taste. Okay, which is what says. I don't understand. My solicitor, the story of Vitus ben Zonin seems to contradict the halacha right before, right? Again, the Mishnah said that if wine fell on Ta'inim or Tamar, right? And therefore, again, if it gives flavor, it's also if it doesn't give flavor, it's more. Then it says the story of Vitus ben Zonin, where he had dried figs, again, cracked, things, and the Chum just ruled that the wine did not do it. So what's going on over there? So there's Vaki Katani, in no sense, found the mutter, but the Mishnah needs to say something. When you're doing wine that pours over figs or dates, so here's what we look at. Did the wine infuse taste into the figs or dates? If it did, then it's awesome. If the taste is detrimental, then ultimately, again, it's mutter. And then, nice nami v'baitus pension. Sorry, baitus pension. Shaynevi grogos v'sino. V'nishtar b'chobi shayayin. Sef v'nofo al gabehem. It was a obvious story that happened. The owner of Vitus Pension was taking dried figs on the boat. A barrel of Yain Yosef broke on the boat or spilled over the figs. My saw the figs and ultimately again the Chachamim said that it's mutter. The Chachamim said that it's mutter. So ultimately again, what's the logic there? So apparently the Chachamim felt that in this particular case, Yain Yosef with the glorious was what we call no sin tam. It infuses detrimental flavor, and therefore
Everything,
so
that's
it
another
is
thing that we don't ever talk
because
about is the
go
culinary
kart
choices
not
when they
عليه
bring up
فبيس
poppy.
اللي بس
They're all pretty good. I
شعبي
mean, all that
روى
shit is
لزبون
delicious.
لأوبك
Tater
what's
tots,
interesting
carne
is
salad, it's all
because of
simple.
how the wheat and Yang Nessa fell on the wheat or on the wheat right
I guess so, but I also like way with I
and
prefer
Robert
chili
permitted to
killies.
sell the wheat to an
Did you
apple
notice that BC
to an
said
Jew.
chili killies?
They can't sell to a Jew, but you can sell to a
I
non-Jew.
love that shit. I'm gonna watch the stream.
So the Gemara says 1 second.
He is the most hopeful
Is
guy
the Rabbi
with
why
anybody in
Rava?
mainstream
So Rabbi
anything.
why raised the
Besides
Shaimon.
Bobby
They
Lee,
get some
yes.
boki line, or is only in Pilavi
I
Bokara.
mean, like,
But lo yasana my
he
das the
believes
Listen
in
to this. If you have a this is very interesting. You have
It's,
an article of
it's like
clothing.
seamless.
And let's say it's a linen
I know we
and it was one
study
little
him
thread.
not unlike you would
And
like
you
a
lost
karate
track where the
master or
little
something.
thread was. So essentially the garment was shot.
We're more technical,
So
you
what's
know
the
what I mean?
oh, what's the
BC's
well,
more like
right?
jazz.
In other words, you're concerned that
Yeah,
the
it's about
garment
the,
is
it's
shot.
about the shot bits
So
you
let's
don't
say, so
hear.
what's the
I'm
oh, the look
tactical.
is
I
like
have a
this.
tactical penis.
Right, you don't know where the wolf thread is. So the Gemara says you're not allowed to sell that to an overcoat. You can't sell to an elf. Now, why can't you sell to an elf? Rashi says, what are you concerned about? That you're going to sell to an apple, and the apple is going to turn around and sell it to a Jew. You know, not with any malicious intent, but he's going to resell it. The Gemara says, now, where I jumped ahead, you can't use that as a saddle for your sitting on it, they also do benefiting from shabbos. I'm sorry, about also talking for instance, but you can make it, you can use it for burial shrouds for instance, since a race, such as like an obligation instance, therefore it's okay because burial shrouds are shot in this instance. Why can't you sell this garment, the lost thread of the linen? Dilma Asi Lezabon because you're afraid that you may resell it to a Jew. Oh, ultimately, again, shouldn't we be concerned over here? The same thing with skilled how can you sell it to an apple? You don't have to be concerned that I'm going to sell it to a Jew. Hadar Shara, Lemitchinu, Ulimfaninu, Ulizabuna, Ulizabavim, Shalom, ultimately, again, afterwards, Rabbi retracted. Rabbi retracted, and all Rabbi retracted, and Rabbi said, you can grind up the wheat, you can make it into bread, and you can sell it to an apple, not from the presence of Jews. In other words, it's essentially, you can sell it to an apple as long as you know that there are no Jews. Rashi says, Shlomo made it so. Because he saw the Yisrael, Chavim, masculine, Obego, Avim, Hadar Zalim, Yum Yaldi Kofavim, the Sabra Pasha, Hetu, she saw that. How just says if there are Jews around, that's going to happen. Reuben's going to see me selling a loaf of bread to an apple. Reuben's going to do some more. The silver loaf must be kosher without realizing the backstory. So you sell to an apple, ultimately, again, as long as there are no other Jews. Okay, now, why aren't you concerned about reselling it? So remember, that's pasat. So remember, again, bread from an apple has its own set of halachos and its own set of halachos. So we'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach everyone, or tremendous weeks. I just have to go to all of you. Everyone at Good Time Shabbos.
We found that out in the stream today.
I don't think I did.
Yeah.
So you didn't think that? Yes.
No.
What's the proof that you have?
I can't get into it right now, but it's something that I can
say a great spot for some TV with all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. Those are dedicating all the Sherman Roshos this year as a Swiss for the sales levels for Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Abba Ali, Torah Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig, one of the Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, donation of the yard site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Steve Hirsch, and the Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of his father, Ben Adler,
We're so bad.
Robert Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno Ravos. Only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Shas, that are the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Shamos Happen, the families in the family, all those who were full shelter together, Kol Kol Levi, so that Rachel should emerge the Shem, all of our pastors, Shalom and Bukarov, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, Kol and Nasi. And most of that, let us begin. Today's dot is Samach Dalet, 64. A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samach Gimel on the base, 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. This is Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Adini Bar Papi, Yasser Ichia Bar Ani Dabai. And here, but I mean, was sitting with them, and the Gemara says, he asked the following question.
This guy is so
Listen to the fascinating
regarded.
this question. Sachlo Lishbar B'Yayin Ma. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesa? Right, so here, akum comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesa. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept and to keep the wages from this process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asur b'hana. So here, the akum is asking me to do something with the yayin nesa, like he's asking me to destroy yayin nesa. He was going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "No, what's the halacha? We are mere people. Those big people also." This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin nesa. Now, why do I want the existence of the yayin nesa? Because if I was to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the financial. So, on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the yayin nesa. So because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the proceeds perfect. Look at Rashi just a moment. We have Minar Teva, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Yisrael Zerotze B'Kiyuvan Shachari Yosei. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shelo Yishtabu Achshamei Lehem. I don't know how Reuben doesn't want them to break on their own. Achi Sharehu V'itos Chamasu. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the yayin nesa to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from the yayin nesa. Therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the yayin nesa, destruction of our zara. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the mouse to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy all the zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be there. Fascinating challenge. Oh, no, no. So Nachman says, Yishbar B'Kol Bracha. And Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell a bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and read out of all the zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this. Ain't Ochu in my vehicle from the clients. Let's say again. An akum plants Kilayim. Kilayim is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example wheat and grape farmers. That's the kind of example. It's an forbidden mixture. So if an every farmer is planting Kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the thing. Ultra meaning like you need to see covering with dirt. You can't do that. How about side flowers? 64. How about what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kilayim. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About opening. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted Kilayim. Now, again, but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of Kilayim, because if the Kilayim are uprooted on their own, I lose out on that also. So the Gemara says, so it's here from here, this is to support the Nachman. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. Similar to Savua, second one from the top 64 Savua, Haman, who's a thing. So Yakiv, the Amar, and the Kain, the Kilayim look at. Very interesting. People hold this in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that's sustained. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else wants to Kilayim, right? Akum Kilayim, and Akum asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. And the Yeshiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up
I'm
a
angry,
fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Putting up the
Now, I'm not
fence
sure whether
has
you're a bot or
nothing
my
to do
friend
with the
Chris.
actual plant
I
itself.
don't know where to go.
Nevertheless,
from
it
here,
is
but
going
you should offer
to
to do
be
the rest of the
also
street.
going to be deciding. Here we go.
Figure out a way
Hanafish,
to do the rest of
nafish
the street.
meaning
Now,
mechaka means covering the seeds with dirt. So nafish and mechaka kilayim. Look at you get off this right because again that's kind
welcome
of
back
common
to Timber's
because
Shop.
there you're actively and directly participating in
out there.
the planting of kilayim. The Kiva says mekayim. And the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So the Gemara says, "My come Rabbi Akiva. Where does Rabbi Akiva get from? Pasuk says, "Do not plant kilayim in your field." Amy Elazarea. I don't know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. Amalomar low kilayim. So let's say so. It's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on
I
words.
never question anything. I
A
just
little
tell
play on
myself
words.
being cheap.
So again, the Gemara is actually kind of splicing the concept. Low
started
kilayim.
like this.
You can't
I woke up
do
early,
anything that
and I
ultimately
went
again
to get
enables
baked
the
goods.
existence of
And
kilayim.
then
Even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it, that's going to be
maybe Eastern
Ilu,
Standard
Ilu,
Time.
the Gemara says, Ilu, the Neute Tifla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to Rabbi Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is something that sustains the kilayim. What about if somebody's going aiming to uproot the kilayim? So in Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be that being a Rabbi Akiva. Rather, Amman, who's the thing is this? Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might hear you open a few to you, mean, I'm shackled. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon doesn't put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon, only Rabbi Akiva, Rabbanon, one thing you can do with climbing is plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting a food, like putting up a fence they hold is mutter. So putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that. And certainly again, you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So that's not going to be. Which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Iman is very interesting. What's the case over here? They call Avid B'Shina. Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Watch this. Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you are not allowed to do a favor for an akum. Like he actually had this in the beginning of the halachos. Our lo sechanim, because all my focus what lo sechanim means. Right? Doesn't mean compliment them. Don't give them a skin on. Rabbi Yehuda says, don't give them a skin. You can't work for free. You can't do something for an akum for free. Even if the free favor is disrupting the whole zara, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Mishmal Rabbi Akiva, la. The fact that you're saying what's not according to Rabbi Yehuda, something that according to Rabbi Akiva does not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda also bikin la makasina, aval lemeute tifla shapir. The Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to speak, give a free gift. You can't do a favor for anyone.
I still
But
think
to do
that bit was
something to
funny. We
upgrade
lived
that
on Edison Street, so
that's
it was this.
absolutely permitted.
The garden was in a.
That's
It
an
really was a
objective
rectangle,
benefit.
but we called it
I
Edison Square
have
Garden.
Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afa Gav Rabbi Akiva. Am Rabbi Akiva Mekayim Kilayim Boker. The Meute Tifla Shapir. You say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even when Rabbi Akiva has a more extensive approach to the prohibition of kilayim. They're not really kilayim planted. Not only kilayim in the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even if you would agree to uproot kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the outcome. To which the Gemara says, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. That's great. This phrase, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. Sulomi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is, now let's go full circle. How did we start this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Guinness. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go to break. He's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great. So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Guinness. I'm benefiting from the Holy Zara. On the other hand, I'm destroying the Holy Zara. Rav Nachman said, do it and Tava Allah. If it involves the destruction of Avodah Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the Quran to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Avodah Zarah, the destruction of prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. And as Rav Nachman says, you get paid, and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea, because, kind of a part of Western society, mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in the way of society. We should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not your obligation to convince the world that you're using your ideas, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in the way of society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root in our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's right. Yes, destroy the INS and Tavo Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this from what you think about. It's such an incredible thing. But you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing. And some of you would think that the world would just line up. False, just flat, because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard, because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right, who's wrong. But Rav Nachman tells us sometimes there is a live and let live, and sometimes Rav Nachman says, Yishbar, Tavarov. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is cruel, the process is long. But ultimately when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's really good. The Gemara goes back there. But Hadu Yasvi, so again, the same cover of the and they asked about the question, just Hadu Yasvi becoming quite like, the may have us from the other, so what's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000, that's got $1,000. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah? Mitofes has done that the other day. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, we're not going to stop with the nail. Let's come out of the tunnel. So Nachman says, I think it's more to that. If an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Listen to this. So here's our Nachman's proof. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. What happened? The suicide guys is fascinating. So Nachman said like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. And what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyroo. Because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity. They can't get hanor from it. So it tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that Allah away someone who sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time off, you shouldn't become sober, the nail, let's go come and get out of the common time. Let's get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I had to go and shine us in the given that Ray, Vadai, maybe that case is different. Since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're Mavata. They're negating the theological significance of the idol converting. So an apple could be Mavata is our Zara. So maybe that's why the sources are Elami the Hafa. Elami Hafa. Now the Gemara says, here's the thing. You saw Shai Noshe what we call Pavim, Mana, Umachar, although that's called Pavim, the Heavy. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yainess in the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yainess, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? What called? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. It's interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Unless the Yakum Sim case, I'm not going to $1,000. Please don't already pay you. Give me a wait here. I'm just going to sell my idol. I don't have the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesek. I'm going to the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. So again, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesek. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, mutter. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yayin Nesek. Then he comes back with the proceeds are prohibited. I effectively know a nice narration, so what's the distinction? I don't understand. What's the distinction? Safe from the Shumba, how do you make kilos in the kingdom? So this is very serious. So now this is the circle back of to the previous circle. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want it to pay. So because I want it, therefore Shesha's positive the proceeds for us. Listen, one second. He wrote it, that's what we just said before, but that's not. That's not. In other words, we'll say, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the Akum sells it, because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the Yayin Nesek because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these further idols. Why should it be us? Vatnan, here, this is Vatnan, here, Shiyarshu Aviyat Ovikos. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted. And they're both Akum brothers. One converted and one is son Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum's father died. Now they inherit their father. So that's the estate. In the estate is idolatry and Yayin Nesek, and let's say permitted idols. So Ger Yochel Lomar Lo Kol Akam Omas Kotam Ta'ani Mos Ta'at Yayin Nesek Manicheros. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, so brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yayin Nesek, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. He can do that. The Mishabol, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabol is just like yours. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yayin Nesek or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But there is recourse. Nobody has seen this. You can get an Akum to be Mavata or Zara, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very little. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. She will say, so ultimately, what do you see from there? Now, in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry, of the Yayin Nesek, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Which was what's the case over here in this Mishnah? This mission is talking about an idol that's made out of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its full state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which we must say, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of Yayu Masach? The Cheres Hadraini. So this is very Adrianic person. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, Brother here doesn't care if the test is great or not. Either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says the one thing about even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that he's great, right? But he does care whether or not he was still lost, so he still wants the continued existence of Amra Papa, Yerushas, Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, you're bringing a piece in the case of the inheritance of Ger. No. Shani Yerushas Hager, that Kilu Barab. Rabbis were making by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were making by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yainesa, or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the whatever this stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff, even though yes, he was taken to the existence. Why? Why would they make it by a ger? We are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his religion. I will say that's not a knock on the ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? The Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen item. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. Afraid if the thief has to return everything, it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to money is necessary. Money is important. And, as much as you say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, you just lose your life. And many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and they're afraid that yes, choose between halacha. And ultimately, again, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of it, because of human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put in that situation, therefore they would make up by a ger. Understand that often in this kind of case, you're going to have a state that is comprised of permitted items. Therefore, allowed him to keep the permitted items, give his brother all of the permitted items. What's the end of days? Tanya and Alchim Rice that supports this. And that's when is this so? Shirshu, in case of Yerusha. And in the case, let's say, of a business partnership will be us. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. Because we don't want to put the person in this precarious Remember that the hunting doesn't find out. Remember again, always it's the same people living sitting together. Another question like this. Ger Tosha now Shivaka Aharistan. So let's say this is very Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and let's say before we go on. He said that Chazal will make it by the just so you understand the tremendous misrepresentation of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of us, a very skewed view of halacha.
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Smack us down. all waiting for us to mess up so you can levy some type of punishment or penalty against us. Let's take it further from the truth.
Excellent to hear who you have in the Super Bowl, the Seahawks or the Patriots.
Chazal want our success more than we want our success. All of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the strictures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Baruch understood what we really wanted to be successful. Chazal understood what we really wanted to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal do that. No, you have no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly committing for success. Okay, incredible question. Other Yosef Conrad. Ger Toshav, not Sheva God's What's the difference in Sheva? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akul has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Toshav, let's know what is a Ger Toshav. Now we're going to see, this is not focused about the definition of the Ger Toshav. Rashi points out that in the top of the graph, Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an atom in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. That's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He does worship idolatry.
Most certainly, excellent prediction. I love your analysis. Do you mind if I take 3 minutes to tell everybody about what I do? Excellent, thank you.
On one hand,
I appreciate it. All right, if you're hearing my voice right now, feel free to send me a follow. I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. So if you want a free follow, send me a follow, and I've got you covered. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. I'm proud to say that we just recently surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. There you go.
What does it mean? a non-worshipper, Ger Toshav. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Akum and a Ger Toshav? Shmamina, Ger Toshav, non-Mevatel. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Mevatel, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The only Imelacha is the only not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself, an Akum. I did the Kamrit. Hainu Shalom B'Shachar. We already said that. Then the Bryce is redundant because you already said that Akum could go out and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Zeh L'Par, Zeh L'Marcos. The Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right, and both worship Al-Pa'ar, or both worship Marcos, so obviously, again, Akum 1 could negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh L'Pa'ar, Zeh L'Marcos. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say you have one Akum who worships Marcos and one who worships Baal-Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So let's say it's already three halachas being told. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different God. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but
same
again,
thing I eat every
no
single
riot
day.
on a Ger Toshav. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Toshav,
nutrients and shoot lightning.
Can a Ger Toshav, which is a Gentile, we do the idolatry. Now we still have an answer. Gemara says, Mason wears Kashav, Mason Ger Toshav, what's the Ger Toshav? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of the Ger Toshav? Meir says, if any Akum who has accepted upon himself in front of three Chavim, again, both sides, Chaver, we spoke about it before, Chaver normally means someone who's careful with choice and someone who's careful about human behavior. So in this context, the Pasha said, it just means he has to do it in front of a base. Anytime an Akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Toshav. That's a Ger Toshav. Good, that's what I meant. Come say, Allah Sheva Mitzvot. Allah Sheva Mitzvot. Some say a Ger Toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah Chayim. He does not become one seem to require a base. That's a Ger Toshav. 7 Mitzvot Noah, the next 10 Ger Toshav. Even only able to go forward with the Ger Toshav. Not true. Achirim say neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Toshav. What is a Ger Toshav? And the Isu Ger Toshav. Zeh Ger Ochel Neveros. Shechigon Allah Lekayim Kol Mitzvos Hamiros B'Torah. Chutz Mi'Isr Neveros. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? The Ger Toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. It looks like really my focus is out there. Definition of Ger Toshav. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the raising of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Mitzvah Noah. Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except for all of the mitzvahs. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible. But the Brisa goes on, Yachadin Etzlo Yain, they Mafkidin Etzlo Yain, Tafilu Be'er Sheruba Yisrael. So what's it? Halacha is you can deposit wine with a Ger Toshav, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over here, so ultimately again you could deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he may swap out the Jew's wine for his own wine. Okay, and this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So we'll say, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not concerned with Yayin Ness. Why are we not concerned with Yayin Ness? Not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews' wine. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter. For a longer amount of time, also. Shmano kiyeno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. Now, what is that? Shmano kiyeno shemen nika hadi yayin. What could be wrong with his oil? Oil can't be into yayin. Ella yeno kishmano. Interestingly enough, rather what it means is like this: that halacha l'maisa, that ultimately again his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like this is very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so too ultimately again is his wine. Now look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi, Shmano mihabi yanis yeno mutevana kishmano kodem shoter Hashem ba'afilapai hava b'shtia aser. And what does it mean that his oil is like that? That his wine is like his oil. That the same way that you can get hana from his oil, you can get hana from his wine. Now, you can't drink the wine of the Ger Toshav, but ultimately you can get hana from his wine. The shar called davar, ultimately meant for every other thing. Hareyu called a kochad. He is like an apple. He's like an apple. To which the Gemara says, Shimon Omer yeno yayin nesach. Va'amilei motor b'shtia. Shimon says his wine is like yayin nesach, but others say ultimately again that it is motor. Ultimately, again, for consumption, for shtia. So we'll actually pause over here. We'll pick up in Yetz Hashem. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. Katani, what do you see from here? Katani, with the shard part of you see from here that an akum is like an akum. Ger Toshav is like an akum regarding every other matter. L'mayhu Chasam. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a Ger Toshav is like an akum for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, "Lav dimavato avodas kochavim ke'avodas kochavim." So doesn't that mean? Because once more again, how did this whole thing like Ger Toshav get started? It got started because we're trying to figure out, does a Ger Toshav have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, a Ger Toshav is unique, but in every other matter, he's like an akum. Doesn't that mean that just as an akum can theologically decommission and negate avodah zarah, so too can a Ger Toshav. Which the Gemara says, no, retain rishus without the rishus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually Filchos Shabbos. What does it mean Filchos Shabbos? We'll say, watch this. Kivisanya. So, Momer, the Shamer Shabbos Rishos. We'll say, okay, so just quickly. Erev Chatzeros. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard, from a home to the courtyard without an Erev. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzer. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember our Erev days. And therefore you carry from the home into the Chatzer into the home. Now the halacha is, if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzer, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, forgot to participate in Reuben forgot to participate in the Erev. He could yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzer. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights from him. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Momer, Yishamer Shabbos Abishot, Mevata Rushusa. Ultimately, again, if you have a Yisrael Momer, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael, who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Mevata Roshos. All he needs to do, if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzer. Okay. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an akum. If he's like an akum, then it is not enough for him to yield his rights in the Chatzer to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from you. Yisrael, no same Rishus from the Rishus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights or give over his rights to the other residents. But by Akum, ultimately, again, you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so we'll say, just let's finish on Ketzad, Omer Lo, we'll say, how does a Yid, for example, yield his rights or give over his rights in the Chatzar? Omer Lo, Rishusi Knuya Lecha. I hereby give over my rights, right? I bequeath my rights in the Chatzar to you. Or Rishusi Mivutelas Lecha, or my rights are negated to you. Kana, ultimately, it works for error purposes. The other Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv. They start with this. You do not need any formal kibbutz. So also, just in general, about Eruv Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or be mevatel, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael Mumah, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By an akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Mumar, who is publicly a Mumar, is treated like an akum. Full circle, both sides. Therefore, when we said before that a ger toshav ultimately, again, is treated like an akum for all other things means that if you live in a chatzar with a ger toshav, and the Jews in the chatzar want to make an eruv chatzeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights, ultimately, again, of the ger toshav as well. Now, whether or not the ger toshav could actually go and negate Avodah Zarah, Emer Hashem will say, we will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkayach, everyone. What a daf. What an incredible experience such a system with all of you. I'm wishing everyone a wonderful day. We'll say a great Sparchashim Tzili will tell with all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tilson Shulchan Aruch, dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a schus for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Haba Alinu L'Tova, Stephen Randy Drazen, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Aline Rosenzweig, in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig, Zivon Racha. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, commission of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, Zivon Racha, and Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Hachaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Rav Nosson. Yomi sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Bas Reb Ari. The merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Stab and Aliyah, their families, Inga from all those who need refuah, Shabbat together, Kol Chole Yisrael, Kodesh Baruch Hu, Shalom Eretz Hashem, home all of our hostages, Shalom and Bekarov, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful for Naaseh Yedei. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Dalet 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samech Gimel on the base 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. Yosef Rav Nachman Ula Ba'avimi Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Avimi Bar Papi Yosef Bichia Bar Ami Gabai. And Bichia Bar Ami was sitting with them. And the Gemara says, Yosef the Kabbalah my boy. And he asked the following question from them. Listen to the fascinating aspect of this question. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right? So can you imagine this? The akum comes over to Ruben. So Ruben, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept and to keep the wages from this malacha? So remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asur ba'anos. So here, the akum is asking me to do something with yayin nesach, but he's asking me to destroy yayin nesach. He's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "Ma what's halacha? So this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. Now, why do I want the exist the Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them and I'd lose the parnasa. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. So because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the proceeds. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Minon Kevan, 3 lines up from the bottom of Rashi. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know how Reuven doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually wants, and this is interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the yayin nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from yayin nesach, and therefore again, it's usher. On the other hand, on the other hand, what are you talking about? This is the destruction of the yayin nesach, destruction of avodah zarah. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the barrels to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy avodah zarah is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately, again, should be permitted. A fascinating shayla. Amar Nachman. So Rabbi Nachman says, Yishbar b'tawal bracha. Rabbi Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tawal bracha, you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out people, root out avodah zarah. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So the Gemara says, let's bring a proof to this idea. So this is Shida Rabbi Nachman. So let's say again, an apple plants kilayim, right? Kilayim is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had this actually just 2 days ago. Wheat and, let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the paradigmatic example, but any forbidden mixture. So if an obed kochavim is planting kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Odra means like hoeing, removing weeds, we'll see covering with dirt. You can't do that. Top of Sanach Daled, 64a, about okrin imok de la. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot kilayim. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About okrin. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted kilayim. Now, again, Akum becomes planted every kilayim you're on. So but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that, even though I'm going to get paid for working with kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the kilayim, because if the kilayim is not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this seems to support Rav Nachman. Rav Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately, again, results in the destruction of the item, even though you, by definition, want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So Gemara says, Savrua, the second line from the top, 64a, Savrua Hamani, who's a payer? This is Rabbi Akiva. It's Rabbi Akiva, the Amar, Hamekayim, the Kilayim Loket. This is very interesting. Rabbi Akiva holds, or we'll say that in general, not only is there a prohibition to plant kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains them. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted the kilayim, right? Apple planted the kilayim, and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, also. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of kilayim. Even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be us according to Rabbi Akiva. The sign, here we go. Hamenachesh, menachesh means weeding. Mechapa means covering the seeds with dirt. So menachesh, mechaber the kilayim. Look at, you get malchus, right? Because again, that's Tanakama. Because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, af mekayim. Rabbi Akiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So the Gemara says, "My come Rabbi Akiva. Where does Rabbi Akiva get that from? What's his that? Shekamakra sadcha lo tizra kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant kilayim in your field. In the elazareya, I only know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim minayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Tamalomar lo kilayim. I will say so. It's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of splicing the pasuk. Lo kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be asur as well. Ilu, the Gemara says, Ilu, lemi'ute tifla shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to Rabbi Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally permitted. Interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. Low doesn't have to be the opinion of Rabbi Akiva. Rather, Haman, whose opinion is this? Rabbanon. It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon, my area, okrin afilu kiyumi nami shapir. No, but it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, if this is Rabbanon even holds you to put up a fence, right? Because the Rabbanon, unlike Rabbi Akiva, the Rabbanon hold one thing you can do with Kilayim is either plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Or some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence, they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. Certainly that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamaskinan, this is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid Bechina. Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Watch this. Rabbi Huda Hida Amar, Litin Lahem Matnaschinam Aser. Ultimately, Rabbi Huda is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you are not allowed to do a favor for an Akum. Right? We actually had this in the beginning of Avodah Zarah. Lo sechanim. It's all machlok is what lo sechanim means. Right? Doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a matnaschinam. Rabbi Huda says, don't give matnaschinam. You can't work for free. You can't do something for an Akum for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of Avodah Zarah, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La. Now, the fact that you're setting this up according to Rabbi Yehuda sounds like according to Rabbi Akiva, this will not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asra Litin Lahem Matnaschinam, Aval Lemi'ute Tifla Shapir. The Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to speak, give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an Akum. But to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's of objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afagav Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva Makayim Kilayim Lokeh. Lemeute Tifla Shapir Tamid. You say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even according to Rabbi Akiva has a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. That not only can you not plant it, not only can you not do the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of something prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Akum. To which the Gemara says, V'su lo midi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about it. So I'll say it's great. This phrase, V'su lo midi, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. V'su lo midi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about it. So I'll say it's very interesting, because therefore what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yayin Nesef. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break. He's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yayin Nesef, and I'm benefiting from Avodah Zarah. On the other hand, I'm destroying Avodah Zarah. Rav Nachman said, do it, and tava Allah bracha. If it involves the destruction of Avodah Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the Yayin Nesef until I get to it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the Kilayim to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Avodah Zarah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as Rav Nachman says, you get paid and tavo Allah bracha. Incredible. And I will say it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of like part of Western society, our mindset is like live and let live. And that is important, by the way, as members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society, we should take an approach of live and let live. Yes, you know what? It's not your obligation to convince the world of your views or your ideas, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in greater society. On the other hand, Chazal also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. And that's why Nachman uses this lashon of destroy the Yayin Esech and Tavo Allah bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about. It's such an incredible thing that you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing. It's rooting out people. And sometimes you would think that like the world would just line up, applause, right? Just clap, because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right or who's wrong. But the Nachman tells us sometimes there is a little less good, and sometimes the Nachman says Yishbar Yitav. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it. And you know, if you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is grueling, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately when you get to the other side of the process, that's where it's real bracha. Incredible. The Gemara goes like good. Hadu Yasvi, so again the same Hebrew was sitting. And they asked about the question, must Hadu Yasvi become a boy like the May Avalos from Yaravi Kochavan Mouth. So we'll say this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000. He's got $1,000 in his. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Mahu mitofes as dameh bi'adovi kochavim. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to Nachman. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, again, Nachman says, so Nachman says, I think it's mutter. That if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's Nachman's proof. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. What happened? Another room. Zilu Zidinu Koma de Islachu Visuas Kairos. This is fascinating. So Nachman says like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. And what happened? Rabbi Baravua. And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, now watch this. What's the logic over here? Now Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at Visuas Kairu, because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? It can never have its identity negated, and it can't get hanah from it. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that halacha l'maisa, when Akum sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, "My time, Yishum b'kasaber deneav olas kochavim yarav kochavim mutar." Unless you get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the Akum, ultimately is permitted. I have the Dylan shiny hasim l'chivim that I blu-ray vaday batal. Maybe that case is different. Why is that case different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're mevatel. They're negating the theological significance of the idol they're converting. So an Akum can be mevatel his avodah zarah. So maybe that's why the proceeds are mutter. Elami hacha. Right? The Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisol shayanoshev avikol chavim maneh umachar avodas kol chavim behevilah. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right, and brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Esech, or same case, I went ahead and I lent an Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Esech, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. But let's say the Akum same case. Let the Akum $1,000. Akum same case, I don't want to repay you. Give me here, wait here. I'm just going to sell my item. Right, I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my yayin nesach. I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's usher. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. In case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his yayin nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, mutter. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my yayin nesach. He comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. So what's the distinction? I don't understand what's difference in these two cases. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous sugya. Here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Rav Sheshes posits the proceeds for us. So listen, 1 second. If you go to the Kiyumaki Agavim, that's what we just said before, that's mutter. In other words, it will say, when do you want the continued existence of something? But I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the idol sells it because I want my money. I want the continued existence of the Guinness because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Vatnan, Ger, listen to this. Vatnan, Ger, Avikapavim, Shiyarshu Avian Avikos. What's this very interesting case? You have two brothers. One converted, and one, they're both Akum brothers. One converted and one is son Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permitted items. So Ger, Yofo, Moma, Lo, Tom, Akum, Moma, Stop, Amanda, Animals. Tom, Akum, Yain, so brother Ger could say to brother Akum, you take all the idolatrous stuff, you take all the yayin, and I'll take the money and potatoes. You can do that, the Mishabot, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabot is just like yours. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of yayin or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right, but there is because remember when you see this, you can get an option to be not the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are really very little access on it. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's hustle. So ultimately, okay, what do you see from there? That halacha l'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the yayin nesach, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here? This Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of yayin? The Charas Hydrangis. So what's the very Adrianic earthquake. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't, who cares if it casts grape and water. It doesn't make a difference because either way, its value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it's great, right? But he does care whether or not he was still lost, so he still wants to continue existence. Yerushas Hager Kamrat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, you're bringing a proof in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Barabba. Rabbis were makeled by the Yerusha Hager. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makeled by the Yerusha Hager. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the GUINNESS or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take this, for a little bit of stuff, I'll take a little bit of stuff. Yes, he wants to continue existence of it. Why? Why would he make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he'll choose his inheritance. And we'll say that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called Kafaras Hashem. Where Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen item. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. The thief has to return everything. He's not going to return. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial things. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as you say, like say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills, right? Because if you don't have money, things are like becoming incredibly tough. And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. And there was a choice between religion and were afraid that he has to choose between halacha. And ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because it's human nature. So therefore, Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation. Therefore, they were makeled by a Ger. Understanding that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of permitted items and permitted items. Therefore, allowed him to keep the permitted items, give his akum brother all of the permitted items. Incredible. We'll say other days. Tanya and Alki advice that supports this. When is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. Havan is that through also. And in the case, let's say, a business partnership will be also. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person in this, we don't want to put the Ger in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So the mother's like, how do you also find balance? Remember again, all this is the same group of women sitting together. Another question that came in. Ger Tosha Mao Shivaka Avodaska. So this is very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? And we'll say, just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal were makeled by the Ger, just so you understand the tremendousness of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of Halacha, a very skewed view of Halacha. That Hashpach was waiting for us to mess up, so he could smack us down. Chazal waiting for us to mess up, so he could legislate the punishment of something against us. Let's be clear from the truth. The Ribono wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the strictures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Hishmael understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal did it. You have no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly committed for successes. Okay, terrible question. How do you guys talk about Ger Tosha? Mam Shevat Halas. What's very interesting? Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an akum has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance and importance. So Ger Tosha, we want to know what is a Ger Tosha. Now we're going to see this about the definition of a Ger Tosha. Rashi points out at the top of the daf, Ger Tosha eino ovid avodos chacham. ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an atom in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. No, that's a pretty good thing. Right? He believes in Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry, but in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? As Gemara says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a barmine, if you're in the parsha of an akum, then you can go ahead and decommission that whole Zara. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an akum. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must. I'm going to go Rabbi Nachman. So again, about Rabbi Nachman ways this. The stamp wrote the halach and battles will halach. Rabbi Nachman says no. Only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So we're so listen to this. So went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. So found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actual basali. So what's it say? Now remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop. I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because another quality. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? So before I pick it up, I can call over an akum. Remember, I also call over an akum and say to the akum, I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of that sabbath, and then it becomes permitted. However, again, but again, if I pick it up, right? If I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. And Ovid Kochav, an akum, could decommission his own avodah zarah or the avodah zarah of his friend, bein ovda, bein she'ein ovda, whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Now we're going to define what this means phrase. My ovda or my ein ovda. What does it mean? What does it mean that akum could decommission avodah zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that both are talking about an akum, then Haynu Shalom V'Shacharei. We already said that because we just said before that an akum has the ability to theologically decommission his avodah zarah and the avodah zarah of his friend. Elalav of the Oved Kochanim, umay she'in elalav of the Oved Kochanim. Right. Ultimately, again, ovda means an actual akum. Umay she'in ovda. What does it mean? A non-worshipper. Ger Toshav. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual akum and a ger toshav? Shmanino, ger toshav nanir batal. What do you see from here? That a ger toshav has the ability to be mevatel, ultimately to theologically decommission avodah zarah. Incredible. To which the Gemara says, no. The olam emelacha idi idi oli kachavim. Not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission avodah zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself, an akum. We already said that. Then the price is redundant because you already said that akum could go ahead and decommission his avodah zarah and his friend's avodah zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, zeh lepa'ar, zeh lemarkelis. Reisha is teaching me like this. If you have two akums, right, and both worship Baal Pa'ar, or both worship Markelis. So obviously, again, akum 1 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. And akum 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, zela pa'ar v'zela markelis. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Seifa is teaching different. Let's say you have one akum who worships Markelis and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An akum could worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship that idolatry. So let's say, so there are really three halachas being taught. Number one, an akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an akum could negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an akum could negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different God. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no raya about a ger toshav, right? So when it comes to a ger toshav, we still, because that was our shot, can a ger toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be mevat? That's the thought of the answer. Kasha, Ezu ger toshav. What's a ger toshav? So now we're getting more definitional. What is the definition of a ger toshav? So Zeh kol shekiva lav defnei gimel chaverim shelo la'avod avodos from diren. Meir says it's any akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three chaverim. Now again, I will say chaver. We spoke about this before. Chaver normally means someone who's careful with trumas and niceries. Someone who's careful about tumim tanim. So in this context, the Pasha says it just means he has to do it in front of a beis. Any time an akum comes in front of a beis of talmidei chacham with chaverim, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger toshav. That's a ger toshav. Good. That's right there. Chum say, Kol shekibel alod sheva mitzvos ben. Kol shekibel alod sheva mitzvos shekibel aleim b'nei noach. Chum say, a ger toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noachide years. Just enough the Chum don't seem to require a base. That's a ger toshav. Sheva mitzvos b'nei noach. That makes it a ger toshav. Achirim omrim. Not true. Achirim say not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger toshav. What is a ger toshav? Isu ger toshav. Zeh ger ochel mevelos shekibel alav lekayim kol mitzvos hamuras b'Torah chutz meiser nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a ger toshav? The ger toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats nevelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvos in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So let's say 3 methods out there. Definition of a ger toshav. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the beis not to worship idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Mitzvos B'nei Noach. Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of kashrus. He's Latin not kosher. Incredible. But the Brisa goes on. Yachadin etzlo yain ve'mafkidin etzlo yain ta'afilu be'er sheru b'Yisrael. So we'll say the halacha is you can deposit wine with a ger toshav, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over here, Yisrael maniach bechanuso ad she'ilech v'yolo yoser mash'in kim avei kocham v'hai kivan v'lo palach lo nogav lo menaseh v'lo v'kocham d'aseh me'alma beisa lo cheshivan v'chivan ve'ino hanoah v'kach ino manich lo liba olach ufei b'zman al mu'at lekal mechash. So ultimately again you can deposit